Representing the business of boxing, ladies and gentlemen, let's hear it for Mr. Marty!
Thank you. You're far too kind. Thank you very much.
Representing the business of boxing, ladies and gentlemen, let's hear it for Mr. Marty!
Thank you. You're far too kind. Thank you very much.
Representing the business of boxing, ladies and gentlemen, let's hear it for Mr. Marty!
Thank you. You're far too kind. Thank you very much.
Representing the business of boxing, ladies and gentlemen, let's hear it for Mr. Marty!
Thank you. You're far too kind. Thank you very much.
Representing the business of boxing, ladies and gentlemen, let's hear it for Mr. Marty!
Thank you. You're far too kind. Thank you very much.
Representing the business of boxing, ladies and gentlemen, let's hear it for Mr. Marty!
Thank you. You're far too kind. Thank you very much.
Representing the business of boxing, ladies and gentlemen, let's hear it for Mr. Marty!
Thank you. You're far too kind. Thank you very much.
Representing the business of boxing, ladies and gentlemen, let's hear it for Mr. Marty!
Thank you. You're far too kind. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, members of the jury, members of the Roll the Tape film crew, welcome to another episode, another edition of Roll the Tape podcast with Manager Marty. I'm your host, Manager Marty. I'm so glad to be here this evening today. I'm so glad to be at peace in life. I hope you are as well. Hope all of you are doing well. You know, I pop out every now and then these days. I'm not on a confined schedule, but once a week, twice a week, maybe 3 times a week, you never know, I'm live and live in color. Double salute to all of the supporters, the subscribers of this channel, whom I call the Roll the Tape film crew, the Roll the Tape family. Double salute to all of the members of the channel, supervisors of the Roll the Tape film crew. I welcome each and every last one of you. Salute to everybody in the chat. If you're watching the replay of this live, I welcome you as well. If you are a hater of mine, a spy, or a detractor of mine, I welcome you as well. Come on in, grab a plate. I have some food that I want to serve you this evening. Some food for thought. Come on in. Yeah, don't worry about the person behind you. We have enough plates for everyone. And by the way, when I finish serving this food for thought, we can fellowship and break bread together. The link is pinned to the top of the chat. Feel free to click it and come on and come talk to me. Whether you like me or not, whether you agree with me or not, as I always say, all perspectives are welcome. I can't do a show or drop a certain amount of videos without first giving a salute to the sponsors of this video, this live broadcast. Courtler Manners, LLC. They are personal injury lawyers. They're licensed in the states of Pennsylvania and in New Jersey. Phone number 267-457-4201. And their website is wefightwewin.com. And they do fight and they do win. I had the privilege of winning several cases within the past 10 years and others whom I referred to the law firm for personal injuries, family members and friends. And not only did Courtler Manners fight, Courtler Manners won. So if you need a personal injury attorney and you reside in the states of Pennsylvania and or New Jersey, or you had a personal injury in the states of Pennsylvania and New Jersey, and you possibly might reside elsewhere, feel free to give my guys a call. They're waiting for your call. And you know I have to plug myself in. $ Manager Marty is the Cash App. And you know I have to plug myself in. And we need answers. Hold on. I'm playing myself in the background. Hold on. Sorry for that. Wanted to make sure we was queued up properly. Cash App is at the bottom of your screen. $ Manager Marty. All contributions are welcome. I will publicly acknowledge all Cash Apps during this live broadcast. Family, Roll the Tape Film Crew, you know how we do now. I've been going for a while. We back now. You know how we do on our live shows here. You know the air fryer has to go to 500 degrees tonight. Believe that. Now, with that being said, all contributions are welcome. I greatly appreciate it. All of your super chats, your super stickers, joining the channel, and even your super thanks. They will be publicly acknowledged in this live broadcast, but we need the air fryer to go up to 500 degrees this evening. And as time progresses, you will feel the heat through your speakers. But I need contributions to continue to provide you all with entertainment. But also, my number one objective is education. So I'm glad that we're here. We have a couple of things that we need to speak about. I want to start this show off the right way. So enough with the hugs, handshakes, and Valentine's Day cards. Now, I want to address a lot of things. There's no secret when it comes to the YouTube boxing community. It's almost like an open secret that I have spearheaded a movement for the last 2.5 years that I've been on YouTube. And I've been spearheading this movement of doing investigative research and obviously journalism for almost 16 years of my life consecutively with regards to performance enhancement, performance enhancing drugs, and other conspiracies that happen in and around sports here in America, including cycling, track and field, professional baseball, professional football, professional boxing, and of course, professional basketball. Now, with that being said, I've conducted research on prominent athletes who tested positive for banned substances and other athletes who did not test positive for banned substances because they beat the test. But they obviously got caught in a scandal for using performance enhancing drugs. That has become evidently clearer as time progressed through my tenure here on YouTube. There's a lot of evidence. There's a lot of information. There's a lot of things that I have presented on YouTube that you all didn't hear or see anywhere else before I got here. That's not a shade at anyone else. We just have to call it straight down the middle and be honest. With that being said, I made it comfortable for people to talk about Victor Kanti, snack fighters, and VADA testing. And that goes for content creators and boxing fans all across the world. Not only did I make it cool for people to be comfortable to talk about it, at this point, it's one of the most popular topics within the past 2 weeks in the YouTube boxing community. Now, I'm not here to get credit anymore. I recognized 2 weeks ago that they're not going to give me credit. And some of you might not even give me credit, but I'm okay with that today. With that being said, I have given you slice after slice after slice, video after video after video, clip after clip after clip, and has influenced your thought process when it comes to this topic. Yes, most people are giving a lot of credence to the things that Fanon is saying. But make no mistake about it, Fanon will tell you himself the majority of the things that he know about Snack, VADA, and Victor Kanti, he's learned from this channel. There are other people that don't have the courage, like Fanon does, to admit that when they still hijack my talking points, my slogans, my videos, my content, and other things. But it doesn't bother me anymore. One of the things that I am doing from now on is I'm doing a Manager Marty World Boxing Tour. No, I said that wrong. A Manager Marty Boxing World Tour. There it is. Manager Marty Boxing World Tour. It's very simple. Instead of me waiting for people to come on this channel to have a conversation with me about these topics, I have decided that it is in the best interest of the Roll the Tape film crew. It's in the best interest of my brand, and it's in the best interest of you, the audience members, whether you like me or not, to make myself available to crash parties, to unexpectedly and uninvitedly jump on people's live broadcasts, particularly when they're talking about the topic of Victor Kanti, VADA, and snack fighters. Now, it's not a beef towards any other content creators who channels that I jump on, because I'm cool with some of them. But it's just an opportunity for me to continue to raise awareness for clean sport, but also to put people on notice that when you talk about Victor Kanti, snack fighters, and VADA testing, and you know in your heart that the talking points that you're using, that you learned directly from my content, just say my name. Put a name tag on it. That goes for anybody, whether we're cool or not. It's all about doing things in decency and in order and having integrity. Bottom line is the information that I've been speaking on is coming full circle. Now, with that being said, and I have to show my face for this one, but before I do, the air flyer just plugged up. And we need more contributions because guess what? We need answers. And hopefully tonight, we get them. Hopefully tonight, we get them. Double salute to my guy. He's a day one supporter. Always coming through. Haven't seen him in a while. You know I got to show my face when we talk about this, right? Double salute to my guy, Carl Brown, a.k.a. C Breezy. He's one of my day one supporters. Double salute to you, Carl. Thank you for your contribution and your support to the channel. Carl Breezy says in the super chat, salute my brother from another mother. Roll the tape. I'm definitely going to roll the tape, Carl. You know how I get down. And so does everybody else that's watching me. You already know what type of time I'm on. It's go time, baby. Double salute to my guy. Always keeping it real. Always representing his home country. My man D1 in the building. He's been a member for 7 months here. He's a supervisor of the Roll the Tape film crew. We appreciate you. D1 says in the super chat, what up, Marty? Marty, what up, fam? Keep your foot on their necks. I got to do what the people pay me to do. You better believe I am D1. You know how I carry it. Always sturdy. In boxing and out of boxing. Always. Now I want to dress an elephant that's in the room and feed the elephant some peanuts. Because there's about 3 elephants in the room that I'm standing in right now. And I'm going to feed each of them peanuts. Let's start from the basics. Now, about this Manager Marty Boxing World Tour, I've been on multiple platforms thus far in the past 8 days consecutively. And shout out to all the content creators who've allowed me on their platforms, and even the ones who did not, and even the ones that don't agree with me or like me. This has nothing to do with me versus, well, tonight it does. But other nights, it don't have anything to do with me versus other content creators. But the point that I'm making is simply this. The information have to reverberate around the world. I made this topic hot for a reason. Now, let's go back to the basics. In July of 2023, Terence Crawford fought Errol Spence. A lot of content creators all over YouTube were saying that Terence Crawford did a great job. He defeated Errol Spence. He dominated Errol Spence. And he's the better fighter. And some people said they knew it all along. They knew it all along that Terence Crawford was the better fighter than Errol Spence Jr. Then you had other people who were fans of Errol Spence who said that basically Errol Spence was going to win in the fight against Terence Crawford. And they said Terence Crawford is a good fighter, but he can't beat Errol Spence. And when Errol Spence lost, 99.9% of Errol Spence's fans, boxing fans included, and some content creators who believed that Errol Spence was going to beat Terence Crawford, they came out publicly and gave Terence Crawford his credit. Some of them actually apologized to Terence Crawford for picking Errol Spence to win against him. But good old Manager Marty let everybody else shoot their load out first. Let other people say what their perspective was. And as I always do, I always present a different, unpopular, but factual perspective. And I did exactly that after the fight. So 3 days after Terence Crawford and Errol Spence fought, I go on YouTube, one of my highest viewed lives on this channel, because a lot of people were in anticipation, waiting for a response from me. Why? Because I was critical of Terence Crawford and his actions and his lack of actions during the build-up and the negotiations before they even agreed to fight, ever since I've been on YouTube. Nonetheless, I came out and told you all what my perspective was. Number one, that Errol Spence looked different to me in that fight. Number two, so did Terence Crawford. I don't want to put this man on the spot, but since some of you know who he is, I'm going to use him as a witness. I said it before many times, and I'm going to say it again. While I was at the fight, Errol Spence and Terence Crawford fight, that is, 3 seats away from me was sitting a content creator by the name of BFTB. when Terence Crawford knocked Errol Spence down in the second round. Was it the first round or the second round? The second round. Now, I don't know too much about BFTB at this time. Didn't know him personally. I've been on his panel maybe 2 or 3 times before that. And that's all I really knew about him. But that was the first time I met him the day before that at the Errol Spence and Terence Crawford weigh-in. The point that I'm making is I looked at BFTB because he's a counterpart of mine. He's another content creator. And as soon as Terence Crawford knocked down Errol Spence in the second round, I looked BFTB in his face. And I told BFTB that Terence Crawford's performance looked enhanced to me. Terence Crawford knocked Errol Spence down a second time. I looked at BFTB again and told him Terence Crawford's performance looks enhanced to me. Yes, BFTB, he was befuddled. He was surprised that I said that. And then when Terence Crawford did it again, and the referee Harvey Dot waved the fight off, I believe in the 9th round, I said some other words to BFTB regarding the performance or the enhancing of the performance of Terence Crawford. I'll save that if BFTB chooses to repeat what I said to him. Now, with that being said, I came on YouTube and said the same exact thing that I said to BFTB privately at the fight. I said it right here live in living color. And unfortunately, a lot of Terence Crawford fans, whom I created a whole entire platform for them called Nip It in the Bud, well, a lot of them were calling me a Bud Crawford hater. People today are in my comment section. People today are in my live chat. People today send me emails, and they say that I'm mad and angry and hurt and quote unquote butt hurt, their words not mine, that Errol Spence lost. And that's the reason why I'm hating on Bud Crawford. That's the reason why I'm talking about Bud Crawford and the snack program and his affiliation with Victor Kanti. I'm hating on this man. I'm hating on Devin Haney. I'm hating on the snack fighters. This is what people have been telling me time and time again, over and over for 2 years. And what a difference 2 years make. Because the same people that say I was hating, the same people that didn't want to believe when I kept giving you information, when I kept telling y'all what's going on behind the scenes, when I kept pointing out inconsistency after inconsistency after inconsistency after lie that has been told to the general public by some of the members of the media and Victor Kanti himself who influenced them. Now a lot of people believe. Not only that, there were content creators who refused to speak on Victor Kanti, who refused to speak on VADA testing, who refused to speak on snack and the snack fighters. They wouldn't even touch this topic. But what a difference 2 years made. Because it seemed like everybody on YouTube now, as a content creator, is talking about the most popular topic that I've been researching for 15 years of my life. Now, some of the content creators do repeat information. They do report information that they only can receive from me. That's true. Some of them acknowledge me and some of them don't, and that's okay. But the point that I'm making is that just 2 years ago, I was a hater. Just 2 years ago, I was accused of misusing Rachel Donaire. That segues me into my next point. You know what's interesting about that situation with Rachel Donaire? Because, of course, it's been widely publicized now that myself and Rachel Donaire, we had an issue that she decided to make public. But at the end of the day, no hard feelings over here, but we got to keep it all the way real. But before I get into that, let me double salute my guy, Victor. Not Kanti, by the way. Not him. Excuse me. My guy, Victor. One of my biggest supporters on the channel. Double salute to my guy, Victor. Thank you for your super chat, man. Appreciate your support and your unwavering contribution and support. Always on the channel, Vic. Victor says, manager, I like you making the rounds and laying it or the truth down. And he's talking about me doing a world tour. I'm jumping on everybody's platform. Doesn't matter you're a small channel, medium channel, or a large channel. I'm jumping on everybody's platform in boxing, if I can. Because we need to have a conversation. It's not about an issue that I have with the content creator themselves. But it's time for me to be a little bit more vocal than what I have been on the subject matter. Thank you again. Thank you again, my guy, Victor. Double salute again, spinning the block. My man, Carl Brown. Listen, I promise you, the air fryer is warming up big time. The show gonna get hotter and hotter from here on out. I promise you that. Don't move and don't leave. Don't leave. No semantics tonight. No antics tonight. You know I love doing theatricals. You know I love making y'all laugh. You know I love being who I am. But tonight, I'm driving it right home tonight. Don't move. Stay right there and don't move. Double salute to my guy, Carl again. Carl says in the super chat, after a while, them same ones going to have no choice but to give you your respect. Hard work always pay off. Hashtag roll the tape. Thank you again, big dog. Appreciate you, Carl. Double salute to my homegirl, Two Cents Boxing. She's a member of the channel, supervisor of the Roll the Tape film crew. Thank you again for your support. She's been a member for 20 months. So that means Two Cents Boxing was here at the very inception of me talking about Snack, Victor, Kanti, and Vada. Two Cents Boxing says in the super chat, Victor is the reason we talking about this fight. For real, for real. She's talking about the fight between Terence Crawford versus Canelo Alvarez. Now, enough with the hugs, handshakes, and Valentine's Day cards. Where was I? Rachel Donaire. Now, this live is not about me wanting my props to the person that asked me that in the super chat. I already have my reward, brothers and sisters. I'm not interested. My name is already stamped on YouTube. My name is already stamped in the business of boxing. The information that you all are talking about today is good information. And it needs to continue to reverberate all across the world. Now, back to what I was talking about regarding Rachel Donaire. Rachel Donaire, according to what Victor Kanti told me when he was here, most of you know this already. I had a dialogue with Victor Kanti, not once, but twice, in a matter of 6 days for a total of 5 hours. 2 hours the first time he came to see me right here on this platform, and 3 hours on the second time he came to see me on this platform. And by all accounts, Victor Kanti told me directly that Rachel Donaire is the one who helped influence him to come on this platform. I have an email that Victor Kanti sent me on December the 13th, 2023, where he acknowledged that he was watching certain pieces of my content. And he wanted to have a talk with me privately on email. I encourage Mr. Kanti to come on the platform so that other people can hear what you have to say, hear the answers to some questions I want to ask you, and hopefully we all can learn something since you are an expert in doping and anti-doping. He declined my offer. He did not want to come up on this platform. His words, not mine, because he saw how laser sharp I was when it come to this topic. Needless to say, he was influenced by Rachel Donaire to come on this channel. I said this before, and I'm going to say it again. Rachel Donaire did not reach out to me the first time Victor was here and tell me that she influenced Victor to come here to talk to me. In fact, if you want me to be quite frank with you all, and you know I am, I was ambushed that day. And most of the people that's in my live chat, and some of you that's watching the replay of this live, you were here in December 2023, and y'all was on, some of y'all were on my panel, and you knew I had no knowledge that Victor Kanti was going to be here. Needless to say, I think I handled myself relatively well because I wasn't prepared. I don't write down questions I want to ask people anyway. But the point that I'm making is, it was a home run, the dialogue I had with Victor Kanti. But to my understanding, behind the scenes, Rachel Donaire told me that she haven't had contact with Victor Kanti in over 10 years. But it seemed like it was very easy for her to influence Victor Kanti to come talk to me. Right after he left here, I was told by Rachel Donaire, most of y'all heard me say this before, but I have to lay the foundation to move forward. Don't move, y'all. Stay right there. I got to take my glasses off to say this part. The viewership is increasing exponentially. Now, enough with the hugs, handshakes, and Valentine's Day cards. Rachel Donaire reached out to me on numerous of occasions, trying to encourage me and entice me to send Victor Kanti the full-length interview that I just did with him. I told Rachel Donaire, if Victor Kanti want any piece of my content, all he has to do is reach out to me through an email like he did before, and him and I will discuss it. Double salute to my guy, KQKC Boxing Network. He's in the building. I told Rachel Donaire, if Victor Kanti, what's up, Cash? Don't start nothing, Cash Crypto. Talking about Mac Marty. I see you. But Rachel Donaire kept hounding me to release the video and send it to Victor Kanti. And I told Rachel Donaire, you remember this, Foxy Brown? You remember? Foxy Brown is in the chat. She just acknowledged she remembered. But I told Rachel, man to man, Victor can talk to me, from one content creator as the host to the guest, if he want any piece of my content that he was in. No problem. I'll send it to him, but I need to edit certain parts so I can turn it into videos, you know, certain highlighted parts. Let me give you an example of what I'm talking about. Like, for example, I created an extract of the live, put it out there, when Victor Kanti said that Errol Spence Jr. was suffering from altitude sickness during the training of Terence Crawford fight. Y'all remember that? And guess what? All the major YouTube content creators did a reaction video based on that content. So once again, it worked. Just like Stephen A. Smith, just like ESPN, just like Club Shay Shay, just like what's the Unc and Ocho Cinco show, Nightcap, just like all content creators, all networks do it. They have long form content and they break it down and edit it and redistribute it as a short, a short, or a video or a highlight, right? Shannon Sharp. Thank you, Band Up. Shannon Sharp. So it was no different as a content creator. I wanted to do the same thing like I always do. But what I didn't realize is, why did Victor Kanti want the content so bad? Why was he hounding Rachel Donaire day in and day out for her to entice me to release the full video? Now, of course, I discovered all of this after everything was over. And I've come to a great conclusion. Now, I'm going to spin the block and show y'all something, because this is as equally as important. Stay with me, y'all, please. I got time tonight. Now, I kept asking myself, why did Victor Kanti want my long-form video? He just left here. he just left. This is the first time, y'all. Stay with me. Why did he want that? Why he kept putting a lot of pressure on Rachel Donaire to influence her to put pressure on me? I don't operate like that, y'all. I'm a businessman. Number two, but number one, I'm a man. And I don't allow women or anyone else to dictate how I function or dictate the pace of how I operate. And I told Rachel Donaire that, with all due respect to her husband. I even got into personal conversations with other people, telling me that I should reach out to Victor Kanti and tell Victor Kanti to leave Rachel Donaire alone and stop applying pressure on her to talk to me about this video. And I told the people that called me and talked to me, I said, Rachel Donaire has a husband. It's her husband's responsibility if she feels under pressure, or if she feels like Victor Kanti is just driving down her throat and putting her into a middle of a beef. She needs to reach out and consult with her husband, and her husband needs to approach that man. That's not my responsibility. My responsibility is to edit my content and give my audience what they need and what they desire. And that's education. And Victor Kanti's responsibility is to directly communicate with me. But unfortunately, none of that happened. Rachel Donaire didn't influence her husband to talk to Victor, so he kept doing it. Victor Kanti didn't come talk to me about the video until after everything was over, and he kept doing it. But me, I stayed even keeled, like I always do. Now, moving forward, somehow, some way, because Rachel Donaire didn't agree with what I said. No. Not that she didn't agree with what I said about Victor Kanti. No. Not what I said about the SNAP program. No. Not because of what I said about VADA testing. No, that she didn't have no problem with it. It was because of what I told her. That Victor Kanti don't move me. And I'm standing on that. So a lot of people wanted to figure out, where did this beef come from between Rachel and I? It wasn't no beef. I didn't even know we had a problem. But let's keep it 100. Rachel Donaire called my phone one time. And unfortunately, I didn't answer the call. So that has been advertised that that's really what the problem was. That she called me and I missed her phone call and I was acting Hollywood, quote unquote. That's not what happened. I've already talked about this live, but I'm bringing a point home so that you can understand how deep this situation that we're talking about today really is. So I try to figure out what was the problem between Rachel Donaire and I. I never did nothing wrong to her. I never disrespected her. I never insulted her. Right? Still didn't tell you what I did wrong to her, did she? Nope. Now, with that being said, I'm out of town celebrating a relative of mine who accomplished something extremely great. And my phone was ringing. You would have thought that I was a detective in law enforcement, the way my phone was ringing. Text messages, phone calls, emails. Everybody kept blowing my phone up. And then eventually I stepped to the side and answered one phone call. What's going on? Why is everybody calling me? What's wrong? Is everything all right? I know this is non-family members, y'all. I'm not talking about family members. Non-family members, right? Not close relatives. And the person on the other end of the phone says, you know Rachel Donaire is live on her channel and she's dissing you. Dissing me? For what? Yeah, man, she talking about your son. She talking about you used her to get to an Errol Spence, Terence Crawford fight, and she paid for your hotel room and all these other kind of lies. And you was pissy drunk laying on the floor, all these kind of lies. But some of you know today, I debunked every myth that Rachel Donaire said about me and my son when I went live and rebutted that with evidence, receipts, text messages, and even receipts from my bank account and the bank account and the credit card statement of who? Tom Brown, the promoter. So some of y'all remember that. Now, I found it interesting. 2020, looking back on it, would they say hindsight 2020? Yeah, whatever that means, right? So now I started to question, why did Rachel Donaire ask Victor Kanti to come up here to talk to me without even telling me that she reached out to him for him to come up to talk to me? And after everything was over, I now figured it out. And I never said this publicly, but because I spoke on this morning, because I was asked about this on another content creator's channel, now I'm going to repeat it on my own. Rachel Donaire had a vested interest. I'm not mad at her. No beef. But we're going to keep it real tonight, like I always do. I'm laying the foundation. I'm getting somewhere. I'm getting somewhere with all of this. Don't move. She had a vested interest. You know why I say that? Now watch this, y'all. For9, right? I was on For9 channel. Was that yesterday? Yesterday. Right? I made a statement to For9 because I was trying to illustrate a point to For9 regarding how all of this started with regards to Rachel Donaire. And I said to For9, my exact quote was, this is not throwing shade at Rachel or nothing like that. And I don't know if you're still cool with her or not, For9. And For9 said, his words, not mine. That's my girl. I'm always going to be cool with her. I had a question on that. Since For9 is cool with Rachel Donaire, and For9 been on YouTube way longer than me, and For9 has more subscribers than me, I had a question on that. How come Rachel Donaire did not influence Victor Kanti to go on For9's channel? Rachel Donaire is cool with BFTV, right? How come Rachel Donaire didn't influence Victor Kanti to go on BFTV's channel? Okay, all right, I see. All right. I think Rachel Donaire is cool with Knockout Boxing 86 TV, right? Okay, cool. How come Rachel Donaire did not influence Victor Kanti to go on Knockout's channel? Oh, okay. I'm just trying to figure out, wait a minute. Don't Rachel Donaire and her husband have their own YouTube channel? I'm just trying to figure out, how come Rachel Donaire didn't have Victor Kanti on her own platform? And her husband was with the snack program. And her husband was the #1 face of VADA as being listed by the words of Victor Kanti and media members that Nonito Donaire was the first professional boxer to undergo 24/7, 365 testing. But the Donaires didn't have Victor Kanti on their platform. But Victor Kanti was influenced to come here. I'm going to let y'all process that for a second. I'm not mad at nobody. I'm not mad at Rachel. I got a lot of love and respect for Nonito. But I'm laying a foundation so we all can be on the same page this evening. You mean to tell me they have their own channel and they have personal dealings with Victor? And they have a business relationship with Victor, and he's helped enhance Nonito's performance legally in his performances with Snack? You mean to tell me Victor Kanti didn't give them any content? But Victor Kanti was influenced to come here to talk to the small fry, the manager at Walmart. Thank you, Bill Haney. The manager at Target. Thank you, Bill Haney. The manager who knows zero about the business of boxing. Thank you, Brian Norman Sr. The manager who should get sued. Thank you, Tim Bradley. The manager who will be sued by Floyd Schofield Sr. Thank you, Floyd Sr. You're talking about me? What they sick Victor Kanti on me for? And nobody else. None of this hit me in live time. Wanna know why? It's very simple. Because when it comes to the topic of VADA testing, Victor Kanti, and the SNAP program, I married all three of them together and made a connection, and my influence over the subject matter has reverberated all across the world. And I believe that there was a conversation had. And some of you ain't gonna like this, because there's more to the story that I know about that I ain't gonna put out there. But you have enough information to understand my point, right? Oh, okay. I have a very smart audience tonight. I have one of the smartest audiences tonight. Listen, we have a lot of people here tonight. All of you are spot on. You don't have to like me. You don't have to agree with me, but you're gonna respect the work I put in. That's what you're gonna respect that tonight. You're gonna respect, put some, what the boys say, put some respect on my name, man. Now, watch this. Rachel Donaire has a vested interest. And I believe a conversation was had. This is my belief based on all the information and factors that I know of, that I'm publicly stating, and things that I know privately. The conversation was had. I might be paraphrasing. Going over to Manager Marty's channel. He has the loudest voice on this topic. If you can convince him that Snack, VADA, and yourself, Victor, has no connection, you're not intertwined some way, you have no influence on VADA. Everything you're saying is honest and real and up. There is no need to have suspicion of none of your fighters that's on Snack. If you're able to convince Manager Marty, then he will be able to use that influence that he has and then transfer it to his audience. And then everybody else will back off of Victor Kanti. Just my belief. Now, somebody said in my chat they want facts. You're a little bit too late to be asking me for that, because that's all I've been giving you. You ain't find not one video on my content where you can say I lied to somebody, that I manipulated somebody, that I gaslighted somebody, that I used projection on somebody, that I used reverse psychology on somebody, or that I doctored up any information to influence you to believe something that's not true. You ain't gonna find one video. So the facts is already here, brother. The point that I'm making is simply this. The reason why Rachel Donaire had an invested interest on getting Victor Kanti to come to my platform based on the information that I was educating you on about him, Vada, and Snack, is because Nonito Donaire was on Snack, wasn't he? I'm just asking the question. Wasn't he on Snack? Oh, okay then. And if people will believe that it's something suspicious about the Snack fighters today, and even then in 2023, then they will start questioning all the other Snack fighters, including her husband, Nonito Donaire, and it may possibly diminish his legacy if more people believe that Victor Kanti was back to his old tricks that he showed us during the Baco days. Now, somebody might say, what other evidence do you have to substantiate that claim? And I'm so glad you asked, because for a whole year, listen to me good, and for a whole 2 years, when I was speaking on Vada, testing, Victor Kanti, and the Snack program, Rachel Donaire was on my panel. Rachel Donaire was in my live chat. Rachel Donaire was in private conversation with me. But in all three of those environments, Rachel Donaire never said a mumbling word to me about it. Go find a video when you heard me talking about Snack, Victor Kanti, the Snack fighters, and Vada testing. And show me any video that's published on my content where Rachel Donaire said something to refute anything that I was saying. You ain't gonna find one. She never opened her mouth and said a mumbling word. She might be saying stuff about it now to defend Victor Kanti, defend the program. But I got a question on that. The air fryer warming up now. We gonna get to Bud Crawford in a minute. Don't leave. Stay right here. I got time today. And the link is still pinned to the top of the chat. Where the paperwork at? For the last 20 years, plus, we've been hearing Victor Kanti say that there were 3 professional boxers. In the history of the sport, I got the tape. I already put it out there 2 weeks ago. 3 boxers in the history of the sport of boxing that ever undergone 24/7, 365 testing. And 2 of them, he paid for their testing. Nonito Donaire and Edwin Rodriguez. That's what Victor Kanti told me when he was here in my face. That's what the man told me. And that's what Victor Kanti told the media back then in 2012 and in 2015. That's what he told the media then. That he paid $20,000 for Nonito and an additional $20,000 for Edwin Rodriguez. And both of these fighters did 24/7, 365 testing. And guess what? I applaud those athletes. I applaud Nonito. I applaud Edwin Rodriguez. I got a question though in 2025. Where's the paperwork? We can't keep going by hearsay. I'm not saying nothing new, y'all, that I've been saying. But all we got right now is the word of Victor Kanti. Well, Victor Kanti's words is not credible to me. I have a public experience. I have a private experience with Victor Kanti. And in both environments, the man has lied to me on numerous of occasions. So his word alone is not good enough for me. So all I'm saying is, if any fighter did 24/7, 365, where's the paperwork? That's all I'm saying. Where's the paperwork? That's all I'm saying. There's nothing to get mad at. Where's the paperwork? Okay, cool. And my second question, which is a question that I will ask Nonito, Edwin Rodriguez, Andre Ward, Terence Crawford, Caleb Plant, Devin Haney, Timothy Bradley, Bam Bam Rodriguez, Virgil Ortiz, Shakur Stevenson, Louis Ortiz Jr., and the rest of them. The $1 million question is, y'all already that good and talented. What did you call him for? What did you pick up the phone and call Victor Kanti for? You're already talented and good. And most of you, Andre Berto, put him on the list. Some of you were undefeated already. And a handful of y'all were world champions. Clarissa Shields, what did y'all call Victor Kanti for? What did you go over there for? That's all I want to know. Now, if I can get some legitimate paperwork and the answer to that question, a legitimate one, I promise you I'll leave this topic alone. I won't speak on snack, Vada, testing, and Victor Kanti ever again. But I know they ain't got it. A legitimate answer. What did y'all give that man y'all blood for? For what? To take supplements that any one of us can buy online? Got to come with a better answer than that, Sean Porter. Sean Porter was on there too. Y'all got to come with a better answer to that. Y'all got to give me more than he was just giving y'all supplements from snack. Y'all got to give me more than that. Now, why do they have to give me more than that? Because Victor Kanti himself told me. Don't get mad at me, y'all. I'm just going by what the man told me. He told me that he has a doctor on staff at snack, Dr. Bonswell. And he said Dr. Bonswell is the one who he hired to give professional boxing athletes injections. Y'all remember that? I got the tape queued up. I wish you would challenge me. I see a lot of my haters here too. I see you. Stay right there, hater. Don't move. I love you. Don't move. I got the tape queued up. I wish any of you would challenge me that Victor Kanti ain't tell me that. I'll play the tape now. I'll roll it. He said, right or wrong, Michael Dangerfield, he was here. He heard him. He said, we got a doctor on staff. He said the doctor will give some of the fighters some injections. Huh? Super chat me. Somebody gonna talk about play the tape. Make a contribution tonight. I'll play the tape. Yo, he said, look. He said the doctor give the fighter injection. Boom. And then after the injection is made, a prescription has to be written out. And then guess what? He takes the prescription that the doctor gave to the fighter. Then he goes to Dr. Marvin Goodman, the CEO and founder of VADA. And then Dr. Marvin Goodman takes the prescription and get it approved by the Medical Advisory Committee for VADA. And then after they approve it, they go on and test the fighter that was injected by the doctor who was given a prescription. And even if the fighter, which most likely will happen, the fighter will test positive for a prohibited banned substance, well, there's no penalty. There's no penalty for that fighter testing positive. In fact, the results will never be made public. Want to know why? Because an application was completed called a therapeutic use exemption. Basically, what I'm telling you all is this. I know some of y'all are not going to like this, but it's true. Rachel Donaire and Victor Kanti, they underestimated my knowledge. Now, did I play dumb with Victor Kanti when he got here? Absolutely. But I asked Victor Kanti questions that no other person ever asked that man a day in his life. And he's done interviews with the San Francisco Chronicle, the New York Post, the LA Times, CNN, ABC, CBS, NBC, ESPN. The man's been on a lot of syndicated networks and newspaper articles and talked to some high-profile journalists. But none of them have asked the questions that I asked Victor. And we got the answers we're looking for, didn't we, ladies and gentlemen? Members of the Roll to Tape film crew, didn't we? And ever since he's been gone, video after video after video after clip after clip After clip, I educated you all. And guess what? I still have more. But the point I'm making is this. I was ambushed. So nobody gonna run around here like they was victims. I was ambushed and I handled it appropriately. So if Rachel and them got a problem with me, that's cool with me. But when y'all see him though, go ask him this. What did Manager Marty do wrong to you? There's gotta be bigger than the missed phone call. So ask that question. And you know what I'm gonna ask Rachel Donaire to do? I'm gonna ask Bud Crawford to do. I'm gonna ask Caleb Plant to do. I'm gonna ask Demetrius Andrade to do. I'm gonna ask Sean Porter to do. I'm gonna ask Bill and Devin Haney to do. And the rest of the snack fighters. When you see Victor Kanti, I told y'all to do this last year, but y'all didn't listen to me. I told y'all to do this 2 years ago, but you didn't listen to me. But I hope in 2025 now that Victor Kanti put this type of paperwork out that you see on your screen. I hope after now, y'all go and tell him when you see him. Victor, you're making the block hot. Just go tell Victor Kanti. Blowing up the spot. Stop giving Manager Marty ammunition. That's all y'all gotta do. Is tell Victor. I told y'all to do this 2 years ago. Y'all didn't listen to me. All y'all that's running around with him. I told y'all. Making a block hot. Quiet. Anything you say can and will be held against you in the court of public opinion. Don't get mad at me. They called him. They went over there. Don't get mad at us. Don't get mad at me and the Roller Tape Film Crew. They called Victor Kanti and went over there. So the scrutiny that all of them are receiving, they earned that. How you gonna call me a hater because they went over there? And then you got content creators like Blueberry. That's not his name. Like Blue Balls. Ariana and Foxy Brown and 2 Sinks and Jab Queen, they women. They here, Marty. Don't do that. I'm sorry, ladies. I shouldn't say that. I'm sorry. That's not his name. That's inappropriate. I'm sorry. Blueblood, Sports TV, trying to take up for Victor and Terence Crawford and them. Hey, Blue, me ask you something on that, bro. Since you pointed out the paperwork that Victor Kanti put up. You with BLK Prime, right, Blue Blood? Where the paperwork at when Terence Crawford fought David Evanesian and knocked him out cold with one punch, unconscious? Where the VADA paperwork at? Isn't the owner and promoter of BLK Prime responsible to pay for testing? Where the paperwork at, Blue Blood? Because Victor Kanti told me. Hey, I can only go by what the man told me. He told me. This was the man. I got the tape queued up. I can't wait to play it again. I got it queued up. Victor Kanti told me. Now, this is what he told me now. He told me that there were limited testing for the fight between Terence Crawford and David Evanesian because Desmond, the owner of BLK Prime, he said he was broke and he was having money issues, so he couldn't pay for the testing. And I asked Victor Kanti, not to put that brother business out there. He might have had financial problems. We ain't gonna speak on that on my channel and disrespect that man. But let me ask you a question, Victor Kanti. If the promoter was having money issues and couldn't pay for all of the testing for Terence Crawford and David Evanesian, and you supposed to be an anti-doping advocate, and Terence Crawford is with your program, couldn't you have paid for testing? And guess what Victor Kanti told me? You're right. I could have paid for it, but I didn't want things to be delayed. He just gave me all these bunch of excuses. So, Blue Blood, since you want to post the paperwork that Victor Kanti put out, that Terence Crawford is doing testing now with Canelo, where the paperwork that's proving that he did VADA testing with your network, BLK Prime, bro? Don't worry about the blue blood. When I see you, I'm going to ask you. We're going to get to your man band up. We're going to get to him in a minute. We're going to get to him in a minute. But I just wanted to put that question out because I know a lot of blue blood fans are here. Go run and tell him what I said. Ask him where's the paperwork from VADA where Terence Crawford did testing with David Ebenezer on BLK Prime platform. We want the receipts and we want them now. Oh, okay. And while we waiting for that, because we still waiting for how many pay-per-view buys did the David Ebenezer Terence Crawford fight. I've been asking Blue Blood that for 3 years now. He still haven't given us any. Anyway, the point that I'm making is this. The topic that I was getting wildly criticized for by Terence Crawford fans and content creators. It is now the most popular topic on YouTube today. Isn't that amazing? And once again, Rachel Donaire did not influence Victor Kanti to go on nobody else's channel, even the content creators she's cool with, even her own YouTube channel. Didn't even have Victor Kanti go on their platform, but they sent him over here to me. Y'all gonna figure that one out in a minute. Now, moving right along. The link is, this is the part that confuses me. Everybody got so much to say in my comments section, the live chat, emailing me, and then when I put the link out, nobody want to click it. Now, this is not a debate for y'all. I'm just saying, if you want to talk to me, even if you don't agree with me, click the link and let's talk, all right? Let's have a conversation, shall we? All right? We got some super chats. Double salute again to my guy, Victor. Victor says in the super chat, greetings to the lovely Ariana manager. Everybody, you got it, Victor. I ain't no hater player. Do you, big homie? You know the ladies is here to come see. Victor, the ladies came to see me. Ain't nobody coming to see you, Otis. It's like, no, Victor, my man, he know I'm messing with him. Oh, man, my guy is back. Man, I got a lot of respect for this guy. Double salute to my guy. He had to renew his membership. My main man, Pots and Pan, Jeremy Austin, is back in the building. Member of the channel again. Double salute to Newt Warlock. He's always a detractor of mine, and I love when he's here. I love because he asks some really good questions. I love it, man. Double salute to you, Newt. Appreciate you, man, in the super chat. Newt says, if she wanted to reach the content creator with the loudest voice, she would ask Showbiz channel. She already said you asked her for the interview. Well, here's the thing about that, Newt. Did she ask Showbiz? Was Victor Kanti on Showbiz platform yet? Y'all tell me. I don't watch him. I don't know. Y'all the experts. Newt Warlock. Did Rachel Donaire influence Victor Kanti to go on Showbiz's channel in 2023 when he was here? Oh, okay. And I can assure you of this. Showbiz don't have a louder voice in boxing or on YouTube more than me. He has a larger fan base and audience. I mean, the man's been here longer than me. But I'm just trying to figure out where can y'all even, I'm talking about this topic right here. I ain't talking about nothing else but this topic right here. I'm not mad at Showbiz. I don't know all the stuff that he do. Don't forget, Showbiz was one of the major platforms that reused my content when Victor Kanti was here. So shout out to him because he gave me credit, you know what I mean, for using my content. Shout out to double salute to Showbiz. It's not a knock on him. I have to comment and keep it. I'm on my show. I'm at home now. You know, when you're home, you get to kick your feet up on your coffee table. That's what I'm doing tonight. Yeah, I'm not mad. Yeah, I appreciate the love, baby. Double salute to my guy, Mike Dangerfield. I got a lot of respect for Mike. Mike been here day one supporter, man. He's a member of the channel, supervisor of the Road to Take film crew. Hey, what's up, Mike? Mike says, show what you got tested for, snack fighters. Clarissa showed her cigarette test results. Don't stop there. Well, Mike, I don't know if you're repeating a talking point directly from me, but that's one of the things I've been saying thus far. That little VADA paperwork, let me put it back on the screen so everybody can see what I'm talking about. This right here. this paperwork that Victor Kanti posted from VADA, and he's posted this paperwork before with Devin Haney a couple of times. So the document looks familiar. But I've been saying this for a long time, and I'm gonna say it again, specifically in the video that I believe Michael Dangerfield is referencing that I did the other day. Anybody can copy and paste VADA's website and their logo, and then type up these words that you see on your screen. Anybody can do this, y'all. And I'm not saying that anybody did do it. I'm just saying this is how easy it is. So just because it says Terence Crawford, and just because it says, you know, test results negative, that's not enough. Anybody can type words in like that. You know what I encourage Terence Crawford and the rest of the snack fighters to do? Take it a step further by doing this. Very simply. The lab that tested you, post the results of the lab. Yeah, posted your test results, and we're talking urine and blood, directly from the lab that shows everything you were actually tested for and the actual results. You know, nobody else on YouTube asked for that but me. Oh, okay. Yeah, I mean, I'm just trying to help the snack fighters get exonerated. That's all I'm trying to do. But Victor Kanti knows that. He knows that that's something that can be done, but he's never done it yet. Double salute to Pop's Shop Talk. Not familiar with your name in the live chat, but I appreciate you coming over here. You're more than welcome. Pop Shop says in the super chat, are you accusing Terence Crawford of being on PEDs? No, I'm not accusing anybody, but I'm highly suspicious of Terence Crawford. And Terence Crawford, his performance has been enhanced in his last 4 fights under the snack program, including the one he had with Sean Porter in 2021, including the one he had a year later with, Sean Porter 2021, a year later, David Ebenezer. In 2023, Errol Spence, and in 2024, Israel Madrimov. Now, why are those 4 fights and those 4 years significant? Is because those 4 fights were 4 fights that Terence Crawford was with the snack program and Victor Kanti, and VADA's website does not publicly acknowledge Terence Crawford not one time in the last 4 years on their website. Not only that, but the last time that VADA has actually publicly acknowledged Terence Crawford on their website, go on and look at your screen, was in October of 2020 when he was in training camp to fight Kell Brook. Go and look at your screen. Now, Victor Kanti wanted to come out and be cute, and I'm going to post this at another date, and tweet the fact that it's up to the promoters. It's their discretion to put out whether a fighter gets publicly acknowledged. Good try, Victor Kanti, because Victor Kanti didn't tell me that when he was here, but I'm going to save that in the talk when I break it down, because I got the audio and the video of when I talked to Victor and what he told me. Because guess what? In 2020, when Terence Crawford fought Kell Brook, wasn't he with Top Rank Promotions? Wasn't Terence Crawford with Top Rank Promotions in October of 2020 when he fought Kell Brook on ESPN? Oh, okay. So what's the difference with Top Rank allowing Terence Crawford to be published on VADA's website for Kell Brook fight, and then a year later decide not to publish him on VADA's website when he fought Sean Porter under the Top Rank Promotions banner in that fight? Please make it make sense to me. Please. That's all I'm saying. Yeah, that's it. That's all I'm saying. Okay. Moving right along. Oh, double salute to my guy Victor again. Spent the block. The air fryer is on 450 degrees, y'all. We got to get it up to 500 degrees. Victor says in the super chat, I was asking you to greet Ariana manager Marty. I know who the man around town is. Man, I'm not the man. I'm not the man. Oh, you want me to greet Ariana? Oh, because I always greet Ariana. All right, I'll greet her for you, Victor. Is Ariana still here? Where's Ariana? Because she usually come on and say, hey, manager Marty, you know, I don't know, she's still here? Is Ariana still here? I want to shout her out because my man Victor, he wanted me to shout her out like I always do. Hey, One Sexy T. It's all good that you late, sweetheart. We glad that you're here, girl. I must salute all the ladies tonight. Foxy Brown is here. One Sexy T is here. Jab Queen Boxing is here. 2 Cents Boxing is here. Ariana is here. Is Ariana still here, y'all? The women always show me love. I appreciate the women. They know they're boxing, don't they, fellas? Don't the women know they boxing? Speaking of Jab Queen Boxing, she gave us a super chat. Double salute to Jab Queen. Jab Queen says this: no accusations, just observations. That was very well said, Jab Queen. See, because a lot of people want to know why are the accusations coming out? But the thing is, why ask that question? Why not go ask Terence Crawford, what did he call Victor Kanti for? Huh? Why did he call him? And not only did he call him, most of y'all was here. Victor Kanti said, his words, not mine, that Terence Bud Crawford told him, this is on the phone. He said, this is Terence. I know exactly it is that you do. I know exactly what it is that you do. I know your history. You don't have to sell me on anything. I want in on Snap. So instead of asking us, are we accusing and why are we saying this and what's manager Marty's objective and what's my end goal, all them questions y'all asking, well, y'all can just go ask Terence Crawford, what did he call him for? Hey, P Flame, what up, big dog? What did he go over there for? I thought y'all told me that he was going to dominate Errol Spence. Some of y'all Terence Crawford fans, that's what y'all told me. So what did he need Victor Kanti help for? I'm just asking. I mean, don't get mad at us. We're just asking questions. And most people are asking questions based on the information they learned from me. So I'll take all the blame for it, but the $1 million question still needs to be answered. Rachel Donaire, what did y'all call Victor Kanti for? I'm just asking. Andre Berto, Willie Monroe Jr., Caleb Plant, what did you call him for? And I have to keep it real with y'all, snack fighters. Telling me, hey, Sean Porter, I got something for you this week. Sean, I know you're watching, Sean Porter. I got something for you this week. Because you didn't keep it all the way 100. But don't worry, I got a nice video for you. But my thing is, if he's only giving you supplements, what do he need your blood for if all he's doing is giving you the same supplements that anybody can buy online? I got people in my chat, people that have been in my live panel, and I asked them, since you bought the snack product online, did you have to issue your blood or a sample of your blood and send it in to Victor Kanti? And they all told me no. So then what do he need your blood for? To give you a customized, individualized program with some supplements that me and any other non-athlete can purchase online, read the back of the bottle and the instructions on it and just follow it. What did y'all call him for? If you knew his history, if you knew what it is that he do. If you didn't care about the stigma that's going to come along with it, the risk is much greater than the reward. So you can't come back out now and start saying people hating. Y'all chose to call that man the biggest steroid dealer and cheater in sports history. You chose to call him. So this will come with it. I don't want to hear nobody complaining to me about it. We got to keep we got to keep it fair on all cylinders. Double salute to Jay Henderson. The air fryer just tipped over past 500 degrees. Thank you, Jay. Jay says in the super chat, for the air fryer. Man, this is a hot topic and a hot live. I'm so glad to be here tonight. And Foxy Brown, thank you, sweetheart. You always coming through, supporting the channel. Much love and support for you, sweetheart. Thank you so much. Foxy Brown says these words in the super chat. Keep up the good work, Manager Marty. I certainly will do that. I have thousands of people watching me live and live in color. Thank you, Foxy Brown. Now, oh, we got my man here. I didn't even know he was here. Just talked to him the other day. Double salute to my guy. He's a day one supporter. Lifeline Music TV. Thank you, Lifeline Music TV. Thank you so much, my brother, for the super sticker, man. I appreciate you, brother. Always a pleasure, man. I got my family in the chat, man. All these super chats you see and the people showing me love in the live chat and the comment section watching the replay of this live, they all family, man. That's the fam right here. It's the Roller Tape family. You know they're going to ride with me. Now, somebody, man, I wish somebody would super chat that about me addressing only snack fighters. Can somebody put $1 in the chat for me? I want to make sure I answer that before we move on to the next topic, please. Can somebody send $1 with that? Send it, send it, send it, send it, send it. We need contributions tonight. Yeah. Hey, listen, don't get mad at me. I'm the most imitated, the most insulted, but the least paid content creator on YouTube now. And I'm the most controversial too. Why do you want Terence? Somebody said, oh my gosh, why y'all got to do me like this? Somebody said in my live chat, hopefully Terence Crawford sue this guy. Sue me for what? What? Because I'm asking him, why did he call Victor Kanti to beat Errol Spence and the rest of the fighters? What? Why do I got to get, you ain't going to get nothing. Tell Terence Crawford and them to send me the cease and desist letter and sue me. You ain't going to get nothing. Where my wallet at? You know I got that EBT card, and once I show the judge that, hey, once I show the judge I got an EBT card, hey, they ain't gonna get nothing anyway. That's all. Hey, that's all I'm saying. They're not gonna get no money from me. When you got that American Express EBT SNAP food stamp card, they ain't gonna get nothing. Hey, what up, King Savage? Appreciate the 99 cents. Now, let me answer that question. Thank you, King Savage. Even though you didn't ask it, someone else in the live chat asked, and I want to make sure I answer it properly before we move on to Blueberry. I'm sorry, that's not his name. Blue Balls. Ooh. Ooh. We got ladies here. Sorry, y'all. Blueblood. Okay? Thank you, King Savage. I appreciate you, big dog. Before I answer that question, I got a super chat. I'm trying to put it on the screen, but I don't know what's going on. All right, let me see if I can put it on there. My man Victor coming through heavy in the super chat. I might owe him a box of cigars. Why did not let me put it on the screen? You know listen, y'all, my channel's been shadow banned. You know I get way more views than that's advertised. Now I'm just got to keep it real with y'all, because the truth has been reverberating for 2.5 years. But I don't complain about the views. I don't complain. I'm just grateful that I have a privilege and opportunity to be able to entertain and educate y'all. They not letting me put my guy Victor super chat up here. Well, I'm gonna read it like this. Double salute again to my guy Victor. Victor says, full house, manager, standing room only. Oh, the viewership is increasing exponentially. It's standing room only tonight. Veronica Victor, thank you for the super sticker. Appreciate you, man. The air fryer just tipped over big time. Big time. Pop Shot Talk got a question. I'm going to answer your question, Pop Shot Talk, but I want to make sure I answer the question when somebody, King Savage, sent me the 99 cent about why am I only, somebody else asked the question in the chat, why am I only talking about snack fighters, basically being suspicious or using performance enhancement, not drugs, but legal, right, substances and supplements, right? I'm going to get to that in 1 second. But we got my guy here. I wish I could put this on the screen, but I don't know why. I'm pressing the screen. Double salute to him. I love his content, man. He's always shooting from the hip, telling it like it is. KQKC, Boxing Network. Y'all subscribe to KQ when y'all get off of this live. That's my guy right there. KQKC says in the super chat, the truth hurts. Keep up the good work. Absolutely, man. You know I am, KQ. All right, so let me answer the questions All right, look, right? Question number one. Why do I only talk about snack fighters? I don't. Okay, and I have videos that I encourage you, whoever asked me that question in the live chat, right? I have videos on my content, right, that I publish where I'm talking about other fighters. Like, for example, right, a half an hour after Brian Norman Jr. fought Jin Sasaki. Y'all remember when Brian Norman Jr. knocked him out cold with one punch? Y'all remember that? A half an hour after the fight went off, I jumped on live. And some of the people that's in my live chat were here. Well, anyway, I put up on the screen pictures and screenshots that I took of Brian Norman Jr., where I circled some bumps on his chest and some bumps on his back. And I'm still waiting for the Normans to answer that question. What was those bumps on him? And his performance looked enhanced to me. Now, I'm not accusing that young man of doing nothing illegal, but I bet you Victor Kanti and them is, especially after they seen my live. They targeting that young man. Believe that. But the point that I'm making is, I said specifically that his performance looked enhanced. I didn't say legal or illegal. I'm not an expert on that part, but I know performance enhancement when I see one. Okay? Brian Norman Jr. is not a snack fighter. Also, I pointed out and I circled bumps on the face of David Benavidez and bumps on his back as well. And David Benavidez is not a snack fighter, and his performances have been enhanced. And I actually told y'all the first fight where I saw the shift in his performances being enhanced. Some of y'all don't remember because, you know, it was a while ago, and some of y'all are new audience members, and I appreciate you all, but that's the truth. Okay? All right? I spoke on Arthur Beterbiev, when he tested positive for a banned substance. He's not a snack fighter. When I talked about Conor Benn testing positive for a banned substance, he's not a snack fighter. Alicia Baumgartner, and I circled the bumps on her face, and I also exposed the fact that that same performance enhancement drug that she tested positive for, that was the same performance enhancement drug that Barry Bonds tested positive for under Victor Kanti in the snack program 20 plus years ago. You ain't gonna find this nowhere else. Alicia Baumgartner, she's not a snack fighter. So the point is, I'm not just targeting snack fighters. Any fighters whose performance is enhanced, to me, when I see it, I'm going to point it out. And on top of that, if you're rolling with Victor Kanti, I'm definitely going to point it out. Because guess what? You shouldn't have went over there and called them if you didn't want somebody to point it out. So don't get mad at us. We got to keep it all the way real. Hey, double salute. Lifeline music again. But here's the thing, right? Let me get to that other super chat. Somebody else asked me a question. I think it was Pop Shop Talk. Oh, now they let me put it on the screen. Well, anyway, double salute again. Pop Shop Talk. Spin the block. Another contribution to the channel. This is what he says in the super chat. Question: what does it mean if the last time Aero tested with VADA was 2019? So does that mean he wasn't clean when he fought Bud? No, I'm not saying that that means that Errol Spence was not clean when he fought Bud Crawford. I'm not saying that. What I am saying is this. Victor Kanti told me, and I'm only going by what the man told me, that PBC fighters have a muzzle rule against them. In other words is, Al Heyman made a deal with Dr. Margaret Goodman and the administration at VADA to not publicize the fighters of PBC when they're tested. Hey, that's what Victor Kanti told me. Okay? So if there's any validity to that, then we got to do our due diligence and see that from 2019 all the way up until today, were there a lot of PBC fighters listed on VADA's website to be publicly acknowledged of enrolling in VADA testing. Okay? All right. That's the difference between a Crawford and a Spence. Right? Okay? And I have to say this as well. Victor Kanti told me that Terence Crawford and Errol Spence did 10 weeks of testing. And then I pointed out to him that in May, he said that they did 12 weeks in testing, 2 months before the fight. And then 2 days after the fight, he tweeted that they did 8 weeks of testing. I did a video on this 2 years ago, but I did regurgitate the information for my new audience members. I think that was either this week or last week. It's on my content, okay? So no, I'm not accusing Errol Spence of being dirty or saying that he's not clean when he fought Bud. No, I'm not saying that at all. I know for a fact that Errol Spence looked different in that fight, and I believe that Terence Crawford did as well. Okay. All right. What else? Who else we have here? Who else? Any more super chats? I don't want to miss anyone. Okay, here it is. The Coldest. Double salute to the Coldest. Thank you for your contribution and your support to the channel. The Coldest says this in the super chat. Somebody asks why you don't talk about Canelo, and I let him know you're addressing Victor Kanti snack fighters. Let me see if I can find this. I actually published a video earlier today, and I basically told everybody the reason why I don't bring up Canelo Alvarez and the fact that he tested positive for the banned substance known as clenbuterol. Okay? There's a reason for that, and I'm going to play it right now. This is published earlier today. I had this interview in the vault because this interview took place a few months after Victor Kanti left here with me. Hold on one second. I found it. This is the answer to the question that anybody have of why I do not talk about Canelo. Well, let's hear what Victor Kanti said when he was asked about Canelo Alvarez testing positive for clenbuterol just about a year and some change ago. Don't take my word for it. Roll the tape.
So let me ask you this. I know it's always hard to kind of say if a guy did it or not because, we're not there. But, for example, the case with Canelo and the tainted meat, quote unquote, it did go back and say, okay, it did seem like it was tainted meat because it was such a minuscule amount. With this Conor Ben situation, is there any possible chance of contamination or there's no way?
The answer is yes. Okay. So they did a big expose with ESPN when Canelo tested positive for clenbuterol. And they interviewed me and Canelo and the rancher. And they eventually went to the restaurant, got the receipts of the beef that they had bought from the slaughterhouse. They went to the slaughterhouse. Then they went even farther. They went and got data from many of the slaughterhouses in Mexico. And what they discovered was 30% of any meat produced in Mexico, you walk up to a hamburger stand and buy a hamburger, it'll give you a positive drug test. So, but now you have to look at the concentration and say, well, is it a level of accidental contamination or is it a level where it would demonstrate intent to cheat? His levels were really low. So they were very consistent with exposure to contaminated meat. Where he took it one step farther was, and they basically listened to me because I was inquiring about this with the lab in Utah, and it cost about $2,500 to set this up to do a hair test. And then we presented to Canelo, well, you need to do a hair test. And he stepped forward and did the hair test. Now, hair is a very valuable sample because it's like urine, what your body's excreting, but instead of being the previous 24 hours or acute dynamic type of data, you get the long-term historic perspective. So if you have been using it to cheat over a period of time, they can even snip your hair into pieces, and they say, look here, it's higher here, and tell you exactly, precisely when you were using it. So maybe you didn't use it recently, but back here you were using a whole shitload of it. The fact that he did that and the results came back consistent with contamination exposure and not with intention to cheat, he's exonerated. So this surprised me. But he did the right thing. Canelo did everything possible to clear his name.
Did y'all hear that? So that's why I don't bring up Canelo Alvarez. Because Terence Crawford, coach, 2 years ago said Canelo Alvarez did the right thing. He's exonerated. He got his hair tested, came back negative. And all evidence points to the fact that the clenbuterol, or the trace amounts of it, that was found in Canelo Alvarez's system was due to contamination of meat. Hey, that's what Terence Crawford camp said before he fought Errol Spence 2 years ago. Hey, don't get mad at me, but I hope I answered your question of why I don't bring up Canelo. Double salute to 2 Cents Boxing again. 2 Cents says, Victor lied about asking Sean to work with Terence Crawford. She's talking about Sean Porter. Okay, some of y'all don't know who she's talking about. Double salute to my guy, GM Vegas. That's my main man, Pots and Pans. I miss you, big dog. Thank you for your super chat and your contribution, man. GM Vegas says, continue to stand on all 10. Salute to you. My God, you know I'm going to stand on all 10, brother. Always. You know I am, man. All the time. All the time. Double salute. Veronica Victor. Appreciate you again. Spinning the block. Thank you for your contribution and your support. Veronica Victor says, manager, is there an even playing field with Bud and Canelo? Absolutely not. Anyone who's fighting a fighter that's representing the snack program and Victor Kanti will not be at an advantage. Why do I say that? That's a very good question. Not just because Victor's only giving them supplements. Like Canelo can't order the same supplements online without giving up his blood. Oh, okay. Like Terence Crawford can't buy the same equipment that Victor Kanti's allowing them to use at the snack gym. You mean to tell me Devin Haney and them don't make enough money to buy the same equipment that... I'm going to leave that alone. Anyway, the point that I'm making is this. There's one fact and one fact alone that nobody's bringing up when it comes to snack fighters, and I'm going to bring it up right now. The reason why opponents are at a disadvantage is not because of the supplements that Victor Kanti's giving these athletes. It's not just because of the regimen or the program or the experts that Victor Kanti's using other resources to help these fighters enhance their performance. Nah, it's because of Victor Kanti's relationship with the testing agency. You don't know what I mean? I'm glad that you don't. Now I can educate you and use it as a teachable moment. How do we know how many times the snack fighters are being tested? Let me take it a step further. Ryan Garcia fought Devin Haney, who's a snack fighter, right? Ryan Garcia tested 2 to 3 times before the fight. I'm talking about months before, 2 months, 8 weeks. Within 8 weeks, Ryan Garcia was tested 3 times. Then subsequently followed, Ryan Garcia was tested a day before the fight, and then he tested again a day after the fight. He might have even tested on the night of the fight as well. The point that I'm making is the frequency of testing that Ryan Garcia had to undergo. Well, there's no record of the frequency of testing that Devin Haney had to undergo. In other words, Ryan Garcia could have been tested 5 or 6 times. But because Devin Haney is with Victor Kanti in the snack program, well, based on Victor Kanti's influence, the snack fighter can be tested only once or twice. You see my point? And we still don't know what they're being tested for. So I believe that's where one of the major advantages are for a snack fighter. Now somebody's going to say, well, Manager Marty, I don't believe you. That makes no sense to me. Give me more evidence. I'm so glad you asked. Come here, Sean Porter. Tell the people what you said on the Boxing Voice the other week. Come on, tell them, hurry up. I'll do it. Never mind, Sean. I got something for that too. Sean Porter said to Nestor Gibbs on the Boxing Voice like 2 weeks ago. You heard him? He said, I did a lot of VADA testing. He said one time for one camp in one fight for VADA, I only got tested twice. And you know he was on snap when he said that. And when he got tested, right? Oh, so Sean Porter got tested only 2 times within 8 weeks? Well, whoever his opponent was that wasn't on snap, I wonder how many times did they get tested? You see my point? You didn't find that nowhere else. That's why I'm glad y'all here tonight. So the point is, it's not just about these regimens and supplements and other things, thank you, Terence Crawford, that they use that's not with snack, right? That's giving the fighters and athletes advantages. What about the relationship with Victor Kanti that they have with him and that he has with VADA and that he has with the lab? Now, somebody's going to say, Manager Marty, here you go again assuming Victor Kanti don't have any relationship or any influence or anything that can substantiate your claim that he can possibly influence somebody who works in the lab that's testing these fighters. Hold on 1 second. It's something that Victor Kanti said in the same interview that I just played for y'all. And when I get off of this live, after y'all finish subscribing to KQ, go on my video, the last one that I published earlier today. Go back and listen to Victor if you forget it on here. I'm going to play it again for you, but just in case you forget. And I want y'all to hear what he said. Don't take my word for it. Roll the tape.
With this counter bench situation, is there any possible chance of contamination, or there's no way?
The answer is yes. Okay, so they did a big expose with ESPN when Canelo tested positive for clenbuterol. And they interviewed me and Canelo and the rancher. And they eventually went to the restaurant, got the receipts of the beef that they had bought from the slaughterhouse. They went to the slaughterhouse. Then they went even farther. They went and got data from many of the slaughterhouses in Mexico.
Stop. Victor Kanti said that there was an expose on ESPN investigating the positive test results of Canelo Alvarez testing positive for clenbuterol. I had a question on that. What did they interview Victor Kanti for? Canelo Alvarez wasn't on snack. He wasn't a snack fighter. What interest did Victor Kanti have in all of this? Why did they interview him? It doesn't stop there. Let's continue.
And what they discovered was 30% of any meat produced in Mexico, you walk up to a hamburger stand and buy a hamburger, it'll give you a positive drug test. So, but now you have to look at the concentration and say, well, is it a level of accidental contamination, or is it a level where it would demonstrate intent to cheat? His levels were really low. So they were very consistent with exposure to contaminated meat. Where he took it one step farther was, and they basically listened to me because I was inquiring about this with the lab in Utah, and it cost about $2,500 to set this up to do a hair test. And then we presented to Canelo, well, you need to do a hair test.
Stop. Did y'all hear him? Let's do an audio check, shall we? Testing 1 2. Mic check 1 2. I used to rap back in the day, and I still do, and I still will if I have. No, hello. Y'all ain't ready for these bars. Tell your favorite content creator, cut it out. Don't make me go in the studio. Testing 1 2 1 2. Y'all there? Hello, hello. I gotta make sure my lavalier is on. Hello. Testing 1 2. Did y'all hear that? I want to make sure we all understand. Did y'all hear it? I'm gonna rewind it because somebody missed it. Somebody was sleeping in the back of the class with their head down under the desk. I'm going to play it one more time. Hold on. Listen.
So they were very consistent with exposure to contaminated meat. Where he took it one step farther was, and they basically listened to me because I was inquiring about this with the lab in Utah, and it cost about $2,500 to set this up to do a hair test.
Wait, he said, and they basically listened to me. I inquired about this, and it cost $2,500 to do a hair test. Once again, Victor Kanti was not the strength and conditioning coach or nutritionist for Canelo Alvarez. And Canelo Alvarez wasn't a part of the snack program. So why was Victor Kanti inquiring to the lab in Utah? This is the Smarto lab that tests all the fighters, y'all. Who does he know in the lab to pick up the phone and inquire about anything? Some of y'all missed that earlier when you heard the video. That's why I had to go live and break it down for you. Why would he have to call some? First of all, how you get somebody's phone number in the lab to talk to inquire about somebody else's test? Sounds like somebody could have did something with Ryan Garcia test too, huh? Hey, I don't know. Because Devin Haney's little brother said that I lied told. All I'm saying is Victor Kanti said in January of 2023 that he can inquire and talk to somebody in the lab and find out how much it costs for Canelo to do hair testing. Canelo ain't have no interest in Victor Kanti. What did they have to listen to him inquire about anything? Okay, there was something else that he said, and I'm going to play it. I want y'all to listen. I'm going to pick up where we left off. Listen, here we go. Roll the tape.
And then we presented to Canelo, well, you need to do a hair test.
Did y'all hear him? He said, and we presented to Canelo, you need to do a hair test. He said, we. There he go again, since boxing. He keeps using that word we again when he's talking about violent testing. There he go again, P Flame. He keeps using that word we again when he's talking about the lab. Why do he keep saying we all the time? He said we presented it to Canelo. What type of influence does he have on the lab now to present anything to a fighter that's not even under his? I'm going to play that last piece again. Y'all ain't going to feel me until this live go off.
Where he took it one step farther was, and they basically listened to me because I was inquiring about this.
They basically listened. The lab listened to him. Woo! The lab listened to Victor Kanti because he basically was inquiring. So the lab listened to Victor Kanti, and then they followed what Victor Kanti told them to do. Y'all ain't catching this, man. Let me play it again.
Where he took it one step farther was...
Come on, Victor, tell me.
And they basically listened to me because I was inquiring about this with the lab in Utah, and it cost about $2,500 to set this up to do a hair test.
Yeah.
And then we presented to Canelo, well, you need to do a hair test.
And then we presented to Canelo, you need to do a hair test. Ladies and gentlemen, members of the jury, members of the Roll the Tape film crew, who is we? So you mean to tell me Victor Kanti, this is his words, y'all. Y'all can get mad at me or not. He said, Victor Kanti said that he inquired about this process to the lab. And then the lab in turn listened to Victor Kanti and followed behind the protocol that he put together to influence the lab to test Canelo's hair. And he said, we brought the idea up to Canelo to get his hair tested. And watch what Canelo did when the Victor Kanti in the lab approached him about the process of getting his hair follicles tested.
He stepped forward and did the hair test. Now, hair is a very valuable sample.
I'm done. But I'm a hater though, right? Rachel Donaire, what did you call Victor Kanti for? No, Nito, what did you call Victor Kanti for? Sean Porter, what did you call Victor Kanti for? Demetrius Andre, what did you call Victor Kanti for? Caleb Plant, what did you call Victor Kanti for? Sean Porter, what did you call Victor Kanti for? Bill, Devin Haney, what did y'all call Victor Kanti for? Bam Bam Rodriguez, what did you call Victor Kanti for? Timothy Bradley, what did you call Victor Kanti for? Andre Berto, what did you call Victor Kanti for? Willie Monroe Jr., what did you call Victor Kanti for? Julian J. Rock Williams, what did you call Victor Kanti for? Shakur Stevenson, what did you call Victor Kanti for? Clarissa Shields, what did you call Victor Kanti for? What did you call him for? Y'all already that good. Y'all already talented. Most of you are world champions and undefeated. What did you call him for? What did you go over there for? Can y'all just answer one question that I asked? That's it. What did y'all call that man for? And guess what's not going to be acceptable? I'm telling you that to your face right now. Don't say supplements. Don't say that to me. You can say that to Fanon, Showbiz, Punch Drunk, Boxing Ego, and the rest. Y'all tell them that lie. But y'all know y'all can't tell me that. You know y'all can't. You know I'm in the business. You know you can't tell me that. So y'all got to come up with another reason. Don't say supplements. Because everybody can buy the same supplements. That's all. What did y'all call that man for? You're going to call me a hater? Y'all the ones that called him. Y'all called that man and got on his program. Don't get mad at me and the Roller Tape Film Crew members. What did you call him? What did y'all go over there for? That's all I really want to know. Double salute to my guy. P Flame in the building. That boy dropped something crazy in his super chat, man. Thank you, P Flame. P Flame's a day one supporter, by the way, man. He been rocking with me from day one. That's my guy. Double salute to P Flame again, man, for the super chat. P Flame says this. They don't want to debate with truth for falsehood, which is Snack. Snack needs a standing 8 count. For 3 years, you have went beneath the surface on what's been missing in boxing. You got the crown. Now, A. Sean. And because he dropped the super chat, I have to say it the way only Shaheed likes me to say it. Hey, Sean! What did y'all call that man for? Shakur said he was better than Ray Robinson. And what did you call Victor for? Bomac told the world that Terence Crawford was going to dominate Errol Spence. What did you call Victor Kanti for? Rachel Donaire told Knockout Boxing, his audience, and told me that I make no effing sense by making a connection between Victor Kanti's snack and Vada. And I proved to y'all in 2011 that Victor Kanti made the connection himself in an interview when he wanted to take credit for helping form Vada. But Rachel Donaire, what did y'all call you and your husband? What did y'all call Victor for? Huh? What did y'all go over there for? That's all I want to know. I don't want no problems or no beef. I just want a question answered. I don't ask for much. I really don't. All things, day one supporter. That's my guy. He's usually first to the class. I don't know what happened to him today, but he's here now. He's been a member of the Roller Tape Film Crew for 10 months, and he told y'all to smash the like button. Man, I appreciate this live. I appreciate the air fried and tipped already 600 degrees, and I'm about to get on Blueblood. There's ladies still in the chat, Marty. Stop it. And you got ladies still watching you. So you can't do that and call them blue balls. Okay, I'm sorry. Blueberry. All right, that's not right because he is soft and plump. I'm going to leave that alone. Blueblood. We're going to get to him in a minute. Double salute again to Pop Shop Talk, man. Pop Shop Talk been coming through heavy in the super chat. And I got to say this from the bottom of my heart. Thank you again, Pop Shop Talk. I don't remember seeing you in previous live broadcasts in the chat. And I appreciate you, man, straight up. I know I do a lot of antics and, theatrics. And, I want to make y'all entertain and laugh and everything. But I'm a very serious individual. And I appreciate your time and your monetary resources, straight up, for real. Double salute again to Pop Shop. He says in the super chat, Ryan came out and admitted he used illegal PEDs. He did? I mean, I didn't hear the interview. If you could email me that clip, because I want to hear him. I mean, look, I didn't hear him say that. I'm not saying he didn't, but I just didn't hear Ryan Garcia come out and admit that he actually used illegal PEDs. I didn't hear him. But if he did, I'm going to hold Ryan accountable like I do everybody else. I just want you to know that, Pop Shop. I held Ryan Garcia accountable. I certainly did. When it came out, I held him accountable. I certainly did. Because he's the one that did not list the supplements that he was taking on the whereabouts form and on the application to enroll in 8 weeks of vital testing. I held him accountable behind that. I certainly did. No doubt about that. I got to keep it real no matter if I like the person or not. I got to keep it real. Miss Redbone Red, what's going on, sweetheart? So good to see you tonight. All the ladies are here. I love when the ladies come and participate and engage in the chat because the ladies that be on YouTube, they know they're boxing. And believe it or not, y'all, and I know some people may not like this, but a lot of the ladies that talk about boxing, they know more than some guys when it comes to boxing. They do. I got to give them credit. Like Miss Redbone Red. I love when the women come over and support the channel, man. All love and support to the ladies, man. Appreciate y'all so much. Man, we got about 300 chat. We got 300 chat members right now. We live, y'all. We got 300 chats right now. We live. Now let me get to this. Let's talk about Blueblood real quick. I promise you I'm gonna let y'all go after this one. We've been on here 2 hours. I got another couple more minutes. Y'all don't mind, do you? Y'all don't mind. Double salute to Gerald Sims. Appreciate you, man, for the support and contribution to the channel. Gerald Sims says this in the super chat. I'm trying to put it on my screen, but it's not going to let me, so I'll read it like this. Keep your foot on the back of their necks with this, because I guess he's saying, let me read this. I want to make sure I read this right, y'all. Keep your foot on the back of their necks with this, because we need a line to be drawn. That sound a little better? I'm trying to draw the line, Gerald. I promise you, I'm trying to draw the line right now. And I've been trying to draw the line for the last 2.5 years on YouTube, in the last 15 years in my personal life. And some of my personal friends that have been around me for 10 years or better, they know that I've been doing this research for a long time. So all I'm saying is we're trying to draw a line. The lines are so blurred, it's hard to draw. And that's the problem that we have. Okay? All right? Now, who else we got? Jab Queen telling me to cook. Man, I'm air frying tonight, baby. You know what? I don't think I air fried this much in a long time. It was needed, necessary. Hold up, let me see. Somebody just gave me a super. Yo, man, StreamYard tripping on me tonight, y'all. You know they usually be putting static in my phone. It's cool, though. I'm not gonna complain. My God. Double salute again. See Breezy in the building. My man Carl Brown. I think he was shouting out Victor. He said, hey, Victor, hey, Victor, hey, Victor. We need answers. He's talking about Victor Kanti. He's saying we need answers, man. My God, day one supporter in the building. Mr. Finesse. Woo! Listen, all the heavy hitters are in the chat tonight. The family is here. We got some freeloaders that just came over for the food, and they're going to leave. You know how freeloaders do. You know when you invite freeloaders to the family barbecue, they bring their own plate and their own limiter for you. You know what they do, so they can take some of the food you serve home. We get it, but guess what? It's okay. Because the food that I'm serving is food for thought, and you ain't going to be able to refute this. I promise you that. Double salute to my guy, Mr. Finesse says this in the super chat. Salute Manager Marty. I don't know why they call Victor, but I know if I call the Bud man, I probably want some Bud. Keep exposing Slick Vic. Woo! Hey, I'm just asking what they call the man for. Now, I told y'all before, we 2 hours in, and I promise you I'm going to let y'all go. I told you all before, right, that I'm doing a Manager Marty Boxing World Tour. I'm jumping on everybody's live, whether I know you or not, whether we cool or not, whether you like me or not, whether you agree with me or not. If I scroll on YouTube and click the word live, and I see that a content creator in boxing is going live, I'm jumping on there. Okay? Because we need to raise awareness. That's all we're doing. It's not about an issue I have with the content creator. That's not important. What's important is we need to raise awareness. The air fryer is up 700 degrees. 700 degrees, the air fryer is up right now. So all I'm saying is this. We have to raise awareness. There is an agenda that I have. I must admit it to you all. Within 90 days, you're going to find out about it anyway. But there is an agenda, and I hope everybody is listening. I have an objective. There is a method to my madness. I'm a very purposeful person. I'm not just talking about this just to talk about it. And I need your support. But I'm not going to publicize it now. We're still putting some pieces to the puzzle together to make sure that a lot of things are accurate as possible when we put this together. Okay, but all I'm trying to let you all know is the community of boxing needs to stick together. And, even Punch Drunk Boxing said this when I jumped on his platform early this morning. We need to stick together as a community because at some point we got to promote clean boxing. We're not going to keep complaining about something and then don't do nothing about it. That makes no sense to me. You know what I mean? So I've been jumping on, man, look. Hey, Shawnee, check this out, Shawnee. I've been on KQKC's channel. I've been on Knockout's channel. All this is in a matter of 10 days. KQKC's channel, Knockout Boxing's channel, Two Cents Boxing channel. I've been on Dean's channel. Showbiz the Adult. I didn't know he don't have a link, to drop the link or whatever, because I did go on his channel for the first time and I clicked. I went in his live chat to see if he can drop a link, and one of the members of his channel said that he don't have a link or anything. So I got to find another way to be able to reach out to Showbiz the Adult. And if he's watching, and if anybody's cool with Showbiz the Adult, let him know I'd love to come on his platform. Tell him to email me. Somebody give him my number if you know my number. Tell him to give me a call. Shout me out. Give him my Instagram, manager_Marty. I want to go on his platform. Okay? I've been on his platform to go in his to go in the live chat, but there was no link. Who else platform I went on? Punch Drunk Boxing just this morning. Who else platform I've been on in a matter of 10 days? Oh, Coach Malachi. I called into his show on Friday, right? Because I wanted to answer his question about, he asked Brian Norman Jr. a question in the interview he did. Shout out to my man and salute to my man Lucky, who sent me the video that Coach Malachi did with Brian Norman Jr. when he interviewed him. And he asked Brian Norman Jr. what was the difference between 365 body testing and regular body testing. And I was able to go over there, educate Coach Malachi and his audience. We had a good conversation. That was on Friday. Who else platform I jumped on? Oh, it's two more people, and I'm gonna tell y'all. Double salute, Carl Brown. Hey, Carl, man, you've been supporting me so much all night, bro. Much love and support to you, man. I owe you some cigars. I don't know if you smoke. Oh yeah, I do know you smoke, C Breezy. I seen you blow. You know I don't know how to smoke weed, but I seen you do in my live panel like a year ago, brother. I don't know, but if you need some cigars or something, I ain't gonna do the weed. Cause that would got Clarissa Shields popping for the weed. I don't do the weed. I don't know the weed man. I don't know the Reggie man. I know the Victor Kanti man. I don't know the I don't know the Reggie man though. All right. But anyway, Carl Breezy says the non-believers will believe one day. Trust me. Hey, Carl, I believe the non-believers from 2 years ago and from last year, they believe me today. I believe that. More people believe me now than ever before. And the topic of discussion has been reverberating all across the YouTube boxing community. Everybody in boxing is talking about a foundation that I laid 2 years ago when everybody laughed at me, called me a hater, said that I was just mad because Errol Spence laws and all kind of other stuff, right? There's 2 other people's channel that I went on Friday, okay? I'm going to show it to you right now. Go and look at your screen. Y'all remember this guy? Y'all recognize him, right? Champ Side, right? Y'all remember him, right? Champ Side? Yeah, that's him. I jumped on this platform on Friday. Right after I left Coach Malachi platform, I noticed that Champ Side was live. My first time ever going to his channel live. Okay? Go on and look at your screen. I circled it for you. You know I do my homework. If you look, oh man, I don't think y'all can see that. Well, anyway, if y'all can't, I circled it. Okay, I circled it. Up at the top. That's Champ Side. Okay? At 12:28 p.m. on Friday. Mm-hmm. That's me right there at the top. We say Manager Martin. At Champ Side, drop the link so I can join your show. Champ Side, if you listening. Why you ducking me, homie? You kept reading my comment in your live chat, homie. And you wouldn't let me on your show. You kept dropping other links. Every time I asked Champ Side to drop the link to come on the show, look at what he dropped at the bottom. He sent the membership link. That's not the link that I was asking for. Then he sent the Facebook link when I asked him again to drop the link. Then he sent the Instagram link. Then he sent the Twitter link. Then he sent the merchandise link. And then he sent the website link. I asked that man 6 times to drop the link, and he dropped other links. Now, either he blocked me and he can't see my live chat, or he's playing mind games with me. Bottom line is, I'm coming to Champ Side's show. We got to let this information reverberate all across the world. A foundation I laid 2 years ago. And I got to ask Champ Side a few questions too, like I did the last time I called him. So this is no new condition, ladies and gentlemen. Okay? There's no new condition. So I've been on this platform. I'm still waiting for him to drop the link. I'm not going to keep running back on that man's platform if I'm asking for a link and then he's countering by sending a link to other things. We don't play them type games. But I'm more than welcome to go on that man's platform. Absolutely. Now, there's someone else's platform I went on Fridays after I left Champ Side platform. And that's the man that you see on your screen right there. Go on and look at your screen. I know his fans are here. I know. I got something for you. Don't you worry about it. Don't you worry about it. What up, L Dub Boxing? I hit you up on Instagram. You said something about coming to your channel. I don't know too much about your platform, but I'm more than welcome to jump on your platform and we can have a conversation as well. Matter of fact, L Dub Boxing, I'll give you one better. Hold on for a minute. We can talk about Blueblood in 1 second. Hold on. L Dub, I'll jump on your platform, bro. I'm glad you're here. I don't know too much about you. You usually send me news articles and stuff on Instagram. I'm glad you're here. L Dub Boxing, if you can, click the link real quick, bro. I'd love to have a conversation with you. We're going to get the Blueblood in a minute. I want to see if I can have a brief conversation with L Dub. Can you click that link, L Dub, real quick? L Dub Boxing. Click the link. It's pinned to the top of the chat. I'd love to talk to you. I want to ask you a few questions if you don't mind. And I want to give you a perspective. I want to get your perspective that you apparently want from me. Yeah, hey Foxy Brown. I'm gonna try to jump on Nestor Gibbs' channel too, so him and I can talk as well. But he got the members only thing. I tried to jump on his platform Friday, but he has the what you call it, a subscribers only, members only live that he did. I couldn't ask him to drop the link in the chat. L Dub Boxing. CDK Sports. I saw your video from earlier, a couple hours ago actually. I seen your video you did on me. You can click the link, CDK. Come talk to me. Click the link. It's here. I have a few minutes before we get to Blueblood. Before when talk to Blueblood. We're gonna get to that in a minute. Come on up, CDK Sports Talk Network. But you're more than welcome. Click the link. Let's have a conversation. L Dub Boxing. Pull up. Feel free. Let's have a conversation. Click the link. It's there. It's there in the live chat. Come on up. Let's talk. Let's have a respectable conversation. Yeah, click the link. Let's have a conversation. L Dub Boxing, come on up. CDK Boxing, come on up. Let's talk. Let's have some dialogue this evening. Yeah, I love having dialogue with my people. You know what I mean? All right. All right, we got CDK. He's joining us live for the first time.
What's good, Mark? Can you hear me, man?
Yes, sir.
Can you
I
hear
can
me?
hear you loud. I can hear you loud and clear.
Okay,
What's up?
okay, I ain't at home, so I was just trying to. I'm in my partner's house. I ain't know if you can hear me because I ain't got no internet service over here where I'm at. But I know you seen my video, and I had talked to BBO, and I know you and BBO pretty good friends. I had told him I ain't, I was hoping I had never disrespected you or nothing. But my question was this right here, and it's always been the same. I appreciate what you're doing as far as you want the sport clean and stuff like that. The only question I've ever had is this right here, like I've been saying. Like we got a lot of fighters from Eddie Reynoso's team, Canelo Alvarez, Jaime McGill, Julio Cesar Martinez, Luis Neri, Francisco Rodriguez, who's tested positive twice. And the only thing I'm saying, if we're gonna clean up the sport, I just don't want it to be about Bud. I want it to be about everybody. I appreciate what you're doing. I'm just trying to figure out why we're not involved with everybody because we have people already that tested positive.
Oh yeah, no doubt. Well, first and foremost, I don't know who told you that you disrespected me. I don't.
Okay. Yeah, I was like,
I never said that. I don't know too much about you. I do
yeah.
know that you cool. I do know you cool with BBO because you reached out to me a couple years ago to ask me
Yes,
for an interview on your Instagram, right?
And I appreciate it. Yeah, that's why I said I can't think of nothing I've ever said bad. I said, I came in the comments and just asked the same thing I'm asking you now.
Yeah, I appreciate you joining, because a lot of people would do videos on me, but when it's time to click the link that they won't. So I have a greater respect for you for clicking the link. Let's start
And you seen the video, right? You think there was no disrespect. It's basically the same thing that I'm asking you now is what I said earlier.
Right. Well, there is one thing I want to address before I answer that question. You
Yes,
had
sir.
a picture, and I don't have the picture for the audience to see, but you had a picture with myself, my image on there, Fanon's image, and in the background, you had crabs in a pot or a basket. What were you implying when you had that in there about me?
I'm not even gonna lie to you. I don't make my thumbnail. So I just asked somebody to put a picture of you and Fanon on there. So when they done that, my thumbnails, my partner made it. I really didn't look at it. So for me, there's no meaning to it. I'm a real guy. I'm a real man. If it was, I would tell you. There was no meaning there from me. I didn't even pay attention to it. I just asked him, I said, hey, I need something. I'm gonna holler, try to get in touch with Marty this morning, see if he come on my channel so we can discuss what's going on. And I asked him to make me a thumbnail.
Oh, okay. I see. I respect. Yeah, it just gave me the vibe that you were implying that I was a crab in the basket or something of that nature.
No. I feel more like myself personally, keeping it real. Like I've said this a million times. I've told BBO this. I just don't want us to get caught up into trying to tear each other down. I want to, if we're gonna, I think you truly want the sport clean and everything you're doing is real. But I feel like a lot of the focus is on Bud, and I don't know if there's a hidden like something that happened between y'all. I've heard that Bernie has disrespected you, and maybe you don't like Bud for whatever reason. I just know Terence Bud that have tested positive.
Well, Bernie the boxer, he never disrespected me. I mean, I've asked a man to come on this channel, and just like the rest of them, they won't come over here. So he never, the guy Bernie the boxer, he never disrespected me. He never did nothing to me. I don't have a problem with Bud Crawford personally. I don't understand where that's coming from. But I will answer your question on this front. When you talked about Hami Mugia and the rest of those guys, I spoke on all of those other non-black fighters, because I think that's where you're really getting at. I spoke on those non-black fighters that tested positive for a banned substance since I've been on YouTube. All of them.
Okay.
Now,
I think it's just because I see. Go ahead, yes, sir. My fault. Go ahead.
No, we cool. Let me ask you a question, because you pointed out Bud, but are you a Terence Bud Crawford fan?
No, I picked Earl Spence. I don't know if you remember my video. I'm a diehard Earl Spence fan. I jumped in the pool with my brand new Jordans on because I made a bet for Earl Spence. No, I'm not. No, I'm definitely not a Terence Bud Crawford fan. Matter of fact, me and Bernie got into a whole argument on my channel when he came on because I picked Canelo Alvarez to win. I'm just want to see that everybody. I just know Bud hasn't tested positive, and that's the problem. I feel like when
how do you know that?
Like,
how do you know he didn't test positive? How do you know that?
What, had he tested positive?
No, I'm asking you how you made a statement.
Well, I mean, I haven't heard anything, just like anybody else. I haven't heard about a test. I haven't heard about him tested positive. I'll say that. I can't say he has or hasn't, but what I am saying is this: just say for instance he doesn't test positive, right? Along the way, when he retires, because you have a big voice, Fanon has a big voice, that's gonna be part of his legacy, the talk that came from y'all. And I feel like, listen, I don't know if he's dirty or not. I can't say what nobody does behind closed doors. What I'm saying, dude, there are guys that's testing positive right now, and their name is not Terence Bud Crawford. A lot of guys, like the sport, needs to be cleaned up. I want to see the sport clean and everybody to get a first shot. You know what I'm saying? Like, people don't want to, really say that Ryan Garcia cheated, but he did. He got caught. He popped dirty. But Devin Haney just gets a lot of slack behind Ryan Garcia and what he done.
Right, I understand. So let me take you back to what you said about Terence Crawford testing positive. Let me tell you the reason why I asked you that. Do you know? Because according to VADA, Dr. Margie Goodman told me in March of 2024 when she was here on this platform, and I can call her on the phone right now.
I believe. I believe.
But I knew the answer to the questions that I asked her, but I wanted the audience to be educated on her answers. So I asked her, what is the protocol for fighters after they enroll in VADA testing and they're tested? And she basically told me, and she said it in multiple interviews years ago, which is what made me ask her the question. And that is simply this. When fighters enroll in VADA and they go through the testing protocol of VADA, when they test negative, VADA will then post that athlete on their website.
Right.
If they test positive, VADA does not and will not publicly acknowledge them on their website. So the reason why I asked you, when you said definitively that Terence Crawford didn't test positive, I asked you, how do you know that? Because there's no record that Terence Crawford tested, period. And there's only two things that could be the case when it comes to VADA's protocol of posting athletes on the website. Number one, either Terence Crawford did test positive, or number two, Terence Crawford did not test, period. That's the only two options of reasons why he's not on their website from 2021 to 2024, why he was rolling with Victor Kanti. So that's why when you make the statement of Terence Crawford never tested positive, we don't know whether or not he tested positive. So that's why I was asking you, did you have any other proof? Because I don't know. That's why I figured you might have, since you made a definitive statement.
I'm going to go off of this. Even though, like you said, they don't post it when you do test positive, it's usually a matter of time. Like with Ryan Garcia, we knew after the fight that he tested positive. So do you think from 2021 to 2024 they would actually wait that long to say that Terence Crawford pop dirty? Because that's what I'm getting at. Like, it's been a long period of time. Like, if even with Manny Pacquiao, there's always been suspect, right? Or people saying that he cheated, and but he never tested positive. We never heard about it if he did. And I just don't think they would wait that long to bring something like that out. That's what I'm saying. I don't see him doing it.
Well, let me say this. In these type of environments with body testing and Victor Kanti and the snack fighters, with all due respect to people looking at me as a celebrity or people holding me accountable as a credible source, it's not about what I think. I'm nobody special. It's not about what I think. It's about what I know. And I know Victor Kanti's influence is over at Vada. So even if he did test positive, as long as Victor Kanti's influence is over there, who knows whether or not the snack fighters will be held accountable, or public record will come out that they test positive, as long as Victor Kanti's influence is over there. So that's something that we know. It ain't about what I think. But I will ask you a question about this, because you mentioned Canelo Alvarez testing positive for clenbuterol. Did you hear the video that I just played in the background, when you was in the background, where Victor Kanti himself exonerated Canelo Alvarez, and he was a part of the process of being right there in the thick of things, right there, front row seat, and clarifying that Canelo Alvarez definitely tested positive for clenbuterol because of tainted meat, and he had no intent to cheating. Did you hear that from Victor Kanti that I played today? And
no, I had just pulled up at my friend's house, so I seen you was online when I pulled up, and I jumped on, but I didn't get to hear it. And Canelo Alvarez tested positive. This is what I'm gonna get it right here.
Kanti said, but wait a minute, but Victor Kanti, Terence Crawford's nutritionist, the snack owner, he said out of his own mouth directly that he was involved with negotiating with the lab. He's the one that inquired about the hair testing of Canelo Alvarez, and he's the one that said we, meaning him and the lab, presented the opportunity for Canelo to test his hair follicles. He tested it, and it came back that he had no history of using performance enhancement drugs based on the test results of his hair sample. So Victor Kanti exonerated him. So when you said that Canelo Alvarez tested positive and I'm not speaking on it, well, that's the reason why I'm not speaking on it, because Victor Kanti exonerated him.
Well, let me ask you a question. You said Victor Kanti exonerated him, but we know Victor Kanti to be a liar. So I'm not going off.
What you mean by that? Tell me. You said we know that Victor Kanti is known to be a liar.
Yeah, he was cheating for a long time. Listen, anybody, I don't know about you, but I'm gonna say this right here, man. I spent over all 20 years in prison of my life. Victor Kanti has been to prison. We know Victor Kanti went to prison. He didn't go to prison for doing the right thing. He went for doing the wrong thing. So his word necessarily to me doesn't mean anything when it comes down to that, because I mean, the whole point of you saying Terence Crawford is doing what he's doing is because of Victor Kanti and who he is, the snack program. Nobody really believes in that. What I'm saying is this right here. Terence Crawford, until he shows me that, you know what I'm saying, something different, I'm saying that I believe he's a man of integrity. I believe that he, you know what I'm saying, I don't know him personally. I'm on the outside looking in. You might know him better than me, and I'm sure you do. I'm sure you've been around, you know what I'm saying, been around these people. But I'm just saying, I feel like it's messing with people's legacy. That's just me personally. I don't care how nobody feels about it. It's my just humble opinion. I would like for a person to be caught doing something instead of saying, oh, they doing something, and then when you look up, if it comes out they never, you know what I'm saying, they never done it, well, you blame them anyway. You can't come back from that. There's no way back from that.
All right, so I understand what you're saying, and I respect it. I'm a little confused. And I have to say this because the Roller Tape family noticed about me. I'm very public with this. I dropped out of college, and I think I'm a little slow. So you have to help me understand something.
Me too.
You said, I want to take my glasses off. I want to make sure I got this. So you said that Victor Kanti is a liar, a known steroid dealer. He's been to jail because he's been convicted of doing something wrong. You also said that his history is the main element to why Terence Crawford is getting the scrutiny that he's getting. But in the same breath, You said that I am only attacking Crawford because he is black, and I'm not attacking any other person. And my voice and Fanon's voice is the loudest voice on this topic, and something's going to come back to Terence Crawford's legacy where he's not going to get the credit. I'm confused. It's either time out. So it's because of my voice where Terence Crawford's legacy is going to be diminished, or it's going to be because he's rolling with a lion steroid dealer in Victor Kanti. Which one is it, bro? I'm confused.
You know the good thing about having a book sense and 3 cents, it's hard to get caught up when somebody think they can catch you up. So I'm gonna say it again.
I'm just trying to. No, I'm just.
Okay.
I don't get it. I'm trying to figure out.
I'm gonna give it to you raw and uncut. See, the thing about me, I ain't like everybody else. I ain't gonna come up and get caught up. Whatever Victor Kanti has had going on, what I'm telling you, we know he's been to prison for not doing the right thing. There ain't no ifs and buts about that. But what I'm saying is this right here, and I'll say it again. Until you catch somebody doing wrong, don't blame them. It doesn't matter what we actually necessarily think. If Bud pops dirty, you got all the right in the world to say, man, I told y'all so.
But CBK, how can he pop dirty when Victor Kanti told y'all clearly that he knows how to beat the test? Hold on. And everybody's running with that narrative, but I'm the one that pointed out. Victor Kanti told me 2 years ago that body testing and beating body testing is like taking candy from a baby. So you got a guy that's saying that. How can we put faith in a guy like Victor Kanti for Terence Crawford to test negative? I'm confused.
That's a good question right there. Let me say this. Victor Kanti now, he claims he hasn't been with father in 10 years. You know better than I do. Like I said, this is your expertise. And I told you that earlier and I made that video. But Victor Kanti said he hasn't had anything to do with them in 10 years. Whether that's true or not, I don't know. But I'll say this right here. If Bud Crawford is cheating, wouldn't you rather know for sure than to come out and say it without really knowing? Even if we might not be able to catch him up. I'm saying, wouldn't you want to really truly know? And I'm going to ask you this because I don't know if people really ask you this. Do you, in your heart of hearts, do you feel like Bud Crawford is cheating? I've always wanted to ask you that. Do you think he's actually taking anything?
Let me put it to you like this.
Let
me tell you how I operate psychologically. There's a scripture in the word of truth, the word of God, my faith, the Bible. And it says these very clear words in the book of Proverbs. It says, bad company corrupt good morals. In other words, is if you have good character, if you have integrity, right? You have a good moral compass. You're a good person naturally, right? You can hang around bad company long enough, and that bad company somehow is going to have more influence over your moral compass than you would have more influence over bad company. So the point that I'm making is very simple. It's not about how I feel and what I think. We got to talk about what we know. What we know is that Terence Crawford, he picked up the phone and called Victor Kanti. So my question is, instead of people coming to me, asking me all these questions of what do I think? What's my agenda? Do I think he's cheating? Blah, blah, blah. Those questions are irrelevant. The number one question that should be asked shouldn't be asked to me. It should be asked to Terence Crawford. And that question is, if you knew the history of Victor Kanti and you knew that people would be suspicious of you as a man of good character and moral compass, why would you call him and what did you go over there for? Now, let me ask you a question because you interview fighters, right? Did you reach out to Bud Crawford on Twitter and reach out to him and ask him what he called Victor for?
I've reached out to Bud Crawford on many occasions. One thing about me, I don't lie. He's never responded back. Now, like I said, I've had Bernie on.
Did you ask that man what did he call Victor for and go to the snack program for?
No. I asked him, could I get an interview because that's really the thing I wanted to talk about was the snack program. He never responded back.
So you didn't.
I asked him.
But you didn't ask him directly. What did he call Victor for?
Well, listen, if I get him on my channel, one thing about me, I'm not gonna be scared to ask him. I'm gonna ask him.
Listen, I'm not saying because getting him on your channel is something that didn't happen yet. In other words, he didn't respond to you. So the reality is,
he's not gonna respond.
Okay, cool. But I got you. But the reality is that it didn't happen. So that's more of a hypothetical if he comes. I'm talking about right now in live time, since you reached out to the guy You never asked the man once directly, what did he go over there with a known steroid dealer for? But yet you're on my platform and you're directly asking me, do I think he's cheating? The question should be, what did he go over there for?
But no, the reason I'm asking you, the reason I'm asking you is because you're the one that's kicking up the dust. So when somebody's kicking up dust, that's who you ask. The one thing I've learned about life, if somebody's kicking up dust and you kicking up dust good, I want to ask the person that's really moving the needle. You're moving the needle with what you're saying. So I definitely feel like I'm asking the right person.
No.
That's Manager Martin.
I'm cool with you asking. I just don't understand why people hold me accountable for words I didn't say. You never heard me say Terence Crawford was cheating. You never heard me say that Terence Crawford is doing anything illegal. Nobody has ever heard me say those words, but people are holding me accountable for the words I did not say. But Victor Kanti say words that are lies, and nobody holds him accountable. Even Terence Crawford said lies, and nobody holds him accountable, but everybody hold me accountable for words I don't even say. And that's all I'm really getting at, brother.
Yeah, and I feel that, but I'm going to say this. With Bud Crawford, for one, Bud is not going to come on my channel. I'm a small channel.
I'm a small channel too.
Well, yeah, I mean, you bigger than my channel and got more viewership. So I'm just keeping it real. I do okay, but you're definitely a bigger channel than mine. Not going to come on my channel. But listen, maybe he felt like who he is. It doesn't matter who he's working with, because if you're a real person, man, like, listen, like I said, I've done 20 years in prison. I changed my life. I still got friends in the street, but they can't make me do nothing I don't want to do. I'm
with them every day?
Nope.
You learned how to change your people, places, and things, did you not?
Definitely I did.
Okay. Well, that's the difference.
Do you think Bud?
Hey, listen, hold on, I'm going to give it to you. CDK, that's the difference between you and Victor Kanti. You did time in prison. You was rehabilitated based on your actions by changing your people, places, and things. Well, Victor Kanti, and we know this to be true, he did so the time in prison. Not 20, but he did 4 months. Bottom line is he did time in prison. But ever since he's been out for the last 20 years, he did not change his people, places, and things. And that's the difference with you and Victor Kanti.
I agree with that 100%. But don't you think it's a black eye on boxing to give somebody like that an opportunity?
It's a who?
A black eye on boxing to even give him an opportunity.
Well, nobody can stop him. If a fighter hires him, you know, there's no regulation saying that he can't be here.
So there's nobody that can say we don't want him in boxing. And that's why I said you know way more about that part of the business than I do. So nobody can actually stop him.
We don't have federal regulation. We don't have a one world commission like MLB does. Victor Kanti can't go to no other sports. He's banned from every other sports in Olympic style, which is all over the world, and of course here in America. He can't go nowhere else.
Yeah, and I appreciate what you're doing with this. Like I said earlier, I appreciate everything you're doing. I just want to see the same pressure. I feel like this, and that's what I was saying. And if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. Like I said earlier, I just want to see the same amount of pressure put on everybody, not just Terence Crawford, but everybody.
I'm gonna put pressure. Hey, listen, I'm gonna put pressure on all of them. But hey, I'm putting pressure on all of them that test positive, or if they're around. Listen, Victor Kanti's not the only one. I'm suspicious of Memo Heredia and David Benavidez has been working with him for years. And I called him out and I called David Benavidez out. It's not just about Victor now. I want everybody to understand that. But at the same time, if you call these suspicious individuals, I'm going to hold you accountable and ask you the one question that I want everybody in the snack program to answer. What did you call that man for? And
why did you call him?
And to your point, you talked about black, and let's use that because that's race relations. When you talk about that I'm coming at the black guys, I'm always talking about the black guys, boy. I have to tell you this, it's no secret, but it's the black guys and the black women that called that white man. Clarissa Shields is a black woman, and so is Franchon Cruz. They all black, and they called him. And guess what? Caleb Plant's a white man, and I came at Caleb Plant too. He white, and I came at him. Bam Rodriguez. He ain't black, but I came at him too. It just so happened that it's a lot of black guys and black women that call Victor. That's all it is. It ain't just for the black people. You know what I mean? That's all it is.
I respect that. I definitely respect that because that's how I feel. And one thing about me, I don't do no lying. And that, getting the opportunity to talk to you, that's how I feel. I feel like that it was you pushing the issue with nothing but black fighters.
No, I talk about all the guys.
Yeah, you telling me something that, like I said, ain't nothing like talking to somebody because somebody had told me that I disrespected you, and I said I've never disrespected man
No,
about man.
I never said that.
Okay, that's what
Well, I want to
that's what I
leave you
really.
with. I appreciate you coming up. I got somebody else in the back.
Yes,
He's
sir.
trying to come up, but I want to
Let me
leave
go.
you with this. I want to leave you with this picture, and you probably saw it before because we might have new audience members, and they probably didn't see this before. But
Okay.
even if you agree with me or not, just know this
Yes, sir.
one truth. Go and look at your screen, brother. The snack program works. It works, brother, and there's nothing nobody can do about it. That's
You.
all.
All
That's
right,
all
thank you.
I'm
Hey,
saying,
manager,
big
thank you,
dog.
man. Yeah,
Thanks for
thank you,
coming on,
bro.
my man.
Appreciate you, man. Appreciate you.
Absolutely. All right, we got, my man Greg is here. Man, I'm having so much fun. I was supposed to get off an hour ago, but I'm with the family now. I'm going to show off. You know, when you're home, Mr. Greg, you can take your socks off and put your bare feet on your own coffee table when you're home. Mr. Greg, double salute to my guy. He's the OG of the channel. Much love and respect for him. Mr. Greg in the super chat says, good evening, manager Marty in the chat. Victor Kanti only works with elite fighters for a reason. They're at the top. He knows how to keep them there, which is why they call, in my opinion. There we go. That sounds like a legitimate answer. He knows how to keep them on top. I can understand that because remember Timothy Montgomery was on this channel. I interviewed him, and then he basically said the same thing, Mr. Greg. And I remember you being here when Tim Montgomery was here. We got my guy here, Ocho. I hope I'm pronouncing your name correctly. Am I pronouncing your
No,
name
you good.
correctly?
It's Ochoa.
Ochoa. I'm sorry about that, Ochoa. This is your first time here, right, Ochoa?
Yeah.
We're glad to have you, my brother. How may we help you today, man? Thank you. Welcome to the show.
Thank you for having me in your show. And this is the thing about the whole snack thing. Has anybody popped for snacks?
Hmm?
Has anybody popped positive for PEDs on snacks?
Yes. Several
And who
people
is that?
did.
Like who?
I can name 4 people right now in the year that they popped. You ready for it?
Okay, go ahead.
2012, Andre Berto, leading up to his fight with Victor Ortiz in their rematch. Number
Okay.
2, 2017, Louis Ortiz Jr., leading up to his fight with Deontay Wilder. Number 3, Willie Monroe Jr., 2018, leading up to his fight with Jamel Charlo. And of course, number 4, he's not a fighter. He is a baseball player in 2012, Marlon Byrd from MLB, the baseball player. He tested positive on the snack. And I actually brought that up to Victor Conti's attention because he didn't know I knew about that when he was here. And he agreed that Marlon Byrd was under snack when he also tested positive for a banned substance.
All right. So that's that. Okay. So that kind of throws off what I was gonna say, because if he was so good, because we all seen that supposedly he knows how to cheat the system. So obviously he's not that good of cheating the system.
Who, Victor Conti?
Right. Yeah.
I wouldn't underestimate him if I was you. He's really that good.
But obviously, you just mentioned 4 guys that positive on the snack program,
Yes,
which
and did test.
which I didn't know. But you mentioned them. I thought he had 0 guys. That's why I kind of thought it was suspect to me that everybody in the snack program did not pop dirty in his
Well, I will
program.
say. Well, let me clarify something. Those are the fighters and the baseball player that was publicized. There might be more snack fighters that tested positive, but once again, we don't know that because we don't know what they're being tested for, nor do we know when they were tested, because all we have to go off of is Victor Conti's word and whether or not VADA placed them on a website. But Victor Conti is influencing VADA. So we don't know if snack fighters tested positive or not. We just don't know.
Okay. From my knowledge, from what I know is that the boxers that I know didn't uh, pop dirty. Another second thing is that Victor, it's banned for any other sport, baseball, basketball, football. He's a bandit except boxing,
Yeah.
which we
Mhm.
all know boxing is corrupt. There's no secret on that. And that's another thing that kind of gives me ideas of him cheating the system. Because obviously we all know he says he does not have any inside with Vada. We do. We know he got inside in Vada and he got, some kind of works in it. Do I trust him? I don't know. Is he a bat?
Would you give Victor Kanti a sample of your blood? Now I know you
Man,
wouldn't lie in front of your kid that's in the background. Tell the truth, brother. You know you
look,
wouldn't give that man your blood. Just go on and tell us you wouldn't give it to him.
hey, look. If I was on the snack program, yes, I would. But if I was not a part of snack program, I wouldn't. Simple as that. It depends on what side of the fence you're in.
So why do you think that they give Victor Kanti their blood if all they're doing is taking the same supplements that you can take online right now?
That's why this is a big thing with him. You know what I mean? We just don't know. I like to give. I'm a guy of God. I like to give guy second chances, even third chances, fourth, fifth chances. But if he wasn't so involved in the VADA and everything else, and putting himself in the social media, making himself known that he's involved, that's a bad look.
Yeah.
Because I feel like he's trying to cover himself. It's like me trying to convince you that something that I am for something that I am, but I'm trying to convince you that I'm not. You know what I'm saying? And I'm trying to keep brainwashing you, and that's why I feel from Victor. Like he's trying to keep telling me something that I don't want to believe, but I want to give him a second chance, third chance. But like I said, it's just so weird how any other sport except boxing is the only one he's willing to work. He's the only legit working with boxing, right? What other athletes work is using snap
Just
professionally?
boxers. Just boxers, to my understanding.
That's what gets spooky. Do I really trust it? And there's another thing: is can me and you can purchase snack, or do you have to be an exclusive athlete to purchase snack? That's another thing.
Now, let me play something for you because I asked you a question about blood, and you said that if you were not with Snack, you would not give him your blood, but if you were with Snack, you would. Did you see the Netflix documentary, Untold Hall of Shame, Victor Conti's story?
I've seen several. I don't think I've seen the Netflix one, but I've seen the ones older than that. When
Oh, yeah.
when I forgot her name. She did the track. There was a woman.
Marion Jones.
I think, yeah,
Yeah.
and she's the one that kind of broke it down, that she was getting her voice was changing because it was
Yes.
becoming like. So I seen those kind of
Well,
documentaries
that was
that
the
they were
woman that
really
you're
they were really potent. That steroids are really that potent that was turning that woman to a man. You know what I'm
right.
saying?
So
So
so you're talking about Kelly White, all right?
I don't
Kelly
believe.
White.
I don't know. She
Yeah.
was
No.
a racer. She won the Olympics gold
Yeah.
2 years in a row. Then they took it out because she got
I've I've been
exposed.
doing I've done research on all of this for 16 years. You're talking about Kelly White, and I thought you were talking about Marion Jones, but you're talking about Kelly White, the woman who had issues with fertility and her menstrual and her voice getting deep. I know that's Kelly White. I know what you're talking about. And speaking of Kelly White, her name was mentioned in this documentary, Netflix. But I asked you about the blood, and I pointed this out a couple of months ago. I'm going to point it out to you again. I want to play it for you. It's an excerpt from Netflix. And I'm going to tell you what Victor Conti said. The real reason why he was taking their blood when he was working with those athletes. And I want to get your take on it. This is Victor Conti and the Untold Hall of Shame documentary. You're going to hear Tim Montgomery talk, and then you're going to hear Jeff Novitzky, the FBI agent, and then Victor. And then I'll stop it. I want your take on it. Hold on one second. Here we go.
Does to the body. So you can read about what EPO does, and then he can use you to see if he get the formula right.
And found an email from Patrick Arnold. Hey, here's what I've created. I don't quite know what the dosage is, so you have to experiment on that. Some of the female athletes said they didn't get their menstrual cycles for months, if not years, while they were on this stuff. Victor Kanti is your doctor, your pharmacist. That's very, very dangerous.
Oh my God. So I've been doing comprehensive testing on everybody, making sure there were no adverse health effects and all the dosages were correct. So the opposite was true.
Did you hear that?
Yeah.
He was doing comprehensive blood testing on everybody to make sure that there were no adverse health effects and making sure that the dosages were correct. He's talking about when he was given dosages of performance enhancement drugs illegally. That's why he was doing comprehensive blood testing then. My question becomes, if you're not dealing with the performance enhancement drugs today, then what is the purpose of still doing comprehensive blood testing for athletes when all they have to do is go online and purchase supplements? I really wish somebody just answered that. What's your take on that real quick, brother?
It's kind of obvious. You know, it's not, it's kind of common sense. He basically busted himself out. You know what I'm saying? From then and now. But man, okay.
You ain't gonna find this nowhere else.
But this is my thing. This is my theory. Okay, so
Yes.
so you started this whole thing because I know you doing this whole thing about the whole snack and the whole anybody that's doing snack, right?
Yes.
And there's a bunch of fighters.
Yes.
So what is your conclusion here? Like what are you trying to prove here?
I think the bigger question is, and I just told this to CDK and I'll tell it to you. Everybody wants to know, they're fascinated with, what are you trying to prove? So let's say if I just told you, I'm trying to create a documentary. That answer is not good enough. So no answer I give the public is important. What I'm basically saying is, I don't think I should be the one being questioned. I mean, what I'm trying to get at is this, brother. Why is everybody questioning my motive? Why is everybody questioning my objective? Why is everybody questioning my agenda? I think people should be questioning the agenda of the fighters that call him. The question shouldn't be, Manager Marty, what you doing all this for? The question is, Terence Crawford, what did you go over there for? Sean Porter, what did you call him for? No Nito and Rachel Donaire, what did you call him for? I think those are the questions, not me. Listen, what I'm trying to get at is this. I'm not famous. People treat me like a celebrity and I love them for it, and that's okay. But I'm just a regular old Smojo, little small fry. Victor Kanti's a multimillionaire. Terence Crawford, Devin Haney, these guys are millionaires. All the attention should be on them. They're the fighters. They're the managers. I mean, they're the fighters. They're the millionaires. I'm just a small-time manager at Walmart. Nobody should be worried about what my agenda is. I'm not that important. What's really important is, what did they call him for? That's the question that I want people to start asking the fighters, not about what I'm saying after the fact. People are holding me accountable for what I'm doing after the fact that these fighters called him. And he's lying and getting caught up in all these inconsistencies. No, they should hold all of them accountable and then ask me later. But people are asking me first. I'm just a small fry time guy. I ain't nobody special. I want these athletes to answer the question of what they go over there for. And then I promise you, I'll answer y'all questions of what my objective and motive is. No question about it.
And I respect that answer, but this is my thing. I'm not here to back any fighter up or anything like that.
Yes.
But my thing is, where I do have an issue is fighters like David Haney, for example. We all seen him blowing up to 160, 170, and still making 135 for so many years.
Yeah.
Do you think snack has something to do with that? Unlegally in boxing, for him to make weight, because I know it's not easy. Because it's not easy for me to lose 5 pounds. Just 5 pounds. It will take me couple weeks, couple months. For individual and athlete, I don't care how much of an athlete you are, how good you or what you do, to lose 30 pounds and gain it back overnight. Do you think that's something to do with snack?
I don't know if it's legal or illegal. I'll leave it up to the experts. But I know that it has something to do with snack. I don't think I know. I mean, listen, every time you turn around and you listen to the responses of a snack fighter, they always say something to incriminate themselves, like Sean Porter did 2 weeks ago, like Devin Haney did when he went on the MMA Hour and he told everybody, when the guy asked him, is it true that you ballooned up and rehydrated up to 165 pounds within 24 hours after making weight of 140 pounds when you fought Regis Prograis? Devin Haney laughed and said, yes, that's true. He said, and then the guy asked him, how are you able to gain 25 pounds in 24 hours? And Devin Haney lied through his teeth. And he said, I drank a lot of water. And everybody knows you can't gain 25 pounds just drinking water alone within 24 hours. I mean, that's just the reality of that. But my question becomes, what is he lying for? If everything is on the up and up, what are they lying for? When Terence Crawford was asked, do snack provide any gainful benefits? Terence Crawford's response was, I use other things than snack, than other fighters. There's certain things that I use on snack that other fighters don't use. Well, what are the other things? Because Sean Porter's on record, and I'm going to drop a video on this week. He's on record saying the only 2 supplements that him and Terence Crawford has taken was ZMA and the other Proxabalide, whatever that's called. So if those are the only 2 supplements, why is Victor Kanti on my platform telling me directly to my face that he ships other products that are not affiliated with snack to Terence Crawford's house? And I got a Terence Crawford fan that's on this panel right now, Mr. Greg. He was here live when Victor Kanti told me that. So what I'm saying is, what everybody keep lying for? If everything is on the up and up, and all Terence Crawford did was use 2 supplements from Victor Kanti, and Sean Porter used 2 supplements from Victor Kanti, they fought each other. Then why wasn't it tested in that fight? And number 2, why was Kenny Porter so quick to stop the fight when Sean Porter wasn't even hurt? All I'm saying is, where's all these suspicions keep coming from? It's the actions of these guys. So when I question it, I shouldn't be the one questioned. I shouldn't be the one sitting in the interrogation room asking about what my motive is. The question should become, what did y'all go over there for? I wouldn't have nothing to say, Ochoa, if these guys would have never called him in the first place. And we know that their performances are enhanced. And the reason why we know that, Ochoa, I want you to look at your screen. The snack program works. I told y'all that 2 years ago, and some people didn't believe. It works. Don't get mad at me. It works. And that's all I'm saying. Mr. BBO, what's going on, big dog?
What's going on, my man Marty, the man of God? What's going on?
I'm doing great, brother. And listen, I'm doing a boxing world tour. I look forward to coming on your platform as well. I'm jumping on everybody's platform. It's not personal. It's just business.
Hey, I'll say this, man. It's hard for me to think that Terence Crawford is involved in anything because he's an itty bitty dude. And you're going to see, from me playing football, you can see when guys are using, man. He just looked like a skinny dude that didn't ate a couple extra tacos or something.
Who, Terence Crawford?
Yeah, he doesn't look like Barry Bonds did.
Oh, I see. Well, he didn't look skinny itty bitty when he was throwing Spence across the ring when I was at that fight. That's all I'm saying. He didn't look skinny itty bitty to me. That's all I'm saying.
Hey, bro, Aaron Spence was an alcoholic and got thrown out in a Lamborghini or Ferrari.
But let me ask you this. Let me ask you this though, Marty, because one thing that happened, people didn't catch this.
Yes.
But when Jamal came back, he kind of half dead now. He was speaking about Victor, saying maybe he's not cheating, but maybe he's using something right at the line. You think that's what's going on?
I don't know what's going on. I just know they all suspicious over there, and all their performances are enhanced. And Victor Kanti, through his own lies and inconsistencies, none of them over there can be trusted. That part I do know. All of that is true. I want to tell you this because I had Victor Kanti up here twice. Everybody that's watching me live in living color knows this to be true. He was here twice within a matter of 6 days apart in 5 hours. And I told other people this, and I'm going to tell y'all this now. I was suspicious of Victor Kanti for the last 15 years of my research. I'm more suspicious of Victor Kanti now after I talked to the guy than I did beforehand. Hey, BBO, I cracked this case wide open. And now everybody on YouTube is using some of the same information that they learned from right here. Even though people were criticizing me, calling me a hater. Now the whole world is seeing that it's all real.
Yeah, I get what you're saying. I just when I look at when it could be something, but I remember Shane Mosley saying he didn't know he was cheating. Marion Jones lost her career. She didn't know she was cheating.
Sugar Shane Mosley told the public that. But when Sugar Shane Mosley got indicted and he said in front of the grand jury, Sugar Shane Mosley told the truth because he knew he was going to get 5 years of perjury if they caught him lying. You remember that, right?
I didn't see that part. I got to look back and see that. I didn't see that.
Oh, it's on YouTube. Oh, no doubt. Oh, no, he had to sit in front of the grand jury. And they told him, if you lie, that's 5 years perjury minimum. So he told the truth and said, all right, I knew about the cream. And Mr. Greg, you remember that?
Yes.
I ain't lying. That's real.
Yeah, that's true. The
He
whole
admitted. At first, he was lying, saying he didn't know. But when the grand jury had him in the deposition, he told the truth. Right, Mr. Greg?
Okay, you'll sober up quick when you're in front of them feds.
Now, Mr. Greg, I'm glad to have you on. You are a Terence Crawford fan. You've been here, Mr. Greg, from day one when I talked about all the snack fighters' performances being enhanced. You was here when I married Victor Kanti, VADA testing and snack all together. You were also here when Rachel Donaire made her rounds on this platform. She never spoke up against snack. She never spoke up against me when I was speaking on it. Everybody seemed like we were having the kumbaya moment until Victor Kanti actually came over here. They didn't get what they wanted. They thought they were going to outslick me. And apparently, as my mom would always say, it ain't fun when the rabbit got the gun.
What I was going to, I got what you're saying, but what I wanted to really respond to, because I already said what I thought about why the fighters go over to Victor. I think, and you also show it every time you say the snack program works.
You talking about this picture right here, Mr. Greg?
Yeah, that picture right there.
Yeah.
So my thing is, as I said, just like anybody who's at the top of their game, at some point you're not going to be at the top, but you want to stay there as long as you can. That's just my opinion. And I think the vast majority of them, which is why Victor only really works with the elite fighters, because they got something special that makes them the elite fighters in the first place. So he wants to keep them there, and that's my opinion. That's why they go over there. But what I also wanted to respond to, you said that Victor Kanti cannot be put out of boxing. I disagree with that.
What was that, Mr. Greg?
I said that there was the saying that the Victor Kanti cannot be pushed out of boxing. Yes,
who said that?
I think when you was talking to the other gentleman who's already gone, and
CDK.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, we could Victor Kanti in the same way. Panama Lewis can't even be in the gym right now to this day. There's two guys, I can't think of their name, but they were boxers who one actually went to jail for rape. I'm sorry, and tried to come back, and one got killed in Mexico and he did the same thing, but they both were pushed out of boxing. The problem I see here is that Victor's in boxing because of powers that be want him there. And I said this to Jam Queen. I gave her a long, she probably still read what I wrote to her. But he's there because of powers that be, in my opinion, want him to be there. There's no other reason, because they didn't, if all five promoters, the major superpowers, which Eddie Hearn, Frank Warren, Oscar, Bob, and Al, did not want Victor near their fighters, Victor wouldn't get near none of those fighters. The same thing with the four sanctioning bodies. If they didn't want the prospect of somebody winning fights because they're taking PEDs, and this is one guy who's known for that, and they know it's going to affect gambling and everything else, Victor would already be gone. So They, in my opinion, want him there because they have made not one move to get him out of there. I've never heard any of them speak against Victor. As a matter of fact, we've heard a group of trainers endorsing him. So that's the question. Since we're been talking about PEDs, snack, and other things of that nature, is the real question. Why are the guys who control boxing, the ones who got the money, the ones who decides who gets a belt or not, who gets to fight to win a belt, why aren't they saying anything about this particular person? Because he's the highest profile person who has been involved with PEDs, who've been involved with fighters testing positive for PEDs and so forth. If you want to make an example to show that you're serious about not having this happen, he's the person you make an example of. Now, the fighters also are complicit as well. And I just said the 15, I think it's about 15 fighters who are actually doing business with Victor Kanti. First, all of them, in my opinion, has made a conscious decision that they will risk their reputations to go over there to stay at the top of their game. Secondly, they don't.
That's
really
unfair, Mr. Greg. That's unfair.
It might be unfair, but if you know that you're going to be chastised, you know you're going to be seen as there's going to be some suspicion poured on you, and yet you still go. You have made a conscious decision that you will still risk that, because all of them has done just that.
You see what you just did, Mr. Greg? I see what you just did. I see what you just did.
Okay, well, listen.
I see what you just did.
Because one of the fighters that I favor, and if you ever seen me before, you know I favor Terence Crawford. You know, when I first started coming on Marty's channel before the fight, I said Terence would beat Earl Spence easily. I've always been an advocate for Terence, but I've always will criticize him when I think he's done something that he shouldn't have done. Being with Victor Kanti is one of the main things that I've said he shouldn't have been doing. He still shouldn't have been doing it, because it's going to always follow him and any other fighter who are an elite fighter. If they've been with Victor Kanti for one fight or all of the fights, it doesn't really matter.
You see how you did that, but you don't criticize Muhammad Ali for being with the Kentucky Seven, who had known mob ties. Mob ties.
You're talking.
You see how you did that? You see how you did that? I like how you did that.
You're talking about two different things.
It's the same thing.
A lot of fighters have come from that kind of environment. We're talking about performance enhancing drugs, not mob ties, not anything that's
dirty is dirty. Dirty is dirty. You spoke about reputation, and see, you're a well-spoken guy, and when you say that,
as a fighter, it's going to be affected on how you've won, not who you associate with outside of boxing. See, I could have somebody behind me. I've had people behind me who had some serious reputations that you would not want to mess with. But if I'm boxing,
I see the suits.
If I'm fighting, then who I hang with that's training me, who I hang with, who's my nutritionist, if they have a reputation of giving out PEDs or cheating or stacking the gloves and things like that, because I mentioned Panama Lewis. That's one of the reasons why he can't be in boxing to this day. So those are two different things.
So even if you got a guy who will break my legs while I got to crawl to the ring, that's not the same thing as you saying I allegedly could have a tie with somebody with performance and drugs, which is crazy because
if I got a guy who's actually doing that to my opponent, that's a different thing too.
Because no one says anything about Tyson. Listen, no one says anything about Tyson Fury being on PEDs, being banned from America. But Terence Crawford, who I don't even like, because Terence Crawford, to me, if anybody's ever met him, he's not the nicest guy to blacks.
Well, I like Terence Crawford. That's the difference between us and seeing this fighter.
Have you got to meet him then?
And people have said things. Yeah, people have said things about Tyson Fury. They said things about Tyson Fury being connected to Dana Kinahan. So you have to look at the broader picture, because there are platforms out here and people on podcasts who've talked about the very thing that you just said. So,
and all I'm saying is this. You talking about some of our greatest champions, Richard Shields, Terence Crawford. Why do they have to be put into a box and they don't have no guilty tests. That's my
No
only
one's
thing.
saying they're
BBO.
guilty.
Let
I
me,
That's
just
my
think,
only thing.
I'm just
So
See,
saying,
when you get up here, Mr. Greg, well-spoken guy, you dress nice, you got 100 suits. People gonna take what you saying serious, man. They gonna
100
take what you saying serious, baby.
if,
You're not
if
gonna
these
fool me, man.
if these suits make people take me seriously, I'm gonna buy some more.
Hey, BBO.
I'm here. I'm here.
You let me tell you why people take me seriously. It's because I point out all of the inconsistencies, the lies that they all have told. That's why people take me serious. I come with evidence. So the question becomes: it's not just about you talked about somebody in the mob, right? So
Right.
let's say if I'm a YouTuber and
Mm-hmm.
I hang around with a guy who's selling drugs.
Mm-hmm.
Well, if the guy who's selling drugs is not selling it to me and it's not affecting me performing on YouTube, nobody wouldn't care. And that's the difference with somebody just hanging around somebody than somebody like a athlete who's hanging around with somebody of the reputation of Victor Kanti, who not only can influence the amount of frequency of tests for his fighters not to undergo, influence the testing agency, and then turn right around and possibly give his athletes something that might be illegal. That's a totally different story of who we just hanging around. Because now things are getting ingested and injected into the fighter's system. Now I have to use the word injected, BBO, because once again, no, I have. Let me tell you why. Victor Kanti told me, Mr. Greg was here, and so does Two Cents Boxing, who's up here.
Mm-hmm.
Victor Kanti told me that he has a doctor, Chris Bonswell, who's on staff at SNAC, who may need to come in and inject the fighter with a needle and then turn around and have to get a therapeutic use exemption approved by VADA and their medical advisory committee board. So when the fighter or the athlete tests positive for a banned substance, which is basically the banned substance that's being injected into them, they won't be penalized. That's the whole purpose of getting the therapeutic use exemption approved. So my point is, when you got a guy who knows how to do that and beat the test and all the other things that we know of today, that's a little different when somebody just walking down the street with a guy with a shady, mob ties in their camp. That's two totally different things, man. Because it
What I
depends
say
on
is
the
this.
person.
This what I
BBO,
say.
you didn't bring up mob ties though.
Hold on. Let me say this. We know about the Daniel Kinahan thing, but this is what I'm saying to my brother Marty. Because Marty, you're my brother, and I love you, man. So I gotta watch you. The thing I'm saying is very simple, man. How do you know Victor didn't change? How do you know
How
Victor's
do I
not doing
know?
something different?
You want me to answer that now?
Go ahead.
I'm so glad to ask you. Your man was up here. You seen him? CVK?
Yeah.
He said he did 20 years in jail. And the
Right.
first thing that he said after that was, but I changed my life around. I stopped him. I said, let me
Mm-hmm.
ask you a question because you said that. You changed your people, places, and things, didn't you? He told me yes. So I'm more inclined to believe that he's rehabilitated and he changed his life around because he changed his people, places, and things. How do I know Victor Kanti didn't change? Because Victor Kanti didn't change his people, places, and things after he came home from prison. And everybody on this panel knows that to be the truth.
let me ask BVO a question. BVO, if Victor was pushed out of boxing, would that be a good? Would you consider that as a fight fan a good thing? Because I would.
I think you've been a little disingenuous. I think what you're doing is projecting something onto him. America is the land of second chances, man.
I
And
I
agree
get
with you.
that.
I honestly believe this. This is the greatest country God ever created, and I
I
think
agree
it's a
with that too.
blessing that he's getting an opportunity to change his life. Because there's some people out there that lie and say Don King was a thief and a crook, and that's a lie. He was married over 50 years, good man, took care of his family, took care of his fighters.
Yeah,
So
I
I
feel
just
you.
think for you to say that, it's a reach, and I think it's crazy how you want to give somebody forever punishment. That's
No,
No,
crazy.
I don't
I'm
think it's.
asking you, do you think it's a good thing?
You said, do
Because
I think it's a do I think it's a good thing to take away a man's livelihood? No, brother Greg. No, I do not.
that's not
All
going
right,
to
so
take away.
BBO.
That's not take away his livelihood because Victor's making money. I use. Let me tell you this. I use and Marty knows that and everybody else. I use the snack products.
You got it with you now,
I
Mr. Greg?
No, I don't. I got to get some more, but I use the snack products.
Did you have to give it? Did you have to give Victor? You know where I'm going with this, Greg.
I know you, but let me finish first.
Did you have to give? Did you have to give Victor? You gotta let me get it out, man. I ain't been live in years. Hold on.
No, I didn't give him my blood.
Did you have to give Victor Kanti your blood to get that snack? Huh?
No, I didn't give him the blood, Marty.
All right. Hey, so BBO. Hey, BBO. It sounds like Victor Kanti ain't changed to me.
but BBO, what I'm saying is,
y'all cold. You know what's funny? I'll say this, man. I'll say this. The some of y'all boxing fans, it makes me laugh a little bit because that meant Detroit Red would have to stay Detroit where he could never become Malcolm X, with you guys on the watch. Nobody can change, nobody can get better. We forever whatever you was. It's just like being a felon in America. It's forever punishment.
Here's the thing, BBO. I agree with you that people can change. Now, you sound like you are definitive that Victor Kanti changed. I have two questions for you. It's very simple. Have you ever heard Victor Kanti lie? Yes or no?
You said again?
Let me reframe it because I'm slow. I dropped out of college. I want to make sure we're on the same page. Have you ever heard Victor Kanti lie during the Balco scandal? 20 years ago. You ever heard him lie?
Yeah, I heard him lie on that. I heard him lie on that.
The Balco scandal. I'm talking about 20 years before he went to jail.
Yeah.
Okay. Did you hear Victor Kanti lie since he been home from jail?
Yes, I heard him lie.
Okay, but you still convinced that he changed. Now, my second question is this. Would you give Victor Kanti your blood? You.
Hold on. You know what I just realized? Hold on, let me say. I just realized what happened. You know what I just realized what happened? You know what it is? Let me answer the question. I promise you. What it is this. My brother Marty could use these beautiful soliloquies and he speaks really well. I can't compete with him. I'm just a blue collar brother.
Over blood?
And then you got brother Greg with all the suits, the bond number 9 in the background. I can't compete with you. I'm just a blue collar.
Hey Mark, I got a question.
Jeff, hold on, Jeff. I got Jeff. Okay. Hold on, Jeff. Okay. I miss you. Hey Jeff, I miss you. You haven't been on the show since I air fried you 2 years ago. I'm glad you're here. BBO.
Oh yeah.
BBO. I'm gonna have to use your line, and I hope you don't mind. You my brother, and I love you. But you're gaslighting the people. Would you give Victor Kanti your blood, brother? Just answer the question.
BBO. Come on.
Hold on. Let me say this, man.
This is yes or no, BBO. We don't ask for what
I'm about to give you a question. I'm gonna give you a question. Would I let Victor Kanti
do it? You need to answer the question, BBO, you the man.
If I'm trying to extend my career, maybe so.
So you would give him your blood.
If I was trying to extend my career, maybe so.
He's not a doctor. He's not medically qualified to interpret your blood or diagnose you with anemia or nothing else.
Well, you don't always see what happens is, and that's what happened to a lot of us people from the street because we don't got up with you guys. Hold on. Give me one.
You're breaking up.
Give me 1 second. Get my phone. 1 second.
Until he comes back on, Mr. Greg, we got to keep it real. We got to be honest and be, Hey, Jeff, what's up, Jeff?
What's going on, man? Hey, I want to cook up on here for just a minute, man.
All right, go ahead,
I ain't
Jeff.
gonna be long.
We know you a Terence Crawford. We missed you,
man. You know I got to come to my man's defense, man.
Yeah, I'm a Crawford fan too, but I got it.
So this is my whole thing because like when you said like back to the hanging with the drug dealer, right? Okay, I was that type of person when I was younger. I hung around with the drug dealers, but never sold 9 ounces of dope, right? So I can understand somebody on the outside that's looking in that might know the people I'm hanging with, but don't know me personally. Could say, well, he must be selling drugs too. He's hanging around them, right? So I can understand y'all suspicion on Terence Crawford on why he might be juicing or whatever because he's dealing with Victor Kanti, right? But this is my question to you guys. Why is all of this? Why this topic have to come up? It seems like this topic comes up after he beat Earl Spence the way he did. So is This is the reason why this is a debate? Is because he beat Earl Spence the way he did, or
No.
is it really because of Victor Conti?
All right,
You know what I'm saying?
I'll answer that. I'm the trailblazer of this whole movement. I'll answer that
Okay.
very easily for you.
Okay.
Victor Conti uses a 3-fight procedure when he wants to diagnose whether a person's performance is enhanced or not. He says illegal substances. I'm not saying that. I adopted his method. And I don't just do it for Terence Crawford. I do it for everybody whose performances looked enhanced to me. Now, I'm going to give it to you this way. The 3-fight process that Victor Conti used, he was using it against Manny Pacquiao. So I figure, why not me adopt his same method and use it against his neck fighters? So it just so happened that Terence Crawford fought Sean Porter when he knocked Sean Porter down more than once, something that nobody has ever done in Sean Porter's career. The second fight that Terence Crawford had is when he fought David Evanesian. He knocked David Evanesian out cold, unconscious with one punch, something that he's never even done in his whole career. And then the third fight, it just so happened to be with Errol Spence. And I was there in Vegas, and I know what I saw. And Terence Crawford's performance looks extremely enhanced on the third fight that he fought Errol Spence. Now, moving forward, to show you that I'm not biased, Brian Norman Jr., he fought in his last 3 fights. Let's go down the list now to show you I'm not biased. When he fought Santillan, his performance looked enhanced. He did pretty good. No doubt about it. The next fight, he fought the guy Santos. He looked pretty good. Performance looked enhanced to me. But it was his third fight, the one he just fought, when he knocked out Jen Sasaki cold, unconscious, to the point where doctors have reported that Jen Sasaki lost his memory for the previous 6 weeks. And I came on this channel a half an hour after he knocked Jen Sasaki out on a Thursday morning, and I circled the fact that he had bumps on his chest and bumps on his back. And I pointed that out. So all I'm saying is it's not just about Bud. But I think this is the question, Jeff, because you asked me this question 2 years ago when I first brought this topic up that's real popular, and everybody's still in my talking points. Jeff, the question becomes, not is we talking about this now after he beat Spence. What did he call Victor for if he was as great and elite as you called him 2 years ago? What did he call the white guy for? Just answer that question. I just want to know. You know.
Well, I mean, I don't personally know Terence Crawford, so I can't say why. Can nobody say why he called him for? But my whole thing to that is this. I mean, you know, let's just say in the court of law, these suspicions wouldn't even hold up in the court of law.
You crazy,
saying,
not
right?
with the evidence that I've been putting out for 2 years. You crazy.
I mean, there's a such thing called conspiracy, right? They can't convict you on that. So yeah, that might be true. But my whole thing is, until he actually tests positive, we can't really just say that yes, that's what's going on. Because if you want to look at it like that, let's look at it like this. Usually, if you take a performance-enhancing drugs, you usually make you a little bit bigger, right?
He looked bigger than me when he fought Errol Spence, but that's not the only thing that it does. But okay, fine.
You believe? Not to me. And to me, all his fights, he doesn't look like he's buffed up, bigger than what he's supposed to be to me.
But that's not
looking bigger than him to me.
All right, so look, Jeff. So I'm not saying the man's juicing or not publicly. What I'm saying is that's not the only thing steroids do. What I'm saying to you is this, Jeff, because you keep on saying if he didn't test positive, none of us know whether he tested positive or not. I mean, if you really go back and think about it, it's not our fault that Victor Conti told us, and he told me this when he was here. Beating VADA test is like taking candy from a baby. And then recently, people pulled out an interview he said 2 to 5 years ago, where he said he knows how to beat the test. So how can you sit up there and say the man, Terence Crawford, never test positive when you don't know that the guy he's with knows how to beat the test?
So why Canelo is not a bigger debate than Terence Crawford, since Canelo tested dirt, he dropped dirty. Why is not a more debate with him?
I can tell you why. Because Victor Conti, I dropped a video on this earlier. 2 years ago, Victor Kanti came out, and I can roll the tape again because I played it earlier. Victor Kanti came out and said he was intricately involved in a process that cleared Canelo Alvarez, that got Canelo Alvarez hair follicles tested, and it came back that he was not using performance enhancement drugs with the intent to cheat, and it was receipts and the farmer that he brought the meat from, it was clenbuterol and traces of it in it, and he actually got cleared for tainted meat. That's what Victor Kanti said.
So you took his word then about that, but now you discredit him about anything else he say though. That's what's kind of right.
No, but see, y'all took his word all these years that y'all been letting your man Terence Crawford go over there with no criticism. So why is it a problem when I take his word for something that I know is true?
Criticize it. I guess we can criticize it all day. I mean, you know what I'm saying? But I mean, at a certain point, man, until he actually say we see him drop dirty, we gotta say it's the skills, right?
No, if it was the skills, he wouldn't have called that white guy.
So I don't know if you remember one of the interviews with Victor Kanti, he broke down how certain tests trigger a positive when it's a certain amount involved. He even mentioned how a certain amount of caffeine can even trigger a positive test in terms of performance enhancement drugs. So as long as it stay below the minimum,
yes,
it's not positive. So I believe what you're saying, Marty, is it's not that you don't even have to test positive for your performance to be enhanced. If this guy knows how to beat the system and he can put multiple things in your system that you may be 1 milligram below from testing positive, he might boost you up with 4 or 5 things. That's why he's getting your blood too. So I think people are not understanding that you're saying you don't have to test positive for your performance to be enhanced. The other thing I wanted to touch on, we were speaking on, hey, you hang with drug dealers. That don't mean I'm a drug dealer. A lot of the basketball players coming up in the hood hang with the drug dealers. The drug dealers tell them not to do it. But the thing is, we know they're not selling drugs. They playing ball. But if I go to jail for selling drugs and I come back home and I'm hanging out with drug dealers, why would it not be easy for me to be associated as though I'm selling drugs again? So I think people were misunderstanding what you were saying. Like, yeah, you could be in the gym. I can go hang out at the gym right now with Victor Kanti. You know I ain't in shape, and you know I ain't taking no damn steroids or nothing. I ain't in the boxing ring or nothing. But if I'm an actual boxer, then yes, I'm automatically tying myself to suspicion whether I'm guilty or not. Last thing I want to touch on was Mr. Gregg speaking on him having the snack products.
He does.
Yes. We know you go buy a pair of Jordans, they ain't the same Jordans Jordan had on his feet during the game. We know if you got a pair of LeBrons on, they ain't the same pair of LeBrons going up and down the court. You might throw them LeBrons on and tear your ankles to shreds. A pair of Jordans, be done with your Achilles. They getting a different product. They getting that A1 stuff. You know what I mean? That uncle that got that liquor at the cookout, he giving you the whiskey he don't want. So it's a difference. You might be getting that snack, but it's a difference.
And here's the proof. Here's the proof. Here's the proof, Mr. Gregg, real quick. Here's the proof. My cousin Isaiah said it the best. Here's the proof. Because, and I keep saying this, hey, Mr. Gregg didn't have to give his blood up. He didn't have to give his blood up to take the supplements that he bought online. But Sean Porter want me to believe that the same supplements that him and Terence Crawford taking, but they got to get their blood up, is the same supplements that Mr. Gregg's taking. Listen, I dropped out of college, Sid. I'm slow, but I ain't that slow. I know when you got to get your blood up, what you got to get that blood up for.
Well, Marty,
Sid?
Hey, Mr. Isaiah.
Marty, my bad. I got one question for Marty.
Hold on, pay it for real quick. My guy Sid, he came up.
Hey, what's up, everybody?
What's up,
yeah,
Sid?
man, I'm a Crawford and Shakur fan. You know, Clarissa too.
Yeah.
And you know, like before I realized, like, you know, the snack and Conte was a thing. You know, I knew about the Balco scandal. I just didn't know directly how close he was to boxing, you know. So I always had questions about it before the boxing, you know. And with them being my favorite fighters, I still don't have no hard time. Like, if this dude got caught from people snitching on him and telling about the operation and they didn't just get caught, through checking through the system and everything, it's like this dude never got caught. Like, you know, when he administering drug tests to people and everything. So it's like with 4 months served and 4 months probation, it's like what's really stopping this guy when he tied in with Bada and everything. I just don't get how people openly just say giving second chances when in reality this dude you know, he was able to get these people not to pop, and until somebody decided to tell is when he got caught. So you know, it's like we got to go back and look at the chemist that he was working with. You know, the lady that started Vada and what her goals was. You know, this 2008 and 2000, I think 7 shit. You know, we got to go back and look at those, like, you know, the people that saying second chances and really look at the chemist, the stuff that he was saying. He was acknowledging through all his interviews that his primary goal was to cheat. You know, like he got mad at Victor Conte for going on camera and talking so much and letting them know what he was doing, you know, and all of that type of stuff. So I just feel like I want to hop on here and for once say what's up to everybody and then just tell them like go do some research on Conte and his counteract, his partners that started, and y'all see that is way deeper and darker than just give this dude a second chance because he really a smooth criminal out here and he manipulating the system. And even though those are my favorite fighters, I'm not beat. Like I don't trust the guy. If that was my son or me having to go against one of those fighters, I would be highly concerned. But shit, that's all I had wanted to say, and I'm gonna hop back on YouTube.
Hey, I appreciate you, Sid, man. Always a pleasure to have you up. This your first time up, man. You know you can come up here anytime,
Yep, yep.
Sid, and I
Salute.
appreciate your perspective. And I have to expound on it because I think a lot of people don't consider this part. And I'm gonna let Paid in Full speak. I got 2 super chats I gotta acknowledge. The thing about it is this. Somebody asked me on another platform this morning, how can boxing be so duped to open their arms up to someone like Victor Conti when he did his time in jail and then he just comes out and he says that he's changed and people believe him? And the truth of the matter is this. Victor Conti did not fully come out. Victor Conti didn't fully come out and say, hey, y'all, I'm back in boxing. I'm walking back in boxing. Victor Conti came out and he had something on his hip. He had somebody's hands he was holding to give him the credibility to be trustworthy enough to enter into the sport so that people can believe he changed. And that is Vada. When he helped form that testing agency, that's what gave him the credibility to hold their hand to say, look, y'all, I'm giving the testing agencies the formula on how to catch other cheaters. When I negotiate with USADA, when I negotiate with VADA, when I negotiate with the WADA accredited labs, when I associate with these entities, this is where I get my credibility at when these entities stamp me and approve me of saying, hey, I'm a changed man. And I'm not saying that he's doing something illegal. What I'm saying is he didn't change his people, places, and things. Tim Montgomery said it the best. He gave these entities the formula to beat other people, not to beat him. Okay? He gave Vada the formula to catch other cheaters, not to catch him. And that's just the honest to God truth. Now, we can sit up here and get mad because some of us have favorite professional boxers. And that's what I love about Mr. Greg. He's a Terence Crawford fan. But not once did he ever justify anything that Terence Crawford said or done that incriminated himself, including hanging with Victor Conti. I never said that Terence Crawford is doing anything illegal. You never heard me say that. But yet I'm being held accountable for words I did not say. But what I am saying is, listen to the words that Bill Haney said when he lies about 24/7, 365 testing. When Victor Conti lied to me 8 times, over and over, and he's still lying now. When you look at the paperwork that's been circulating around YouTube and it's on your screen, where there's 2 separate dates. And I said, forget the dates. It can be a grammatical error. The problem that I'm having with this document is the same problem that I have when Victor Kanti posts that same document on behalf of Devin Haney? Where are the actual test results directly from the lab? Anybody can screenshot the logo of VADA off of a website, create a PowerPoint, and then turn around and type the same words in that's on that letter. Anybody can do that. But what everybody can't do is manipulate testing results directly from the lab, and it has the boxes checked on there for exactly what these athletes were being tested for, when they were tested, and the frequency of how many times within 8 weeks that they've been tested. We have yet to see anybody present us with proof of any fighter doing that, including Nonito Donaire, who Victor Kanti states that he was the first one to undergo 24/7, 365 testing. We haven't seen any paperwork, and that's what I've been asking for 2.5 years. Show us the documentation. All of that, everybody just keep talking. We can't keep going by hearsay. We got to look at all the facts. Victor Kanti told me that in the history of boxing, there's only 3 fighters that undergone 365 testing through VADA. Nonito Donaire, Edwin Rodriguez, and Canelo Alvarez. That's what he told me. He told me he sponsored only 2 of the 3, which is Nonito Donaire and Edwin Rodriguez. But when he said that to me, I didn't even say nothing. I just looked at it because I knew I had in the vault an interview that he did in 2015. I posted it. Y'all already know it's the truth. Where he told the interviewer that he has sponsored 10 professional boxers at that time that has undergone 365 testing. Well, how it go from 10 that you sponsored that do 365 in 2015, but when you came to talk to me in December of 2023, it was only left to 2 people in the history of the sport. Once again, catching him in lie after lie after lie. If everything is on the up and up, you don't have to lie. One thing I learned about truth, and my mother used to always tell me this when I was a kid, the truth don't need no defense. When you tell the truth, it is what it is, and it's always going to come out to be what it is, and you never have to change your story. But every time somebody lie, they got to cover up this lie, cover up the next lie, do all this damage control, do all of this covering their tracks, and that's what Victor's been doing. That's what VADA's been doing, and that's what these snack fighters have been doing. They have absolutely no reason to lie to me. I'm just a Walmart manager. Thank you, Bill Haney. I'm just a Target manager. Why do they have to lie to me? Why don't Bill Haney and those guys, Tim Bradley and the rest of them, click the link and come talk to me? You want to know why? Because they know when they sit on that hot seat, they're not going to talk to no YouTuber. I don't represent the media. They know I'm actually in the business. So they know it's certain questions I know how to ask. Furthermore, if I can dismantle a guy who's experienced and knowledgeable as a and with a magnetic personality as a Victor Kanti, I rip Victor Kanti into pieces. You mean to tell me somebody else can come behind him? They can't. And I have to go a step further. I mentioned this earlier. Mr. Greg is here, my cousin. I'm home. I'm going to put my feet on the coffee table. Rachel Donaire, Mr. Greg and Isaiah, she never once had Victor Kanti on her own platform, on her own YouTube channel. She's cool with Fanon. He has a bigger platform than I do. She never influenced Victor Kanti to go over to Fanon's platform or Showbiz or Boxing Ego or the Boxing Voice and all the other big timers on YouTube. She influenced him to come talk to me. Want to know why? You want to know why? Because they thought that they can outsmart and outwit me because they did not know how much knowledge I had on the research I've conducted with my cousin Man. Shout out to my cousin Calvin. Over 15 years of research when it comes to performance enhancement and performance enhancement drugs and sports in general. All I'm saying is this. Everybody's talking about this widespread topic that's so popular on YouTube. All they got to do is say my name. I laid the foundation 2 years ago. I made it comfortable for people to talk about this topic with their head up without having to worry about no consequences. And guess what? If it's true that they sent a cease and desist letter to Fanon, they should have been sent one to me, Mr. Greg. And I ain't said the guy was cheating, but I put too much information out there. The bottom line is Victor Kanti and none of them over at Snap can sit in front of me and try to tell me that the only 2 things that they're doing over there is exercising and taking a supplement. We got to keep it. Listen, I don't know what they're doing. but I'm highly suspicious. And I have a right to be suspicious because Victor Kanti told me. He told all of us, y'all should be suspicious of me.
Be suspicious.
So if he's telling us to be suspicious, why are we getting criticized? Oh, because people are fans of Devin Haney. Oh, because people are fans of Terence Crawford. I don't care who you're a fan of. The truth is the truth. And I have one more point, and I promise you I'm going to let my guy Paid in Full talk and even get these super chats. Victor Kanti told me he doesn't consider a working relationship with no fighter unless they give up their blood. He has to conduct comprehensive blood testing on all of the athletes that he works with. That's according to his program with SNAP. Now, my question is, why does he need to do blood testing? And the reason why I asked that question, stay right there, y'all. Don't move. I'm going to play a piece of it from the Netflix documentary Hall of Shame. Hold on 1 second. Hold on.
He can read about what EPO does, and then he can use you to see if he get the formula right.
Found an email from Patrick Arnold. Hey, here's what I've created. I don't quite know what the dosage is, so you have to experiment on that. Some of the female athletes said they didn't get their menstrual cycles for months, if not years, while they were on this stuff. If your Conti is your doctor, your pharmacist, that's very, very dangerous.
Oh my God. So I've been doing comprehensive blood testing on everybody, making sure there were no adverse health effects and all the dosages were correct. So the opposite was true.
Y'all heard that?
Yeah.
Jeff Nowitzki said these words. If Victor Kanti is your doctor and your pharmacist, that's dangerous. Well, if Victor Kanti is evaluating blood, interpreting blood, giving recommendations based on blood test results, and even diagnosing people, that sounds like he's a doctor to me. And on top of that, if he's supplying prescription drugs through the USPS mail to athletes, like he told me he'd do with Terence Crawford, sending him iron pills based on the prescription, then that sounds like he's a pharmacist to me. With that being said, the next point is the blood. Y'all just heard Victor Kanti say the reason why he was doing comprehensive blood testing during the Balco days when he was providing steroids and performance enhancement drugs to athletes is so that he can determine that there will be no adverse health effects when he's giving them certain amount of dosages of PEDs. So my question becomes, if that's what he used to do then, when he was dealing with PEDs, then what does he need to do comprehensive blood testing for now if they're using the same supplements online that Mr. Greg just purchased last year and Mr. Greg didn't have to give his blood up? I digress. Double salute. Danny Ash, thank you for your contribution and your support. Danny Ash in the super chat says, Victor Kanti said he shouldn't be trusted. Thank you. They were his words, not ours. Then my God, day one supporter, my main man. I got a lot of love for this guy, man. Aaron H. Muhammad, double salute to him in the super chat. Aaron Muhammad says, Manager Marty, as recent as yesterday, I could not find any legal authorization for Victor to obtain blood tests from any fighters. Hey, Aaron, neither could I. But that doesn't stop the athletes from giving up their blood to a guy who's not medically qualified. I digress. Paid in full. My guy, what's up, big dog?
He might be on mute or something.
All right, that's cool. We got some more super chats real quick. Carlos Dixon, double salute to my guy. What's up, Carlos? What's up, fellas? I'm enjoying this info, Blue. We didn't even get to talk about Blueblood, but y'all stay right there. I got something for you. I'm not going to leave y'all hanging. We've been rocking out 3.5 hours. I got something special for y'all. And my God, man, where he been at?
Hey, can y'all hear me?
Yeah, Paid in full. Hold on. I'm in the middle of a super chat. Stay right there, big dog. My guy, Ari Ryder, man. I ain't seen him in a whole minute. Ari Ryder says these things. Salute to you, Ari. Thank you for the super chat and support, big dog. Good to see you as always, man. Marty, the problem here is people are fanning over Bud so much they can't even consider the info being presented or can't answer why would Bud even contact someone like Kanti with his track record. And I have to say this because Mr. Greg is here. Mr. Greg asked a brilliant question when Mr. Victor Kanti was here. He asked a good question through a super chat. You remember that, Mr. Greg?
Mm-hmm.
Mr. Greg asked to Victor Kanti in the super chat. He said, Victor, who called who? Did Bud Crawford contact you or did you contact Bud Crawford? And what else was Terence Crawford taking other than snack when he said he used other things? Victor Kanti said that the first thing that he did and that he does with all his athletes is take comprehensive blood testing because he don't consider it a working relationship unless he has data on your blood. That's what he said. Then he said somebody from Terence Crawford's camp, like a representative, called and asked for sponsorship money for him to sponsor and endorse Terence Crawford for $50,000. Victor Kanti said he declined it. He didn't want to pay that much money to sponsor Bud Crawford just as a sponsorship deal. Terence Crawford then turned around, contacted Victor Kanti himself, told Victor Kanti these words, and I quote, "This is Terence. This is not my representation. This is me calling you directly. I know what it is that you do. I am familiar. I know your history. You don't have to sell me on anything. I want in on Snack." Victor Kanti said, "No problem. But before you get the approval from me, I, the owner of Snack, have to get approval from Sean Porter because him and Sean Porter was about to fight in their buildup of their fight. And Terence Crawford was on the other end waiting for Victor Kanti to call him back because Victor Kanti had to get approval. Now, he's the owner of the company. But anyway, he's got to get this approval from Sean Porter. For Sean Porter to say yes or no, whether or not he would get in the ring and fight Terence Crawford, who was going to be on Snack just as much as him. Sean Porter says to Victor Kanti, "I got to call my dad and see if it's cool with him." He calls his dad. Kenny Porter says, "Yeah, it's cool." Sean Porter gets back on the phone, called Victor Kanti and says, "It's okay. My dad said it was cool. No problem." Victor Kanti gets back on the phone with Bud Crawford and confirms Sean Porter and his daddy said it's okay if both of y'all are on Snack fighting each other. And Terence Crawford said, and I got to take my glasses off, paid it for, because I wish Bud was listening because I got a question on this. Terence Crawford said, "May the best man win." Hey, Bud, what do you mean by that? If you just taking supplements and Sean Porter's taking supplements, and that's all y'all guys is taking, what do you mean by "may the best man win"? Sean Porter didn't even confirm that. But the thing about it is, Terence Crawford never told Errol Spence "may the best man win." Terence Crawford never told David Ebenezer "may the best man win." Terence Crawford never told Israel Madrimov "may the best man win." Know why? Those three guys wasn't on Snack. So what was it that y'all was getting to make Terence Crawford tell Sean Porter "may the best man"? I digress, paid in full. What's your take on all this, big dog?
Hey, man, you took the words out my mouth, bro. When I was tell you I was just finna say that, that's when I became very, very suspect of the situation. My thing is this: why did he even need to go to Kenny Porter to begin with if everything was on the up and up? If everything that they was taking was legit and it's just a business relationship, why do you need to get clarification from Kenny Porter in order to work with Bud Crawford?
Somebody got feedback.
That's probably me, but I'm about to go back on mute.
That's a good question, paid in full.
But that goes back to what I came in to say. The powers that be want Victor in boxing because there's too many questions, there's too much speculation, there's too many problems that's being created just by his very presence. So let's just say in a perfect world that there was absolutely positively nothing in the Snack supplements that either you can buy online like I do or with the fighters get when they're in the program. Victor's presence in this program, having this program, the head of this program, is still so toxic to, in my opinion, so confusing, so I can't think of the word I want to say, but his presence here is not good for boxing or for the boxers, and yet the powers that be allow it because, as you say, the snack program does work. We don't have to really even debate that part. How it works is where it can be debated because of what he has done previously that got him in trouble. And that's the problem that I think many people are going to continue to have. Some want to give him a second chance. Well, there are some people who are not going to get a second chance for good reason because you've done enough or too much where your presence going back into wherever it is you want to go back into is still damaging. This is why every sport has closed its doors to him except boxing. And boxing could have done the same thing, but they didn't. So, any questions about Victor getting a second chance? This is the greatest country in the world, et cetera, et cetera. I get all of that because all of us, in some kind of way, even if it was nothing illegal, have gotten another chance to do something where we messed up the first time or we just didn't get it right the first time. But he's coming back into a sport that already has a myriad of problems in the first place. And there's other guys similar to him that has been named and called out, but he is the biggest one. He has the biggest target, and he has at least 15 of the biggest fighters in the sport, in the sport right now under his tutelage, or at least have used him as a nutritionist, who's now being questioned, like Bud is being questioned, Carissa's being questioned, everybody's being questioned. So you have to remove that element. And the only way you're going to remove the element is there's enough public outcry, and the powers that be in boxing has decided he's not worth the problem that he can keep creating, that he's going to do to the fighters. He's just not worth it anymore to keep around. I don't think they're going to do that as long as the snack program works.
Well, let me clarify something. Everybody knows this to be true. No one can say that they've heard in one video where I have accused Terence Crawford publicly of using steroids or performance enhancement drugs itself. Mm-hmm. But you did hear me say that his performances have been enhanced since he's been with Victor Kanti because the snack program works. And there's my guy. I think is this the real LC?
That's the real LC.
This is the real LC, Mr. Greg. He's back, baby.
Yeah.
Salute and double salute to my family out in Omaha, Nebraska. I'm coming home, baby. I know listen, LC done told me the last time he was here. He's a friend. He's a friend of Terence Crawford. He told me that there is a t-shirt there's people walking around with my face on it that says "Wanted" in Nebraska. But Omaha, I love y'all guys. I love you in Omaha. Don't kill me when I come out there. It's just boxing, baby. What's up, LC? We miss you, big dog.
What's up, man? I just left B&B. I work out.
The gym that's where I work out. Gym?
That's why I work out every day with his nephew Trey Crawford.
Okay, man. Salute to B&B, man. What's going on with you, dog? I miss you, dog.
Man, I just been following in the cut, man. You know me, Marty. I just been following in the cut, man. Just listening, taking notes.
Man, listen, LC. I know that the last time you was here. Now, look, this is crazy, LC. 2 years ago, about 2 years ago, after Crawford for Spence, I came, on the YouTube scene. I was wearing the snack stuff. You jumped on the panel 2 years ago. I think that was the last time I saw you, 2 years ago, when I came out with the whole snack program works and performance enhancement, these things. And 2 years later, it's the most popular thing that everybody and their mom is talking about right now on YouTube. And you're back right here with me now, 360. I don't want to say 365 because that testing don't exist, but I'll say 360 degrees later, you're here. LC, I know people are talking about your guy, your friend Bud Crawford, and how big he's getting. I don't really get into that. I'm not an expert in all of that. But I will say this. Terence Crawford's physique doesn't raise suspicions of me. He looks regular to me. But there is somebody, because I know you train in the gym. There is somebody's physique that every time I see it, I had to put a picture up for you, Elsie. You haven't been here. This is Lex Luger and Devin Haney. And that's all I'm saying. I don't know why Lex Luger did a lot of testosterone in Deanna Ball in his career. He said it. But I'm trying to figure out how Devin Haney get his body like that working with Victor. That's all I'm trying to find out. And people are looking at Devin's body and comparing that to Bud Crawford's, but I don't think Bud Crawford's physique looks suspicious to me or anything. But you hear everything that's been said, LC, about Bud, the snack program. Victor Kanti put out the VADA paper with the wrong dates on there. Man, what's your take on all of this, man?
I just like when I hear all of well, I wouldn't even say all of it. When I come across content creators talking about suspicion with Victor Conte, I'm gonna be honest. The first thing I think about is Canelo Camp. If it's so easy to curve the test or be on steroids and fly under the radar, then why did Team Canelo literally why has like 7 of the fighters from their camp pop dirty? That would be my question.
You want me to answer that, or you just saying in general? I got an answer for that. But,
No, yeah, I actually want to know if it's that easy to beat. Why was set? I would figure that Canelo, the cash cow, they camp would know how to do it without getting caught.
Well,
But 7,
there's only 2 people that know how to do it without getting caught, respectfully, and that's Victor Conti and Memo Heredia, that I know of, personally speaking.
and you don't think that Canelo and them would get wind of that, knowing that they're doing steroids?
Get wind of what part?
How to beat the, how to microdose and things so you can beat the test. You don't think they camp would get wind of how to do that after all these years?
Man, let me tell you something. That's a very strenuous process that take a lot of experience, and you have to have connections with the lab to understand what they're actually testing for. And the fighters that's getting it, I'm not saying yes or no to the question. I just want to make it general because I don't know. When you look at what's being tested for, a lot of the athletes don't really know what they're being tested for. I mean, they'll agree to VADA testing and say, all right, yeah, whatever, all the prohibited substances. But when you got fighters that don't know how to genuinely microdose, that don't get blood testing protocols, taken, that just taking stuff because somebody came to them, and I'm not blaming this on just the dealers. I have to hold the fighters accountable as well. But you've been around professional fighters, LC. A lot of fighters, they're very trustworthy people, and they trust very quickly. And I know that being in this business as a manager, a lot of people come to fighters and say, look, I can offer you this. And the fighters will just listen to them, right? Because they can just say, well, look, this pill right here, man, this going to make you do some great things. It's not illegal. I tested it out already. And most fighters would just believe just because somebody's coming with sincerity, or at least it's deemed to be sincerity. I've seen a lot of fighters get duped like that. So the point that I'm making is I think a lot of people get caught because they don't know how to fly under the radar with the experience compared to somebody like a Victor Conti or Memo Heredia. And I'm not saying those 2 guys are still doing it or flying under the radar. I'm not saying that. They are suspicious, though. But I'm just saying, when you got these guys and these ladies that keep popping dirty over and over again, they don't know how to beat the test. They don't know how to beat the testing.
Interesting.
They don't know how to beat it.
I just think a camp of that magnitude, if they didn't, then why do it? You're going to get caught.
I agree.
But that's neither here nor there. That's the first thing I think about. Because I haven't seen, even though I don't think Team Crawford got as many fighters in the stable as Team Canelo, but I don't see, even though they're probably not with Snack, I don't see those fighters popping dirty, and that's associated with Team Crawford.
I don't either.
But
I don't either.
I'll just say this. Knowing, and I'll reiterate this, knowing those guys as long as I've known them, there's no way they're too sharp. They're too sharp. Um, and they got too much pride, man, to want to risk that on their legacy and the work they put in the gym, man. Even the guys it's two older guys that run Bud's gym, and I'm there for about 4. We there from about 4 to 6. The heat, it's about 95 degrees in there. Man, they work. The youth, the up and coming guys, they work. Uh, so I think it's more so the work, and Bud's skill set. Uh, but it's just too much pride, man, to even dabble with that. I would even go as far as to say um, that those guys are making sure everything he puts into his body is legal.
And
He's
I
probably
like
got 2, 3, 4 people making sure everything he puts into his body is legal. I mean, just listen to the way they talk. Listen to the way Bomac talk. Listen to the way Bernie the Boxer talk. Listen to the way Bud talks. Could you imagine those guys having to answer to being on? No.
So that's what I was asking you 2 years ago in our first conversation that we had. The
Mhm.
problem that I have is because Bud Crawford is as good as he is, if he's not doing anything illegal, the stigma that comes with the reputation of Victor Kanti, the asterisk that people will put on his performances and his legacy, just by the mere association with a guy like Victor, to me, is not fair that a professional boxer will have to be subject to that scrutiny when they're not doing something wrong. But if you have enough common sense and you defy that logic and you look at the risk even being greater than reward, to still pick up the phone and call that man. And look, the last time you and I talked, Victor Kanti wasn't on the show then. This is months
Okay.
before, Victor came when you and I first met.
Yeah, I watched it. I saw it.
Victor Kanti said, and I just repeated it verbatim before I let you up. He said that Terence Crawford, and I know Bud is a friend of yours. He said Terence Crawford. He said Bud told him, "This is Terence. I know your history. I know what it is exactly that you do. You don't have to sell me on anything. I want in with Snap." That's what Victor said Bud told him. And then after he got the approval, meaning Victor Kanti, got the approval from Sean Porter for them two to both be on Snap to fight each other, Terence Crawford says, "May the best man win." See, these are things that's being said by Kanti. And Kanti has not been the most honest guy. I mean, I caught him in 8 different lies in 2 different conversations, and these are lies that he didn't even have to tell me. He could have just told the truth and everything. I mean, he didn't have to lie to me. But in other words, is all this damage control is making people more suspicious of what do y'all have to hide? What is all this about? So just like with the
Is
paper, I'm listening to you.
is it possible to be a clean snack fighter?
Is it possible?
Is it possible to be a clean snack fighter?
It's possible, yes. In my opinion, yes, it is possible.
Okay, so
Yes.
we got that out the way. So that's something that can actually be possible. You can actually be sponsored by Snack under the Snack banner and be a clean fighter.
You said sponsored. What do you mean by the
You
sponsor?
I mean, like you were saying, they asked them to sponsor him for 50,000 or whatever, and Victor Conte declined. I don't know the details on that.
Oh, okay, yeah.
I'm just saying, you know what I mean?
You can be
Uh,
clean and be on. You can be
uh,
clean and be on Snap. That's what
and
you're asking.
be right.
Yes, I'm gonna tell you why. Because I never said. I want to be clear on this. I never said that the snack product works. I never took the product. Mr. Greg on your screen, he took the product and he is a snack fighter in my opinion. Mr. Greg is a snack fighter too. Mr. Greg is a snack fighter, okay? He's with snack, all right? But I never said that the snack product works. I don't know. But what I did say, and even you agreed with me, LC, 2 years ago, and I got to put it on your screen. Bam! There it is right there.
Bro.
There it is, the snack program. It works. So I got to stand by everything that I've been saying. So whether there's products, I don't know. Mr. Greg is a snack fighter now. So he can take it's a band up.
Did you see that tweet Victor Conte put out?
Which one? He did like 3 different ones.
Where he someone asked him for something about Bud Crawford, and he basically went on a semi rant about the different things that snack offers, like access to trainers and stuff like that.
I'm going to do a video on that tomorrow.
Oh, okay.
Can I ask LC
I got him again, Mr. Greg. I got him.
So I just didn't know if Mr. Greg was accessing all those things or if he was just taking the supplements. I don't know.
He's just taking the question. Well, Mr. Greg is just taking the product, but the other people like Bud and them, they're on the program. That's what I'm trying to say. It's the difference between product program. That's just my opinion.
Right. No,
because they're working in the gym, they're using the oxygen mask, they're using, I guess, all the things that Victor Kanti outlined in that tweet.
Okay. So before I go though, you said that Bud's last 3, I think was the number you said, performances were suspect.
Me personally?
Yeah.
I said his last 4, he never was tested in.
His last 4, right?
He wasn't.
Okay, so what would, so that's just what you basing that off of? He wasn't tested?
No, I'm basing it off the fact that his performance was enhanced when he fought on Spence. I told you that. I'm basing it off of the fact that I believe his performance was enhanced when he knocked out David Evanesian with 1 punch, unconscious. I based it on that.
So you do know if after the Earl Spence fight, if you go and look after that fight when him and Clarissa Shields and Shakur Stevenson, and I actually just noticed this yesterday as I was watching a little bit of the fight, it popped up automatically on my YouTube. You can actually see the cotton swab taped to the inside of his arm.
Who?
Terence Crawford.
That he got tested for what? Who? Canelo or Magic?
No, this was after the Spence fight. You can actually see it in the if you go watch the video when him, Clarissa Shears, Shakur Stevenson, right before they took that picture, you can see the swab on the cotton swab taped to the inside of his arm.
Okay.
You can actually see that. So I'm glad
if he was. Here's the thing. I'm glad if he was tested. The problem I'm having with that is there was no proof. There was no record of it. Like when Victor Kanti posted the Vada paper for Devin Haney, he didn't do that for Terence in none of his 4 fights. Vada didn't even put Terence Crawford on their website, which is something that they should have done if he was tested. And I told Victor Kanti that in his face when he was here. So that's the only thing I'm talking about. And once again, that makes things look even more suspicious. And I told Victor Kanti that they should have put him on a website if he was tested like they do everyone else. But here's the thing. Even if we go through the testing route, LC, and you even know this, Victor Kanti told everybody he knows how to beat the test. And he told me when he was here, you saw the interview, he said beating Vada test is like taking the candy from the babies. So I'm like, why is he talking like this? If he don't want nobody to be suspicious, why is he saying this?
Bro, no, bro, that's not you. I'm sorry, but y'all must be out your damn mind. I got the man. No, I'm not saying that, but y'all must be out your damn mind if y'all think Terence Crawford is taking steroids and then trying to use Victor Conte to beat the test. Come on, man.
Hey, I've told people that on other platforms. When I say that on other platforms, they tell me I'm crazy.
Bro, that's never gonna. That's never gonna happen.
But I never publicly said that Terence Crawford is using steroids. I asked you a good question.
What you're saying is if it walks like a duck and it quacks like a duck, it's a duck.
No, what I'm saying is his performance is being enhanced. Legal and illegal, I'm not an expert.
But it hasn't though. That's why I asked you the question. What will lead you to say that? he literally stopped 11 straight. He stopped everybody at welterweight.
LC, I have to agree
He
with you.
stopped everybody.
He did, but not with one punch. He ain't never knocked nobody unconscious, and even you know that.
Well, look at who he was fighting too.
David Ebenezer.
You got to think that Sean Porter fight. He was arguably. They told him, "Hey, you down? They got you down on the cards. You remember that?
Yeah, they
They
did
told
tell
him,
him that.
hey, they got you down on the cards."
Yeah.
And to be honest, I don't think that Avanesian fight was one of his better performances.
He did a good job in that fight. That was a good. He did good.
And Avanesian, he's the thing is, man. Now, Sean Porter, yeah, he got hit with some big shots, some big counter shots. But Avanesian, I mean, we seen what Boots did to him.
Yeah, yeah.
We seen what Boots did to him. That's not saying a lot that he got him out of there with one punch. Who else? Spence. I mean, y'all say the way Spence looked, there was something wrong with him. You can't have something wrong with you and getting there with Bud Crawford.
Well, that was on Spence though. I can't sit up there and get mad at Bud Crawford if something was wrong with Spence. I never did. You know me. I kept it real. But my thing is this though, LC. What did he call him for? Now I know 2 years ago you told me because people were saying that Errol Spence was going to be naturally bigger than him. So that was one of the things that you said that might have been a factor in him calling Victor Kanti. You understand? But now 2 years later, he ain't fight Spence no more. What he still with him for? What he call him for? Why did he go over there?
The program.
That's crazy.
Like I said, it's very possible to be under the snack program and not be doing steroids.
I agree with you.
Possible.
I agree with you.
And
know what
a
else
guy
is
like Terence Crawford, I am telling you, he does not need steroids, bro. He's too good. He's too good, man.
Listen, but you're illustrating the point that I've been making that all these athletes are so good. That's why they don't need to go over there and call him. But since you did say you just left the gym, B&B gym, Terence Crawford and Bomax gym, and you train in that gym every day, I had a question because Terence Crawford, he got money, all right? And I'm not counting his pockets, but I'm just trying to figure out, you was at the gym, you at the gym. How come Terence can't buy the same equipment that Victor Kanti published on the tweet where he said all these oxygen masks and equipment? Terence Crawford has enough money now. He can buy his own equipment and put it in his own gym. He don't need to be rolling with Victor no more. That's all I'm saying, right?
Well, yeah, they actually expanding the gym.
Good.
The process they expanding it. So I don't know. Maybe they'll have that all that in there.
And he can buy the supplements online without giving Victor Kanti his blood. He ain't got to give that man his blood no more. Y'all see?
How many fighters is under snack?
I don't know. Maybe 15 or 20 or something. Well, 21. It's either 15 or 20. Now, if it's 15, I got to include Mr. Greg. That's 16. They all over there. Mr. Greg, too. They all would do that.
Can I ask LC a question? Of
course. We're talking.
I wanted to ask, it's nothing to do with the snack and all that stuff because I'm a Crawford fan. Are they swimming in this training camp?
Oh, I don't know what they.
Oh, okay, you don't train with them. Okay, I thought you trained with them.
No, his nephew Trey Crawford. Me and him is friends. Yeah, we play basketball together and stuff like that.
Okay, I got you. Because I was asking that is because I know Terence is an alpha class athlete from my perspective. And that's
those dudes are doing everything, man. They're doing everything. They running that huge incline with all those stairs. I mean, they are on a vigorous training program.
Right.
I know Trey going up there on Sunday, and he just kind of tells me like, man, we get up early because so everybody got to cut weight. Everybody, like, he makes everybody work out. Mm-hmm. Everybody in the camp has to. That's why in the training videos, if you look on YouTube, you'll always see everybody in the camp working out with him.
Yeah, I just wondered if they were swimming because I think that's an integral part of how at his age that he can stay in the kind of condition that he is. And because I know a lot of times with training, because I'm an older person, much older, probably your grandfather's age, but you can actually do damage to yourself, as you know, through training. It just in training itself. So I know a lot of times you use things that like swimming, that is it's very easier on your body than say a lot of the running and things of that nature. I was wondering if they were swimming as part of his whole training regimen, because it
Yeah,
looks like he does swim.
yeah, no, he definitely swim. It's kind of he like from what I've seen, it's a lot like what you saw. I don't know if you saw the video of Regis Prograis down in the water with the
Yeah,
weights, shadow
yeah.
boxing,
Yeah,
swimming, stuff like that. Yeah, man, they do it all, man, and all those people in his camp, they ain't there for no reason, man.
yeah.
They ain't
I
there
Let
for
me
like.
no reason.
let me read this super chat if y'all
Oh,
don't
I'm
mind.
sorry.
All
I'm
right.
sorry. Okay.
Every writer, my guy spent the block, and I'm sorry I'm late with this writer. I appreciate you again, man, with the super chat. I gotta double salute him again, man. These guys and ladies been coming through all night. Man, the air fryer, man, 1,000 degrees, man. Every writer says this, Marty, Bud going to Kanti is the equivalent of seeing your homeboy go into a crack house and you ask him why, and he says he went there to buy Tylenol. LOL. He could have bought Tylenol, but he probably bought some crack. That's what Ari Ryder says in the super chat.
Oh, that's
Carlos Dixon swings the block one more time. Double salute. My guy Carlos says this. Do y'all think Canelo Alvarez taking anything to increase his power coming into his fight with Bud? I don't know. That's a really good question. I don't know if he's going to take anything to increase his power. If he is going to take something to increase his power, it's something illegal. I don't know anything illegal out there right now.
right.
That I don't know anything legal. Excuse me,
That
out there right
that
now
that
that would
answer
just
is no.
directly.
I think that answer is no. Hard no. And the reason why I say that is because they are hot. That camp is hot right now. You saw what what's his name? What's his trainer name? Fuck. Having a brain freeze.
Who Reynoso?
Reynoso came out and was like, he ain't taking any fighters unless he can monitor everything.
You
They
believe
can't
that? Do
they
you
can't
think?
afford that.
Do you
Yeah,
think Terence Crawford will defeat Canelo Alvarez?
I do. I think he'll kind of follow that Mayweather blueprint.
You think he'll outsmart him, right?
I think he outsmarted him.
There you
Um,
go.
you got to understand, man. Like I said, he ain't got 3, 4 coaches for no reason. Each coach is bringing something to the table in terms of their analysis and breaking down a fighter's weakness and putting together the best game plan. That ain't just there for show. Every last one of those guys is breaking down film on Canelo, putting together a game plan. So I see. I think it's going to be hard for. I think he even make it look easy if I'm being honest.
Hmm. I want to give my prediction, but I'm gonna wait. I'm gonna wait. I'm gonna wait. I definitely am going because I want it to be a topic that we all can come back to and
Right.
talk about without us talking about snack, without us talking about everything else. Just the two fighters and what they bring to the table, just like we did with Errol Spence and Terence Crawford.
Yeah.
Same thing we did before they fought. So I'm a reserve. You know, my comment. I can see. I could actually see it going both ways. I can see Bud beating Canelo. I really can. I can see
Hello?
Canelo beating him. I don't think nobody's gonna get knocked out though. This is not.
No.
These guys are elite fighters.
He gonna have
This
to kill. He gonna have to kill that. He gonna have to kill him.
Yeah,
This
Marty,
not
man,
gonna
I
be no
just want
knockout.
when he do win, I just want you to know, I just want you to come on and be like,
Is
man,
this band up? Band up. What's
yeah,
up, big
man,
dog?
I
This
just
you?
want you to, yes, band up.
What's up?
Yeah, I just want you to come on and be like, man, I should have listened to my boy Band Up. Band Up been
What?
telling me about this guy. You should have just no. When Bud do win that fight, I just want you to come on the next day and be like, my man Band Up has been telling me that Bud is the truth. He showed it, and it is what it is.
I'm gonna come on there. Listen, if he wins, I'm going to come on here and give him his credit, like I always do. But don't sit up.
No. Fuck
Why you and
discredit.
LC shaking your head?
Bend up.
No.
You
Bend up what
discredit that
discredit.
What's wrong
man.
with
You
y'all?
done discredited everything that man didn't accomplish, man.
No.
Yes, you have, man. Then you play.
I
Then you play like you don't know what's going on, man.
Yo, listen, LC and Band Up. I specifically said, and I'm gonna say the same thing if he beat Canelo. Mark my words. He did a good job. But I'm not gonna leave it there. This next program work. I'ma still say it over and over again. Cause it does. It works, baby. And it's gonna work on September 13th. And you know it's gonna work. There's no secret about it, baby.
Well, is Victor in his camp this time?
Oh, I'm sure he is. He wouldn't be posting that VADA paperwork if he wasn't. Because why would Terence Crawford give him the paperwork if he's not in his camp? To
Well, that's
prove
the
that he's
other
tested.
question. Did Terence give him the paperwork to post?
I don't know. Victor be lying. I don't know. Victor, I don't know about this.
Nah, man. That dude is too competitive, man. You see, that dude is too competitive. It
Who,
ain't even
Terence
just
Crawford or Victor
boxing.
Conti? Who?
I don't know I don't know that too much about Victor Conte besides what was on the documentary and some of the tweets and stuff he put out. But
Yeah, he's very competitive. Bud is a good fighter, bro. I'm never going to diminish nothing.
no, when I mean competitive, man, it's in everything.
I know.
Basketball,
Shakur Stevenson said that
pool.
he's a
I
cheater when
mean
they was playing
everything.
cards. You remember that?
Mm-hmm.
No, you ain't even hear me, LC.
No, I said that Shakur said they was cheating when they was playing cards.
Yeah, he said because he's so competitive. He was cheating even playing spades.
Yeah, nah,
I know Bud is competitive. I'm not going to diminish the man's talent. This is why I'm saying what I'm saying. Because he's so good, what did he call the guy for? That's the part that I'm still trying to figure out.
the same reason the 15 other guys called him.
I don't like that. I don't like that, man. These guys are good
Why
already.
not, man? Why
I
not?
don't like that because they're not going to
You
get the
can't
credit.
you can't
They're
go
not going to get the
go join
credit
a
that they
program.
deserve.
You can't go join a program and do it the right way just because of what a man did 20 years ago. I'm
No, I'm
sorry, I
saying
can't agree
no.
with
I'm
that.
saying with no. I'm not saying about what Victor did 20 years ago. I'm talking about what Bud did 34 fights ago. In other words, is he ain't need him then. Bomac ain't need him then. What they need him now for? When he fighting Sean Porter and the rest of these guys.
Man, if you ain't trying to get better, if you ain't trying to get better, man, then what are you in the sport for?
They
And
already good, man. They already getting better.
no,
They
you
already
don't.
getting better.
No, you always wanna ask yourself, how can you when you get up when you hop off YouTube and you finish creating your content, what you do? How can I be better? Can I bring
I
this
do.
person on? Can I bring that person on? We
I
talk
do.
about this. Can we talk about it's no different with boxing.
I do. I do that. I do. That why I keep it. Hold on, don't move. I want to show you something. That's why I keep talking about this right there. How can I get better with putting the information out? It works, LC. You know it's all entertainment, man. But at the end of the day,
The clean stuff works. The clean stuff works.
yes,
And I'm telling you, there ain't a person in the sport that work harder than that man. Ain't a person in the sport. But why not? Why not? I, in my humble opinion, if there's 15 fighters on Snack, I think it's very likely that all 15 of those fighters can be clean. I think that's very likely. I do.
I, I, I believe that I believe that it's possible that they all can be clean.
Let
Yes,
me ask you this.
likely.
If you see an
That's a little bit too
FBI,
far fetched for me.
if you see if you just did 15 years for robbing a bank, you pull up to a bank, you see an FBI truck sitting out there in the parking lot. You gonna still go in there and rob that bank?
No,
No. It's the
no,
same thing with Victor Conte.
no. It ain't.
He knows everybody's suspicious of him.
But guess what?
He'd be dumb, especially why would I tell somebody I know how to beat the system and then go and beat the system
I tell
or
you
cheat?
why. Because Victor Conti know it ain't no FBI truck that's ever gonna be sitting out there.
He would be He would be done for. He would literally be done for. I don't think he's a smart guy. You got to give him that.
He's smart.
He
He tried to
wouldn't.
outsmart me, but you see, hey, LC, he tried to outsmart me, but you seen what happened to him. You seen what happened to him, didn't you? You seen what happened? He tried to outsmart the Walmart manager. He couldn't get it done.
And to be honest, like some of his responses, Like, I know you said you caught him up in some lies, but he didn't have to tell you he know how to beat the system. He didn't have to tell you. He didn't have to come on a
No, I've been knew
national
that. He had
platform
to
and
tell
say
me
that.
that. Yeah, I already knew that already.
He
Yeah.
could lie. He could have lied about that. I know
Yeah.
that's what I know I'm not gonna say that if I'm doing something illegal.
Yo, my man just hey, let me have you answer this. This is every I gotta send this guy. What can I send? What can I send Ari? Email me or put it in the chat. I gotta send Ari something, man. He's been blessing this channel all night. I gotta send this guy something. Ari said this, and I want you to comment on this, LC. So Bud was like, I'm the best fighter in the world and never lost. So let me contact the Balco guy for some supplements to make me even better. The math ain't mathing. What's your take on that? Matter of fact, wait a minute. I'm in the presence. Hold on, Elsie. I got to give y'all the proper introduction that all three of you guys deserve. I'm in the presence of three Terence Bud Crawford fans, and one of them is a friend of his. I feel so comfortable right now. I feel so relaxed right now. I need y'all to answer this. This is a good. Now, if I would have said it, it's
Well,
controversial, but Ryder said it. That's
that
a good
last
point right there.
that last part is right there. The math ain't matting. The math ain't mathing. He forgot to add from what 20 some years ago, 25. I mean, shit. I was what 3 years old when the guy got popped for Balco. I'm 36. Like, come on, man. What are we talking about, bro?
What's your
y'all
take? Hey,
re-
Band
y'all
Up, you
hanging
there?
something over, y'all
Yeah, I'm
hanging
here.
something over the man head for something he did
I'm
25,
not.
30 years
I'm
ago.
not. I'm not doing that because that's not right. What I am doing is pointing out the fact that Victor Kanti, in my assessment, he didn't change his people, places, and things, which means he's still doing the same, in my opinion. Whether it's legal or illegal, it's the people, the places, and the things that he has not changed, in my assessment. So I'm not holding nothing he did 20 years ago. We all have a
I
past.
think he's doing it right, but I answer that with the same reason why professional athletes, just because they're the best or they win, does not mean they stop seeking out programs and strength and conditioning things and things like that to get better, to constantly improve. The goal of every athlete, whether they're the best in the world or they're mediocre, is to maximize your potential.
I agree with that part.
You don't
Yes.
want to just because I'm the best fighter in the world, I can't seek uh, um, scientists or people that can uh, uh, help me be an even better fighter. So
Well,
I think we could just start saying that some of these things with an asterisk, man.
I
I start
got
saying
you.
some of these
But
things
you
with an
said
asterisk.
scientist. Victor Conti is not a scientist, nor is he a doctor. But that's just my opinion. Band
Yeah,
But
up,
I
are
you
you
know
mean,
you.
there?
he
Yeah, you know
Did
you
you
good,
ever?
man. Here. We know,
Band
and
up,
we
you
know.
there?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, you got that Boost Mobile. I want to make sure we
Not,
can
bro.
you what you say, dog? The boost. You got the boosty boost. You said boosty.
Yeah, I told you earlier in your chat. You said find one video where I lied. Well, you lied. Band up got Blues Mobile. I tell you that.
Oh man.
Hey, and there's
Uh,
two people that's Crawford's friend. Me too. We just ain't met yet. You know what I'm saying?
they said
But I'm pretty
LC
sure
mentions
once we
kids
meet, you
with
know, Bell's gonna be like, "Oh,
rehabilitative.
I seen you."
huh?
Me or LL?
What you say, Band up?
I said, Bud just ain't met me yet. You know, we friends. You know what I mean? He just ain't met me yet. You know what I mean? I'm pretty
I
sure when he
got
meet
you.
me, you know what I mean? We gonna be kicking it. You know what I mean? He can be like, I seen you on the platform standing up for your boy, and I'll be like, don't I just keep it so real?
The people's champ. That's
You gotta
that's
stop hanging around that other guy, and then
That
Bud will
that
accept you.
that Bud is the people's champ. He came and
Hey,
talked to my class last year. He walked out to his truck. He came by himself. Walked out to his truck. One of my fifth graders was like, "Where's his security?"
Hey, band up,
what's good?
band up.
What's good? I'm here.
I think Terence Crawford will be your friend, but you got to stop hanging around with that other guy. You
Band
know his
up,
name in my title. We can't even get to him tonight. I got to come back tomorrow and get and get with the guy.
Band
Your
up
man.
still you. I'm sorry. Band up, you still using snack?
Man, nah, bro. So what? Honestly, to be real with you, man, I was cause I was even working at Planet Fitness. You know what I mean, doing some gym stuff for a while. So I was getting into it, bro. But I had gotten into a car crash. I got into a car crash with a semi, and that destroyed my car, and I had the supplements in my trunk, and then it just went everywhere, bro.
Yeah, I was just wondering. I still use what I use. I'm satisfied for the moment. But again, I work out
Uh huh.
differently because I work out based on my age and what injuries I already have. Um, Nobody's hitting
Uh
me,
huh.
so I can shadow box all day. Ain't nobody punching me back. But I'm trying to, you know, for movement, twists and turn. I want to see what little bit is left in me, because I'll be 70 soon. So I want to see that I can still get up the steps by myself. Keep
God
on.
bless you, Mr. Greg. God bless you.
Oh
70
yeah.
years old.
Yeah,
Yeah,
you
God
know you're
bless you,
so
doing it.
brother.
I still do
Oh
that.
yeah.
But for LC, as you probably have seen if you watch Barney, I've always been, even before we knew about what was happening with Victor Conte. I remember, I'm on his tape saying how easily Crawford was going to beat Spence. I mean, me and Band Up, as a matter of fact, but I said it would be very easy. Everybody got mad at me. But as we saw, it was just that easy.
Yeah, it
So,
really was.
yeah,
Band
so
up.
Yes.
The guy, my man writer on the screen. Can you respond to that?
What do you say?
So
You talking
Bud,
about
he said,
the
so Bud was like, I'm the best fighter in the world, never
uh huh.
lost. So let me contact the Balco guy for some supplements to make me even better. The math ain't mathing. What's your take on that? You're a Bud Crawford fan. Speak on it.
Bud was already undefeated, already had power in both hands. I told you, man. It's just like going to Gatorade. You know what I mean? Imagine if somebody else right now, was to come out and be like, hey, you know what I mean? I got this other shit, and he caught them and seeing that whatever the fuck he's doing with Snack, whoever the hell got that new shit is better than him. So he could easily sign with somebody else tomorrow, and then that stigma would be off of him, and he would still perform the same. So I'm the type of fan. I'm the type of Bud Crawford fan, bro. That whatever the fighter wants, like far as fight snacks, as far as what they do, and whatever they want, I'm with it. You know what I mean? I'm with it. I'm with it as long as you with it. You know what I mean? Whatever the case may be, as long as they don't do nothing too heinous. That's right in front of everybody's face. But I've always taken in what you said and learned from learned from you on certain topics and certain pieces.
Yeah.
But I also still, me, Marty, I message you in the chat. You know what I mean? And
Yeah.
on Instagram, you know what I mean? Whenever I
You
really
do.
got some questions,
You do.
and certain things still stick out to me. Like I looked at Tyson Fury. Tyson Fury ain't even with Snack, but he on Nevada page for a fight that happened in 2023. Well, he's had 3 fights after that, even in that same year, where he's not updated at all on
Yeah,
that
but
on that platform.
Tyson Fury didn't start at 135 and move up to 154 or
I'm
47.
just I feel no. I'm talking about as far as the testing goes. Like he's not acknowledged on their website. So what I mean,
Yeah.
I've had my questions on
Yeah.
how often they really want to how serious they take their website. You know what I mean, as far as all that goes.
Yeah. I can dig that. I can
Marty,
dig
I'll
that.
go back to the question Ari said earlier about the math ain't mathing, and what I said about why elite fighters go to Victor. You go to This is my opinion. You go to Victor because you're at the top and you want to stay there. You will find and look and seek, just like women want to look younger, men want to be more virile, and everything else. You'll go to areas and places that will help you stay that way or get you back if that's possible. For an elite athlete, particularly in combat sports, you always need to be at the very top of your game. Your training, your mentality, your philosophy, everything goes into how you go and perform in your sport. So if the guy, even though the guy has a reputation like Victor Conte does, you know to some degree you're risking your reputation messing with him, but you don't believe that you're going to be doing anything wrong. And so far, no one has officially listed who's in the camp got anything from Victor that has proven to be illegal or whatever you want to call it. I think you want to stay at the top of your game for as long as you can and you'll do those kinds of things to improve. And remember, last year when we was talking about Earl and Bud, I also said he wanted to address the size difference between them, which is one more reason why he found somebody who was allegedly, supposedly very good with nutrition, get you at optimum levels that your body can go to. Because see, only elite fighters, in my opinion, can benefit from someone like a Victor Conte. Even though people say he's basically cheating, only the elite fighters, because they also have the skill sets that they need if they try to improve their strength, if they try to improve their endurance, if they try to improve their respiratory system and things of that nature. That's going to all really help them. A guy who is 2 or 3 or 4 stages below Bud, he's never going to get there because that talent isn't there. Or a guy like Bud who wants to get to optimum levels that maybe for whatever reason, maybe he's eating the wrong kind of food, maybe it's deficiency in one particular area. A guy like Victor, supposedly by getting your blood or having your blood examined, well, like my doctor had to see what was wrong with my blood, and he found it. So even though Victor isn't a doctor, I'm not saying Victor's a doctor. He's not. I'm not saying Victor should be 100%. Is 100% anything because he's already told us, regardless of what he's already done, he's already told us since he's been through that, you should be suspicious of him. So that's a permanent part of what's going to happen. But it also, unfortunately, hurts the other fighters who want to get some aspect of what he does for their own benefit. But in order to do that, they also going to have to take the bad part, which means you're going to be suspicious of that fighter because of who you have in your counter and in your corner. You have to just embrace that and accept it. That's part and parcel of who you are today. I love Bud. I love all fighters who work that hard, who are that talented, who go the extra miles that he goes, who has a background that's very similar to mine in some aspects of it. So I watch him in particular because I watched some of the dynamics, some of the things that happened with his mom and being shot, all that kind of stuff. I never got actually shot. I've been shot at, but that was when I was much younger. So I look at all of those things, and that's why it's easy for me to say, "You good here? You ain't got no business here. You're good there. Stop mess with him over there because it's not helping you be good over here." So that's how I look at it. But I think when you talk about supplements, you talk about the people you're with, nobody is going to be 100% good everywhere. But in this case, because it's professional sports, is at the highest level, everybody's watching you. People admire athletes because they're doing stuff that they can't do. And in the day's world where we're suspicious of everything, where we're somewhat cynical, people who are around you will reflect badly on you, even if it's not, even when it's unfair. I mean, look at what happened to Brian Norman. Suddenly, before he won his last fight, he wasn't, nobody was claiming or even putting any suspicions on him. But now they are. Whether it's true or not is irrelevant right now. The fact of the matter is that's what today's world does to us now. We watch athletes perform above what we're used to seeing them doing. I think we should expect athletes to each time they perform be better than they was the last time. So I expect to see you from time to time do something you've never done before, like knock a fighter out with one punch. Now, of course, it was the guy he knocked out with one punch. That was easy, but I still would expect to see that. I expected him to do the things that he does because that's the kind of athlete that he is. That's the kind of fighter that he is. So I'm not surprised that anything he does we've never seen before, that we're finally seeing it. And we're getting ready to see, in my opinion, when he fights Canelo, we're going to see new dimensions from Bud that we hadn't seen before. That's what he's preparing for. So we have to be able to look at everything other than just what we're suspicious of. And you can have a healthy dose of suspicion, but you also got to give grace to who you have that suspicion of and what they've been able to accomplish. And I mean, we look at Bud that went from 135, came up to 140. You got to put on weight and muscle. And he went from 140 to 147. You got to put on weight and muscle. Then he went from 147 to 154. So there is a history of doing this and apparently doing it the right way. Now he's going to 168. Yeah, he's skipping one weight class. Okay. He's getting ready to fight arguably the best person at 168, even though he may be a little bit older, but Bud is older too. We have to still give Bud grace without giving him so much suspicion because of who he's with. And I understand that part too, but it has to be a balance. And I try, at least the way I think, I try to at least for there to be a balance about how I see things. So that's what I'm answering to Ari about what he
Got
said.
it.
Math does math, Ari. It does.
You got it. Back to Ari again. Double salute to him. He said Bud could have bought supplements from anybody else. I could have sold him supplements. SHIT. So he could have sold him some
Yeah,
supplements. He didn't have to go to
but again, could he provide everything else that snack provides too? You just said, Marty, it ain't just the supplements. You said it ain't just the supplements. So that's what I said, man. We got to start putting the asterisk over some of this stuff, man. It ain't
It's
just the
unfortunate.
supplements. It's
It's
everything
unfortunate.
else. Like he said in the tweet, it's everything else that comes with being a snack fighter, man. It's not just the supplements.
I got something for that response. I'm gonna work on the video probably sometime tomorrow on that. I might go live again tomorrow, but I gotta talk to Victor about that response he gave. Double salute again to Ryder. Man, Ryder been coming through heavy. He said, but why Kanti? Kanti's a scientist? Well, we know, Ari, we know he ain't no scientist. I mean, that's just
Hey,
we
but
know
Marty,
he's definitely not a scientist.
but
You gotta
Marty,
stop.
you say his last 4 fights is suspicious, man.
Who said
And this
that?
is you said Buzz last 4 fights is suspicious, right?
Enhance.
I couldn't disagree with you more, and here's why. Here's his last 4 fights: Avanesian, Porter, right? Spence and Madrimov. Okay, Avanesian. We seen him against Boots. What a joke! He should have knocked him out with 1 punch and 1 round. He's not. No, Sean Porter. Remember, that's the same guy that was pondering retiring
Band
before the
up.
fight, during the fight, after the fight.
Feedback, band up.
He should have knocked him out. He was already 1 foot in, 1 foot out. He should have knocked him out. Spence.
You said what, Mr. Greg?
You got static in your phone.
That's not me. I'm on my hey, OG. That's
You
not
gotta
me. I'm on
mute.
my laptop, and I've been muted this whole time. That ain't me. Oh,
Yeah,
bitch,
somebody got.
shut up.
Probably
The phone right here. I'm not on the phone.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is those he should have stopped those dudes. Every last one of them. Avanesian, we seen him. He ain't much against Boots. We saw that. Sean Porter, 1 foot in, 1 foot out. He retired. Even Spence said that. That threw in the towel. He should have stopped him. He wasn't all the way committed, quote unquote. That's what they said to discredit it. Earl Spence, we saw what he did to him, and what did they do? Oh, he stayed at exactly what Bud told him they was gonna do back in 2000, whatever it was, when they met backstage. He gonna stop him. He gonna say you stayed at 147 too long. Then they start piling on other stuff, car wreck and all that other stuff. He should have. He did what he should have did. Every last one of those fights. Madrimov, I don't think that was his. I don't think that was. I was watching that fight like, oh God damn. Madrimov was hanging in there with him. That wasn't a dominating performance. I mean, he won the fight clearly, but it wasn't. He damn sure didn't knock him out with 1 punch.
Every writer says, fellas, y'all answers are sad at best. And then band up my man, Sin Ironheart. You know, I ain't see him in a minute. Always a pleasure to see him. He says to you, band up, don't make me come up there. I don't know what beef y'all got, but he said don't make me come up there.
I wish you were there, Marty, boy.
What happened? Tell me what happened.
Your boy got caught in some lies, boy.
Who, Sin Ironheart?
Yeah, man. He said he asked the platform. He was like, hey, if a fighter throws 200 punches and only lands 11, does that make him a good fighter? And then I had to, bro. Then okay, whatever. That was one night. Then I'm like, okay, let me see what this cat's talking about, bro. He's talking about some Bud and Majimov when in reality, Bud threw like 158 more punches and than Majimov and only landed 11 of those more punches that he threw. But he tried to make it seem like, man, Bud was up there throwing 200 punches the whole night and he only landed 11 on Majimov. Bro, get out of get the fuck out of it, bro. I
Oh
No,
couldn't,
man, now
bro.
that's sad at best.
Bro,
hold
he
on.
said, I
Sin,
couldn't even do it.
I got to vouch for Sin. He knows his boxing, brother. Y'all can't do that to my
I
man
know
like that.
me Sin's cool, but when it comes to Bud, Marty, I will give you your credit. I give anybody their damn credit, bro. But this cat is biased as hell. I can't trust what he say about Bud, bro. There's a lot of he's a version of boxing hacker of the opposite of Bud.
I would
No, he ain't no
love to.
boxing hacker.
I would love to. I would love to, for him to join one of these days.
How
Oh,
about tomorrow? We've been on here 4 hours and 40 minutes. I haven't done a live this long. Let me tell y'all something. This is probably one of my best lives in a very long time. And it's always when you come on, LC. So you know you can't just stop. You got to come back on, big dog.
Man, just tell me the time. But you got to remember, I'm in Omaha, Nebraska. So
What's the time difference?
it's
East
it's
Coast.
10:20 here right now. It's 10:20.
Oh, so y'all hour ahead of me. I'm 11:20. It's 11:20. So Omaha is 10.
An hour early back.
Yeah, y'all hour in front of y'all hour ahead. Okay. Am I welcomed in Omaha?
We can make some exceptions if, but when you refer to him as Goat Crawford from now on.
As long as he listen now, as long as I got one of these shirts right here, player.
Yeah.
Oh no, dog.
Come on, man. Throw that away.
Oh no, baby. All right,
Throw
I'll
that
tell you
away.
what. That's a good deal. That's a good deal. If Bud Crawford wins against Canelo, I will refer to him as the GOAT and be able to come to Omaha with no violence or threats on my life. However, Terence Crawford's got to leave Victor Kanti alone. He got to leave Snack. That's what he's going to have to do. That sounds like a fair deal if you ask me, LC. Because I want him to get the credit that he rightfully deserves without people thinking he's suspicious.
He
know he ain't gonna leave that man alone.
Man, if Snack is so good, man, why are we only talk about Bud and Haney? What about the other
No,
13
man. I
fighters?
talk about everybody on Snack.
That's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna go on there. I'm gonna look into what the other guys are doing that's under that Snack program.
Bro, I talk about all of them, but it's more so about
Right? No,
content.
I get
It's
it. I
not
get it.
the,
Yeah, I
it's
get it.
not just the fighters. It's all of that. I put all of it. The fighters, him. Oh, let me see. We got more super chats. Hold on, I can't go yet. Godspeed, double salute to Godspeed with the super sticker, and then Godspeed, double salute to him. He's coming back with a super chat, and he says these words: Madrimov caught Bud many times and didn't rock him once. Perks of enhancements, but Little Gamboa had Bud doing the stanky leg. FOH. Of course, we know before Bud got with Victor Conti many years before that, Yurioka's Gamboa fought Bud Crawford, and he's talking about how Bud got clipped by
This is
Gamboa.
not the Gamboa now. Gamboa was undefeated. He had 50 Cent vouching for him. 50 Cent even bet Webby $100,000 on that fight, and end up sneaking out of the arena. But this is what I say to that, man. He knocked him down like 15 times. Man, what are we talking about, man? It's boxing, man. He got rocked one time. He can't get hit one time, bro.
It's like
Like
you said, it's
fuck,
boxing.
man.
It's like basketball. You're gonna get dunked on, man. You're gonna get dunked on. We're just gonna say Bron got dunked on by KD. Hey, it happened.
And that getting dunked on don't happen throughout the course of the game often. But during a fight, man, come on, man. You might get wobbled once or twice. And Gamboa was throwing haymakers. He was throwing haymakers.
Hey, but I bet you what, Gamboa probably don't remember that punch. what happened to him in that same round. They had to tell him what happened to him in that same round. He don't
Man,
remember that punch. I guarantee you. He had to go back and think, did I land that punch?
Well, here's the great thing about this topic. It's always a topic that can always be discussed. And, I'm going to wait. I'm not going to bring up Snack when it's time to talk about, the strengths and weaknesses of these guys. When we talk about Terence Crawford versus, Canelo and whoever else is on the undercard, and even the fights in November with Devin Haney and Brian Norman Jr. I like talking about the strengths and weaknesses of all fighters, whether they're with Snack or not, because at the end of the day, all the fighters have flaws. None of them are perfect. They're human. But it just so happened when they on Snack, they get superhuman.
I
And we'll
don't
talk
know.
about that. We'll talk about
Bud
that.
Crawford is bad.
I
And they,
believe you.
and there is no
That's why
flaws. There is
I
no flaws.
agree
Marty, there is no flaws with
with
Terence
Terence.
Crawford. There
Yes, it
is
is.
no flaw.
I seen a couple. I seen a
Fight
couple.
off the front foot, fight off the back foot, southpaw, orthodox, power, defense, you name it, we got it. Can fight you in the pocket, can
He
box
can.
you. I mean, I mean, come on, man, what boxing don't he check?
Well, you proving my point. Once again, if he's that good, and I know he's good now. Don't ever get it twisted. I'm always saying Bud is good. But that's what's proving my point. Then what did he pick up that phone for and call that guy and said, I want in? He's already elite. LC, what he call that man? What he call that man on that phone for, brother? What he call
Because
him for?
he trying to be in that 5'6" weight class range. And it'd be different. You have a point if he was staying at 35, if he was staying at 40. This is a guy that's about to fight at 68.
Well, if you know anything about if you know anything about Victor Conti's history, you never stay the same size when you rolling with him. Believe that. Everybody gets bigger around him.
You can do it legally.
Hey, LL, I
I'm
got a
not an
question for you.
expert. I'm not an expert. I don't know if it's
Do it
legal.
legally.
I'm not an expert. I don't know.
Hey, LC, I got a question for you.
Yeah, what's
Hey,
up?
on the back of one of Terence Crawford's shirt, it says 4-time undisputed. So this fight, if he was to win, that would be the third. Where is he going to next?
I think he hinted. I'm not sure, but if I had to guess, I would say he's going back to 54.
He shouldn't do that. That's not good.
I know because Roy Jones went up and came back down.
Yeah,
But
it always hurt the fighters when they come back down. It hurts them all the time.
yeah,
But
that
he
would be
can
my
do
guess.
it though. He can get it done.
Yeah,
And I don't want you to leave yet, because I want to show you why and how he gonna be
Oh,
able to get it
man.
done. Go look at the screen again.
I knew it.
You can't deny it. Listen, Victor Conti tried to tell me to my face that his program don't work. I said, Victor Conti, Snack program works. He told me that ain't where. I said, Victor, stop it. It's your program, and you're gonna try to convince me it don't work. I'm telling the owner of Snack it works.
Hey, Marty, you out of pocket. Your timing is perfect. Your timing is perfect.
You out of pocket, man. Throw that meme away, man.
Man,
Throw
Oh,
that
he got
away.
that's
no,
love,
Hey,
man.
what time?
He
What
got like
time you going live tomorrow?
he
I
got
don't
like 3
know.
more of them.
I'm gonna keep it 100. I have an engagement that I made a commitment to that I might go to later tomorrow night. So I'm not sure, but if not, probably on maybe Thursday or Friday. Well, we'll see.
So so it'll send me a notification if you go live, right?
Yeah, all the time. Yeah,
Okay.
yep. It'll send you
Yeah,
a
because
notification.
I'm subscribed. I'm subscribed to the channel, so it
Yeah,
should
it'll
send me a
send.
notification.
Yeah, it'll send you a joint.
But in the meantime, I'm gonna do some homework on Snack.
Please do.
You better be ready.
Please be ready, brother.
Next time you see me, we're gonna have a lot of facts. That's gonna
Hey, that's
refute.
all I talk
That's gonna
about.
refute your argument. I'm here to be objective.
And I know you are. That's why I had you on here.
Yeah, I'm here to be objective.
Everybody's perspective is welcome, brother. I mean, it's all good. I appreciate you coming up, LC. Man, we got 4 hours, 48 minutes to go. Well, we 4 hours and 48 minutes in. We're gonna end it. I'm gonna come back. I didn't forget about your man band up. I'm gonna talk about Blueberry. I'm gonna talk about him. But because of the sake of time, we've been on for so long. I'm gonna give you guys this. I'm gonna do something real special. Band up. I'm gonna let you go first. Give us your 30 seconds, and I'm gonna let LC close the show. I'm gonna turn my camera off. I'm done. LC, you close us out, brother, with your last 30 seconds. You know,
Okay.
whatever you want to say is up to you. But band up your 30 seconds. I appreciate both of you guys. Everybody that joined the panel tonight. We had 51 super chats. We broke our own record tonight with
Nice.
the air fryer. I think the air fryer is broke. I gotta get another air fryer. We went way over 500 degrees. The love was here. The chat was here. We had probably almost 1,000 people watching live. I love my family on the roller tape film crew. I haven't done a live this long, so I was a little bit rusty, but I hope everybody got the gist of everything that I was saying. The panelists, the live chat, the ladies came out. Man, it was an awesome show. Band up. I'm gonna turn my camera off. Your last 30 seconds, and when I turn it over to when he's done, LC, just jump right in, and then you can close us out, big dog. I appreciate both of y'all coming up, man.
Yep, for sure.
Salute, Manager Marty. Thank you for letting your boy band up on the platform. You know what I mean? It's always good to talk boxing talk. It's good to see meet my boy LC. I was here last time and he was on. You know what I mean? So it's always a pleasure learning more for somebody that's actually, you know what I mean, close to Crawford, because all we can really do is give our, you know what I mean, distant analysis on it. But yeah, everybody hit that like button. Everybody hit the subscribe button. You know what I mean? Drop a super chat on my boy Marty. Catch the replay. All right, y'all. Salute.
Yeah, Manager Marty, appreciate you for letting me come on and share my expertise and advocate for Team Crawford, my guy. Um, yeah, man, I haven't had a chance to read some of the chats that came along with the conversation and the discussion, but one thing I can say is that boy Terence Crawford is bad. It's the Terence Crawford era, like he say. And anybody who's thinking that he's doing it ain't gonna happen. It ain't gonna happen. He don't need it. But that's neither here nor there, man. Appreciate you, Marty, for having me on. Appreciate for everybody for hitting up the super chat and stuff like that. Like and subscribe to Marty channel. And I'm out. Appreciate you, Marty.